matches. In the event of any emergency, you would be notified over the public address system. Please comply with any instructions given by the stewards. Should you require any first aid treatment during the match, the first aid room is situated by the sports hall, which is next to the pavilion, under that big floodlight there. Anyone leaving the ground at any time will be medically scanned before exiting to retrieve medical care. In line with most sports clubs, we are no longer permitted to smoke inside any of our indoor facilities or enclosed areas. Please do not leave bags unattended while in the stadium. And cars will be held at the end of the day today for a short while pedestrians are allowed to leave. And finally, please keep your eyes on the white ball. Remember to watch the ball at all times. In case it comes your way, please keep your possessions with you. Please keep hydrated. And please drink responsibly. Play due to underway in around 8 minutes' time.
Well, good morning from the Seat Unique Stadium. Welcome to the last day of the group stages of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. And I think if anybody had offered Mark Thorburn and the Gloucestershire players this position when they spun the coin for the first time up at Cheltenham for that match against Derbyshire, I think they said, thanks very much, we'll take that. 6 wins out of 7, 24 points, top of the group, and with effectively a shootout game against Hampshire today, because Hampshire are still very much in the mix for the knockout stages. The reminder of the group, and then Dan will give you the news of the toss and the team. So Gloucestershire 24 points, Worcestershire 22 points. They're at home to Surrey. Hampshire obviously are here, and Essex have 16 points, but crucially they have a very, very good run rate. They have the best run rate of all the top 4, and they are at Derby. So in short, Gloucestershire are in their own hands. They win, they finish top of the group. Anything else, they could finish anywhere between first and third. Worcestershire can finish anywhere between first and third. Hampshire can finish anywhere between first and fourth, because Essex can get past them if Gloucestershire win and Essex win at Derby. So it's one of those slide rule and calculator days, and no better man for that than Dan Whiting.
Good morning, Ian. Good to be back with you. I think Gloucestershire will either finish first or third. I don't think they'll finish second. I think it's almost impossible for them to finish second, isn't it?
It isn't impossible, but
it's not impossible.
I think it is probably the least likely.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, the news this morning from the toss is that Hampshire have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. And the Gloucestershire side, let's be polite, let's do the visitors first. I'll do the Hampshire side and Ian can do the Gloucestershire side. So we've got Ali Orr, Nick Gubbins. He's been getting runs in the competition, left-hander.
Top run scorer in the tournament.
Yeah, he's a good...
582 runs at 145 average.
Yeah, good player. Fletcher Middleton, son of Tony Middleton, the old Hampshire player who had a really good season, I think, back in about 1992. Toby Albert, he's always impressed me. He's always got runs against Gloucestershire whenever I've seen him. Ben Brown, the wicketkeeper. Ben Mays as well. He is a youngster, come in, 17 years old, and he's played 7 matches so far. He's got a high score of 74. Also represented England in hockey in recent years as well, so let's keep an eye on him. Felix Organ, he can bat, he can bowl a little bit of off spin as well. Keith Barker is back after a year's hiatus from the game for taking something for a cold remedy, I believe, that he possibly shouldn't have done, but great to have Keith Barker back in the game of cricket. Andrew Neil, slow left armour from Hertfordshire, from Harpenden Cricket Club, he makes the side. Eddie Jack, who played in the England 9 side with Ajit Singh Dal and Zaman Akhtar. And the news is Manny Lumsden, a 16-year-old from Basingstoke, who plays for Banbury Cricket Club. He is also going to play, so I'm looking forward to seeing him as well.
Umpires are on their way. They are Sam Hollingshead and Ben Peverell, and Hampshire mainly in it's what I call a Chelsea blue shirt and a black trousers, and Gloucestershire's openers, James Bracey and Cameron Bancroft, are on their way. The rest of the side, the batting element kind of picks itself almost through the tournament. Ollie Price at 3, Ben Charlesworth at 4, Jack Taylor at 5, Graham Van Buren at 6. Miles Hammond's had a couple of games, but he was back in the 100 last night, so he's not in today. Then Tommy Borman at 7, Dariush Ahmed, Daz Ahmed at 8, and then Matt Taylor, Josh Shaw and Craig Miles.
There's no weak links there. Josh Shaw can bat, and he'll probably be number 11, won't he? And Gloucestershire have the tail of a Manx cat.
A couple of little facts just to bring you at the start of the day, which are relevant to what happens later on. Hampshire cannot play a home game on Thursday. So if by some means they were to finish second, which they could if they win and Worcestershire win, the understanding is that they would have to forfeit home advantage and play that semi-final away from home. And no team has chased 300 in List A cricket on this ground and won. That's just perhaps just a benchmark for how many runs Gloucestershire might think they need. If they can put in, they've got to try and bat Hampshire out of the match here.
Yeah, for me it makes a mockery of the competition, that with Hampshire not being allowed to have a, they obviously can't use an outground. Anyway, here's Eddie Jack from the Ashley Down Road end, and Bracey gets off the mark. Been in fine form in this competition, Bracey. His score last Friday up at Trent Bridge, the second highest in Gloucestershire List A history.
And he happens to have the highest as well.
And he's got the highest, which we witnessed here a couple of years ago. In fact, it was against Somerset. It's made us all giggle, hasn't it? And that was 224. And last week against Nottinghamshire, Ian was
186.
Jack to Bancroft. Oh, bowled him, first ball. Bancroft goes. That's a huge wicket. Top of off, that looked like a seriously good delivery pitched middle to the top of off stump, and the Western Australian, who on this ground in his last game here against Glamorgan scored 143 not out and held the innings together, and that could be a huge wicket for the visitors.
Well, Jack certainly liked that, and no reason why he shouldn't. Here's the camera from the other end. Oh, it's a big leg cutter, isn't it?
Massive leg cutter, angled in. He's gone quite wide on the crease. It's angled in and taken the top of off, and Cameron Bancroft looks discombobulated.
Yes, that's a very good word. Brings Ollie Price in rather earlier than he might have hoped. No, I say you saw Jack bowl on that very flat pitch for the Lions at Canterbury, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, and he impressed me. He's got a little bit about him. I thought he ran in hard. He got a little bit of collar in the second innings. Dhruv Jurel, Jaiswal, Ishwaran and Nitish Kumar Reddy all got hold of him, and he went for 41 on 4 overs. But in the first innings he impressed me. He bowled 20 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 75. And I thought he came through as quick as Ajit Singh Dale, who Gloucestershire fans will know is slippery. Anyway, Ollie Price in. Third ball of the game. And pushes that into the covers, where Albert does the fielding. No, sorry, it's Gubbins does the fielding, extra cover.
Yeah, Albert's in at first slip, Andrew Neil at second.
Yeah.
Just looking at seeing where Keith Barker is. Barker is down at third man, so I'm pretty sure he's going to bowl from this end, from this pavilion end. I share the new ball with Jack. It's kind of scary. He's old enough to be his father.
Driven by Price, but that just picks out Ali Orr at backward point.
This may not be a totally fair question, because you've only seen him bowl in red ball cricket in that one game on a very flat pitch. Is Jack somebody who, by and large, would pitch the ball up and not bowl it too short?
Not what I've seen of him. He tends to go into the surface a little bit more. I've seen him a couple of times, but in that's the only time I've seen him in red ball cricket. So that is wide of off stump and left alone. Ball doesn't quite carry through to Ben Brown there. Yeah, I saw him against Surrey last year in one of the competitions. Kevin James rates him highly, and I trust Kevin's judgment of a player. You know, Kevin's been around, played the game, good commentator, and he's always said he's the next cab off the rank for about 3 years, and now he's coming to the fore. Here he is. Slower ball, rolls his fingers over it. Looks like the off cutter to me, but that's a good start for Eddie Jack and for Hampshire, with Cameron Bancroft back in the hutch.
And that rather familiar, quite stiff-limbed run of Keith Barker was what we're going to see from the pavilion end. He's nearly 39, Keith Barker, and obviously going back to Warwickshire at the end of the season.
He is, yeah. I mean, he's had a few clubs, hasn't he? Like football-wise as well. Blackburn Rovers, Rochdale, Northwich Victoria, is that right?
I think he might have been at Rotherham as well.
Yeah.
But Barker then to open, left arm over the wicket from the Bristol pavilion end. If you just joined us briefly after the start, welcome to a slightly overcast Bristol, but no weather interruptions likely to be other. And here is Barker then to Bracey, and down the leg side, and that. Ooh, umpire Peverell is generous, I think, with that, and not giving that as a wide. The wicket to fall. Cameron Bancroft bowled by a really good one from Eddie Jack.
It was a peach, wasn't it? One of yours, Ian.
Well, that's the ball I tried to bowl. Didn't always come out the right way, must be honest. Barker's runs about 20 yards, I would think. Pitched up and driven handsomely through the gap for 4 by Bracey. Obviously, with in the second over of the match, Hampshire only with 2 men out. They've got a third man in a deep square, so there is a gap out towards the mound stand. The pitch just about central, I would think.
Yeah.
It couldn't be much more even boundaries than that, and I think that's always what you want in a key game like this. You don't really want a game dominated by a short boundary on one side. A little bit of gentle movement in the air for Barker. Bracey waits for him again. And that's off the thickish outside edge. You've got a single down to third man. Jack is down there. So I might pick out
a little bit of movement.
Young Ben Mays out there. He's 17 years old. He's got 2 50s in this competition already, including an unbeaten knock in that win over Derbyshire, which was
the 2 youngsters are at mid-on and mid-off.
So they are.
Yeah.
And that was Hampshire's highest chase in List A cricket at Southampton. So for Price, they've got a fielder, Andrew Neil, now out of second slip and in at short mid-wicket. Ali All's at square leg. Barker round the wicket to Ollie Price. Oh,
good carry.
Good carry, yeah. Nice bit of bounce for him there.
The Bristol pitches, I think, have got better. I mean, I know it's been a very dry summer, but I think there has been good carry in them this year. From what I've seen, I mean, I've only really seen white ball cricket here, but and they're bringing Neil back in now into second slip.
And moving Ali Orr to that short mid-wicket position, so they've dispensed with the square leg effectively. Barker staying around the wicket to Ollie Price. And he defends that on the offside.
Price was caught here against Glamorgan with one parried from second slip, and then Asa Tribe ran round from first slip and caught it brilliantly over his head. Wonder if they've had a look at that.
Barker to Price again. That's cut. Ooh. No,
dropped.
Did that carry?
Can we have another look at that, possibly?
That's Toby Albert at point.
I think Price has got away with one there. The body language suggests so. Here we go. Yes.
He's gone through him.
Yeah, it carried.
So Price dropped on naught. And Hampshire could have had Gloucestershire 6 for 2.
Yeah. It's a little bit overcast, which will aid and abet the seam bowlers this morning. There's no rain forecast for the day, though, I don't think. Jack to Bracey. Oh, trademark James Bracey. I did have a chat with him on our podcast, being glorious about his cover drive. And he said that we played a clip from last year and said it's as good as a perfectly poured Guinness. He said nothing is as good as a perfectly poured Guinness. But that was a lovely shot, really easy on the eye. Gloss into double figures, all to Bracey. A little bit of extra bounce there, hits Bracey on the splice and just dribbles out into the onside where Neil does the fielding.
Certainly a lot of people, if you want to come today, obviously there are still spaces available but a lot of those wanted to be here for the start. Conscious that, particularly in these games, yes, there is the ability to recover, but first turnover is really important.
Defended again.
I mean, interesting that Hampshire decided they wanted to bat second. A couple of things involved in that. One is they have done well chasing this year.
Yeah.
And also, the Bristol pitches have meant that sides have done well batting second here. They haven't. It's not as if the pitches have deteriorated. If anything, they've got better.
They've got better as games have gone on. Leicestershire it did. Glamorgan it did. Short, pulled, not a million miles away from Andrew Neil there, but that's well fielded out in the deep by Orr. Saves a boundary, but
didn't time that, did he?
That was perilously close to Andrew Neil.
He didn't time that.
No.
Clothed a bit.
I think Jack's just varying his pace a little bit as well. I think he's, bowling some out the fingers and bowling some cutters as well. Wide of off stump. Bracey shuns the idea of putting bat to ball. You're listening to Ian Randall, Dan Whiting here live on the Gloucestershire stream. We've got some special guests coming on throughout the day. We've got one current Gloucestershire player as well who we're really looking forward to having a chat with. And we'll keep you in suspense to who that is. Oh, big shout for LBW. Not given. That looked close. Perhaps it was just going down, or I wonder if there's a little bit of bat there that may have saved Bracey. Let's have another look. Down, going down. Did too much. Did too much, but I tell you what, Eddie Jack is getting it to hoop about, not only through the air, but off the pitch as well.
And you feel a bit for the bowler if he's bowled a ball that's moving too far to get a decision.
Yeah, yeah.
That's a little bit of warning, but there is some cloud cover around. And here's Barker, had a chance dropped off the last ball of the last over, and Ollie Price is drawn forward into a drive that plays inside it, and it goes through to Ben Brown. They've kept the two slips in.
Yeah, we'd like to hear from you as well at home. If you could drop us a line to...
Could be at work, of course.
Yeah, you drop us a line at work. We won't tell your boss, don't worry. We won't be in touch with your boss.
It's a Tuesday. People could be working. Here's Barker. Oh, Ollie Price gets a very thin inside edge. He did not know where that had gone. Moral victory again to the bowler. He gets 4 for it. That's what it'll say in Adrian Ball's scorebook, and indeed on his computer program as well. But this was a false shot from Ollie Price. Where was this meant to go? Well, it was meant to go up towards mid-off, and no wonder Barker's reaction is as one that doesn't need any explanation. No words necessary. 16 for 1. It could easily be 2 down because Barker's had a chance dropped, and he's again forced Price into a tentative shot. Wonder whether, given that Barker hasn't played much first team cricket now for a long period of time, and we know why, and because of his relative stiffness, I wonder if he might bowl quite a long spell here, maybe even a 7 or an 8, even an 8. Clipped into the onside by Price, into the gap, running away towards wide mid-off. They'll take 2, and Ben Mays' throw allows them to comfortably come back for a couple.
Yeah, drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. There it is on your screen. We want to know. Well, we want to know lots of things, don't we, Ian? But we want to know about Hampshire not being allowed to play at home.
Price a little, a little bit tentative. He's got a single for it. In the end, Bracey answered the call. So played that off the back foot.
If Hampshire qualify in second place,
Mathematically possible.
yeah, they can't play at home on Thursday against the third place side. What's all that about? Let us know. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk, and we'll read out probably all of them actually.
Barker to Bracey, going back over the wicket. Bracey defends. Still the two slips in. For I think we can politely call Keith Barker a veteran now, don't you?
Yeah,
I think
so.
You know, when you're really
he's a big lad though. I'll be careful downstairs, but he's he's an absolute gent, isn't he, Keith? We also want to know where you're listening from in the world as well. We want to hear. Let's have a competition. Who's tuned in from the furthest away? Let us know, Hampshire fans, Gloucestershire fans. Drop us a line.
I think for the Leicestershire match we had an email from Adelaide.
Yeah, they're Tommy Borman fans, aren't they? Who from Sturt Cricket Club in Adelaide, where Tommy played over the winter. Jack into Price, who pushes that out to mid-on, where Felix Organ is doing the fielding in a floppy hat.
Ollie Price likes making hundreds against Derbyshire in this competition. He's made 2 of his 3 against them, but a bit thin on runs elsewhere. Bracey, the main contributor.
That's what Bracey does so well there. That's his get-out shot. Jack just angling the ball into him, and he drops it down, runs it down to third, where Manny Lumsden is doing the fielding, and gets down the other end. And that's sort of the modus operandi of all the top order at Gloucestershire, and they've learnt that, I think, from Bancroft so well. Who'll get a boundary, one, get down the other end, rotate the strike. Intelligent cricket. Jack to Price, who has to just watch that one. Pushes it back to the bowler. 21 for 1. Nearly halfway through the power play. Or the first power play.
I wonder whether Bancroft being dismissed early, whether that ultimately might alter Bracey's approach here.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah,
he can obviously, if he bats long, he'll score reasonably quickly. But
driven pleasantly by Price, but well fielded in the covers by
Nick Gubbins.
Gubbins. Made the move from Middlesex a few years ago. He broke into the Middlesex side that year when they won the county championship in 2016. Gubbins was a part of that team that had that thrilling finale where Toby Rowland Jones took a hat-trick against Yorkshire to win the county title. Full toss, and Jack's got away with that one. But yeah, Hampshire got a lot of homegrown talent here. They've recruited well in recent years. Ali Orr came from Sussex, Gubbins from Middlesex.
Ben Brown from Sussex as well.
Ben Brown from Sussex, yeah. All came down, is it the A27? Got a feeling.
I think that's right.
Yeah. Oh, wide one there by Price. Like my younger dating years there, Ian. I'm chasing a wide one.
Right. Yeah,
21 for 1 at the end of 5.
Yeah, umpires have been quite lenient so far on wides, I would say. extras on the card at the moment. All the runs off the bat.
Yeah. I was at Loughborough University on Sunday Ian, doing the Disability Premier League. That's back up and running.
Good facilities there, I'm sure.
Very nice facilities. Here's alumni of Loughborough University facing this ball as well. James Bracey. It's in the same side as Sam Cook. That must have been some team.
Barker running away from us. And into Bracey, who steers that off a thick edge down to third man. Jack will keep them down to 1.
Yeah, it's very good facilities. A little bit soulless though, I think. It's like a cricket ground that's sort of been manufactured, hasn't grown through the years, you know, like a club ground perhaps. But yeah, lovely facilities, and the lunches are outstanding.
Good.
Outstanding.
See, that's the cricket. Dan loves his cricket, but he likes a lunch.
I love a lunch. You don't get to my size without liking a lunch.
Barker, again, that's a good, almost a kick in terms of the bounce there as it goes through to Ben Brown, and Ollie Price just indicating there was a bit in that.
Yeah, we then go to Worcester Norton this Sunday, followed by Colwall Cricket Club over near Great Malvern.
Yeah, that's probably still Worcestershire, but it might be right on the Herefordshire border. Here's Barker, and again to Barker, and again to Ollie Price. That
one didn't get up.
That one didn't get up so much. The bounce has come from that just a bit wider.
Yeah, it has.
Which
it's not on the straight.
No.
Yeah.
Which kind of says, well, okay, I can leave that then.
Yeah.
Usual rules, of course, in this competition. I'm sure you're familiar with them. 3.5 hours allotted to bowl the overs, but most sides bowled them probably 3 hours 15. Barker in again. That's let go again by Price outside the off stump. Didn't quite have the kick of that first delivery in the over. Who else are we going to see from a Hampshire bowling point of view?
There's quite a bit of spin there, isn't there, with Organ and Neal, off spinner and slow left armour.
Gubbins can bowl some leg breaks if nothing much was happening.
Lumsden will bowl his right arm medium.
Parker staying around the wicket with 2 slips. Price on the bounce, straight to short cover, no run. Gubbins is there.
Is it me, Ian, or whenever I'm saying Lumsden, it just conjures up images of Ronnie Corbett as Timothy Lumsden in Sorry?
My brain didn't go there. No.
Do you remember that programme?
I vaguely remember it, but
it wasn't very good.
No, not one of the better ones. Here's Parker again. Price, again, that's also off a thick edge. Down to third man single for him. So Gloucestershire just having to re-steady the boat here a little bit after that loss of Bancroft to his first delivery of the match and the second delivery of the match. Eddie Jack striking in the first over. He and Barker have shared 6 overs together, and I think it wouldn't surprise me if Barker kept going beyond the power play.
No, I think you're right. I think
once he's warm and loose, you know.
Yeah.
Big Keith, you might think about keeping him going, provided he's not being hit too much.
Here's Jack from the Ashley Down Road end. Price defence. Remember we covered Hampshire at Cheltenham, didn't we, back in 2022?
Barker played in that game.
Barker did play, because we did a Keith 11. We said you don't get many kids called Keith these days, and we had a Keith 11, and I remember it being a really good side. We had like Keith Boyce, Keith Fletcher, Keith Piper,
Keith Tomlin,
Keith Tomlins, yeah. Keith Jennings at Somerset was in there. Keith Arthurton, Keith Miller. It was a decent side.
Not a bad team.
Down the leg side, that'll be a wide. I think that's the first one of the morning, actually.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty decent Keith 11. not sure there's many Keiths around at the moment. Keith Stackpole. Is it Keith Stackpole?
Yeah. Keith, he used to do, gosh, he used to do ABC commentary back in the day.
Yeah. It's pushed into the offside, no run.
Was Michael Klinger would say, no run! It was a barky sort of instruction when Klinger was batting.
Was it?
Yeah. You could hear him. Sort of, I'm not sure, all the current Gloucestershire team are in this bracket, but somebody would absolutely relish a day like this.
That's just turned into the leg side. I think it's raining.
It is raining.
Yeah.
Just see, it's very light.
Yeah, a little bit in the air, isn't there?
Yeah,
They're coming off.
They're going to come off.
They're coming off. So, rain.
To be fair, the umpires didn't wait long to decide about that, and Sean Williams is on his little.
It's just come from nowhere, because normally we have this theory here, don't we, where if the fourth pylon over at Filton in the distance disappears, it's either Concorde retesting its maiden flight from 1969 or it's raining.
And I say it's almost stopped.
It has stopped.
It's almost stopped, and the umpires are waiting in the middle.
Yeah.
And almost saying, what do you want to do here? The covers are coming out, and they're being towed over the wicket. The one tarpaulin is being brought out over the pitches immediately adjacent to it on the Kennington Avenue side, but this could be one where they actually tow the cover straight off again.
Yeah, I mean, people are sitting in the stands. They're not really moving, are they?
No, I can see one umbrella up, that's all, only one.
Yeah.
It might be, it's one of those ones where you probably reach for a jacket, but you don't necessarily go much further.
Yeah, which gives us a little opportunity whilst there's a break in. Let's talk about Gloucestershire's form in this Metro Bank, because it's been beyond expectations. You said earlier, if they were 6-1, Jack Taylor would have snapped your hand off, wouldn't he, at the start of the campaign. And it's, apart from the loss against Essex last week, I think the side sort of really built some momentum into this tournament.
And they've been able to keep a relatively settled group as well. I know Hammond did come back from the 100 for 2 games, but in a sense, the people knew what the batting group was going to be.
Yeah.
You only really had 4 senior seam bowlers.
Yeah.
So there are games where they picked all 4.
Yeah.
But Dario Jamad has got in as well, and they've tended to rotate the others based on, I'm sure, on all those medical numbers that are important, and from a fairly small group, probably only 14 players, you do kind of build a plan that everybody understands.
Yeah. From the Gloucestershire fans' perspective, the runs have come from all over the top order as well, haven't they? Bracey, Charlesworth, Price, Jack Taylor, Graham Van Buren's chipped in, Tommy Borman's finished off games. That's got to be really pleasing, hasn't it, from a sort of the fans' point of view, that it's not just, heavily dominant by one player scoring them, or heavily reliant on one player.
So 8 50s and 300s have been in the tournament, if my maths is right. And obviously Bracey at the top with 2 really big scores, and Bancroft with that unbeaten century here in the match against Glamorgan. Umpires are just chatting to the ground staff.
It's still raining.
It is very fine though. It's
very, it's like Welsh rain. But that can often be wetter than it looks, but kids are playing outside, and, you know, they're not bothered by it.
Yeah, people are still wandering around the ground, wandering through the car park, queuing for ice cream or a coffee. It is an annoyance.
Yeah. I'll have to find out what the regulations are of the scorers. But also with the bowling in this...
You see, we've almost forgotten about regulations because it's been so dry.
Yeah, yeah. The bowling. Josh Shaw, Matt Taylor have led the way. Graham Van Buren's been outstanding, though, hasn't he? His economy rate, and he just does that job in the middle, which often...
I hadn't clocked this.
Go on.
4 bowlers on 11 wickets.
Yeah.
I know Jack Taylor obviously got 5 in one game, which was the Essex game. But yes, Shaw has 11 wickets, Van Buren has 11 wickets, Matt Taylor has 11 wickets.
That will please your OCD, won't it? But yeah, it's been very pleasing, hasn't it?
You know, just in terms of, as inevitable, I suppose, because you have to share the overs, you generally find that the wickets are shared as well. In fact, Zaman Akhtar has a 4 and Taylor's 5 is the only 5 across the tournament for Gloucestershire. So no play currently at Bristol, having gone off in the 7th over for a very light shower, but I say the umpires didn't hang about. They weren't prepared to wait and see if it blew through, and as a result Gloucestershire are 26 for 1. Jack and Barker, the opening bowlers for Hampshire. Gloucestershire losing Cameron Bancroft in the first over to a peach of a delivery from Eddie. Jack bowled first ball for naught. That was the second ball of the match. Bracey has 14, as you can see, and Ollie Price has 11. Might give you the chance to give you the other important scores in Gloucestershire's group. The other 2 games that really matter are at Worcester and at Derby. Worcestershire, of course, have 22 points. They are 2 points behind Gloucestershire, and Surrey are batting at New Road. They are 32 for 1, and Essex, who need to win and hope that Gloucestershire can do them a favour, are batting at Derby at the racecourse, and they are 40 for 1 in the 9th over.
Right, we have found the regulations, and the news is that for every 8.5 minutes we lose, each side will lose 1 over. So it's 2 overs off the game. So 1 over per side for every 8.5 minutes that we've lost. I think we came off at 11:27, didn't we?
So you're still in the first block at the moment.
Yeah.
Of that.
Yeah.
So we are going to get a DLS game, aren't we?
We will get a DLS game.
Inevitably.
So at the moment we are down to 49, but they're not going to get the covers off and back out there by 36, so I think we'll be down to 48 overs minimum. I think it's stopped raining. It looks a little bit brighter. I'm sure the ground staff have got the up to date sort of weather apps and all that sort of fandango that, you know,
but
we don't have.
So little cricket has been lost this season, certainly for Gloucestershire. I know Hampshire had a game at the Oval in the Championship where they lost some important play due to bad light. Hampshire might have won that game, but they lost the opportunity to do so. But for Gloucestershire, 1 day at Cheltenham during the Middlesex match, and I'm struggling to think of very much else. It might be a handful of overs here and there, but nothing to speak of.
Well, it looks like the covers are coming off. Ian Randall and I are of such an age that our idea of an up-to-date weather app is licking your finger and putting it up in the air.
So, with the covers being removed, I wonder if we're going to go, well, we'll soon see, because it'll go down to the board will tell us.
Yeah.
At the moment, it still says 50.
They did say it's down to the umpire's discretion. which
Well,
leaves a little bit of room for ambiguity in my book. But I mean, I think both sides would probably want to keep it at 50 overs. Don't want DLS to come in or any of that malarkey, do we? But
I think it seems incongruous to me that you wouldn't lose 1 over per side.
yeah,
I mean, there was a time where you had 45 minutes between innings, and that left you enough flexibility they could cut the 45 to 30 maybe in this situation and keep it at 50 overs. But I suspect from here we may see the overs remaining going down, certainly by 1, and I reckon we're going to go down to 49 based on that stop. It might even go to 48 because it may have gone beyond the 8.5. And they maybe say, right, we're into the second block now, so we're going to have to go to 48.
I seem to recall Hampshire getting on the wrong end of a DLS in a T20 game here. I think 2023 perhaps. I can't exactly remember what happened, but I think Gloucestershire had to chase about 90 and 11 or something like that.
That rings a bell.
Yeah, and did it quite easily. I think Charlesworth went to town and Miles Hammond went to town. Both of those had a day out, and Hampshire left a little bit peeved, but
at the moment the board still says a total of 50 overs, so I'm sure they will have talked to the scorers, and also they maybe have thought that. So we are losing 1 over of each innings, so it will be a 49 over game.
So we'll be resuming back at 11:40 as well, which is in 2 minutes' time, as the umpires make their way out to the middle, followed by James Bracey and Ollie Price, and the Hampshire team having a little huddle.
No, I mean, I think from their point of view, they'll say we've had a good first 40 minutes or so. We've got 1 wicket. Actually, with a relatively inexperienced attack, losing 1 over is no bad thing for them.
No, I agree.
They might be able to.
Someone will be down to 9, or a maximum of 9, one of the 5 bowlers, or if they use 6, it becomes irrelevant, doesn't it?
But you know, if you have to manufacture a set of overs between several bowlers, that equation is reduced if you lose 1 out of the total. Obviously it is. Jack's going to continue.
Yeah, he's got 3 balls left of the over. James Bracey's even putting the stumps in for the umpire. What a nice bloke he is. Home of his beloved football team away in the distance. Sunshine bathing that. Bristol Rovers ground over less than half a mile away from us.
First win for them of the season at the weekend. So Jack to complete the over that was in progress when the players went off. There is no more rain. I didn't see any more rain on the forecast this morning when I looked up, and it was so light that you could have, T20 they might have played through it.
Yeah, here is Eddie Jack from the Ashley Down Road end completing the 7th over. Price covers up. Today we've got your pictures being brought to you by James Healy, along with work experience Joseph Levy. He's in with us as well. No relation of the Tottenham chairman Daniel, let me put it that way. And you're listening to Ian Randall and Dan Whiting here on the Gloucestershire stream.
For the last time this season.
Last time this season, yeah. We'll be back though. We'll be back. It's like Fred Astaire without Ginger Rogers. White widths, and Price crunches this through the covers, but only to pick out Gubbins.
And we say that because the coverage for the knockout stages of the tournament will carry the BBC commentary as it would do for the championship.
Yeah.
So if Gloucestershire make Well, they do obviously make the knockout stages, so Ed Seaborn will be joined by somebody we know not who yet.
Price, lovely shot through mid-wicket. He's strong through there. Probably going to pick up 3. Yeah, he calls Bracey back for the 3rd. Both these two very quick between the wickets. And the score at the end of the 7th moves on to 29. So the power play will still be 10 overs by the look of it.
And Barker will continue from this Bristol Pavilion end. I've just been sent a message that Mr. Healy might be interested in. I shan't. He just looked at me and he just said, "Really?" I said, "Yes." Here's Barker in to Ollie Price. It concerns a football managerial vacancy, which was not a vacancy at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon. But is now.
Well, Mr. Healy and I share a mutual friend. He's a chap called Roops Kitzinger, who's head of cricket at Haileybury. He will know all about Andrew Neil, because that's where he went to school.
Barker tried to roll his fingers over the top of that, but Ollie Price picked it, slightly slower delivery, and punched it down to Mays at mid on no run.
And Ian, you'll be pleased because he's a qualified physiotherapist. So, quit his job at the beginning of the summer to focus on becoming a pro. Thanks to our Richard Mason from the Hertfordshire League.
Barker again staying round the wicket, a dab away by Ollie Price. Down to 3rd man for a single. Interesting that in the Hampshire matches, a bit of footwork from Barker. Unsurprising given his background. Hampshire matches in the competition this season, the last 6 have all been won by the side batting second. Bracey waits for Barker coming back over the wicket to him. Big call, but a bit high more than anything else, I think. Barker's appeal optimistic for his LBW.
Dr. Kate has been in touch on the email. Eddie Jack's aunt. She's on holiday in Sussex rather than Nottingham. She's definitely supporting Hampshire today with no conflicts. Very proud of Eddie's start today, not surprisingly. And I'm not surprised either, Dr. Kate.
Bracey waits again for Barker. Oh, flashes at that. Outside the off stump wall, didn't like that shot. There's a bit of personal criticism from Bracey for himself for going at that.
Dr. Kate has said, any ailments we need advice on? Well, yeah, I've got berry, Dr. Kate. So thanks for the commentary as always. Good to hear from you, Kate, and stay in touch.
Barker, it's pitched up, driven by Bracey straight to Nick Gubbins. It was a good tumbling stop, but it was never really going to go past him.
Richard Hill has been in touch. Not the rugby scrum half, not the rugby open side flanker, not the bloke who used to play for Northampton Town and Nuneaton Borough for a while either. And not the head of disability cricket at the ECB either, who are all called Richard Hill. But this guy is saying good day from the fjords up in Norway. Not the furthest away, but probably the least supportive cricket country. Great to have your stream on my TV, hoping for a Hampshire win, but did used to live around Gloucester while serving in the RAF at Lynham, so also wish them well. Best regards from Richard and Vargas the Husky. Great to hear from you. Well, good start from your guys at Hampshire. 30 for 1 here, Gloucestershire. As Price pushes this to mid-off and scampers through for a cheeky single. Yep, we'd love to hear from you wherever you are in the world. We want to hear from you, whether you're Hampshire, whether you're Gloucestershire. We don't mind.
Well, they're just a cricket follower, because if you look around the matches in this competition today, this is probably the game with the most on it.
Yes, indeed. We're ambidextrous. We can take Gloucestershire or Hampshire emails. We can drink red or white wine, or lager or bitter.
That's done.
Wits, Bracey, couple of bounces, and goes away to the Kennington Avenue boundary for 4. Can't bowl out there to Bracey. Not in the form he's in at the moment.
That was wide. And because we're still in the power play, he's only got one man out.
Yeah,
on the offside, and he's behind square. So
meat and drink to him. The form he's in at the moment. .35 for 1 with 10 balls left of this power play, and more Wits. Oh, that's just over the top of backward point. Who I think is Fletcher Middleton. It is Middleton, and that wasn't a million miles away from his fingertips. Diving effort.
I think Bracey tried to lift it, though.
Yeah, he did. He went up with it. He didn't try and roll his wrists and keep it down. He slashed upwards. And now we're seeing that Albert has come out of the slips into the covers. Bracey pushes this to Gubbins, extra.
Look at those relative balls faced there. Ollie Price had far more of the strike. Bracey has more runs on against his name.
Short, is that out? No, it's gone 10 rows back into the mound stand and almost into the city of Bristol College. And that is the first 6 of the innings. And Bracey picks the length so quickly and absolutely screams out. I didn't think he'd got all of that for at the beginning.
No, that's the first really short ball that Jack has tried to bowl. And it's too straight, really.
Yeah.
And it's meant that Bracey can get across.
Bracey and Charlesworth, both left-handers, are very strong through that arc, aren't they? It's driven back to the bowler. That will complete the 9th. Gloucestershire 45 for 1.
And that's rather made a mess of Jack's figures at the moment. There's that one big over. Other than that, it's been pretty economical stuff, and Gubbins and Barker just having a chat with 1 over to go with the power play.
Yeah, the Manhattan we just saw isn't a graphic of the town centre of Basingstoke, by the way, you Hampshire fans. It's actually a score chart. I'm being unkind to Basingstoke here. Beautifully named cricket ground there, Mays Bounty.
Barker off. Interesting. Wasn't what I expected. I thought he would probably bowl a longer spell. They're going to get Manny Lumsden in to the attack for the first time. And he will bowl from the Bristol Pavilion end with a slip.
End of the over, we're going to get a special guest in, the Archduke of Amersham.
So Manny Lumsden, only 16 years old, coming in to bowl. It's wide outside the off stump and signalled as such.
Who will it be? Well, it's not Tom Helm at Middlesex. It's not Yusuf Majid at Surrey.
Are they both from Amersham, are they?
They're both from Chesham Cricket Club. Not Rafi Weatherall at Northamptonshire, who's also originally from Chesham Cricket Club.
Lumsden back at the end of his run. It's a straight approach, and then he almost seems to go, leans away towards the offside as he bowls, and that's another wide.
Yeah, umpire Sam Hollingshead at the moment doing a passable impression of the statue of Christ the Redeemer in Rio, stretching his arms out wide.
He's bowled 15 overs in the tournament. Only Lumsden, he's taken 5 wickets, so the radar clearly has been a lot better than we've seen so far. That's more like it, and chopped away by Price. He'll get 1 down to third man, and return is swiftly on its way, and Lumsden will feel better about bowling a straight one, albeit he did concede a run off that delivery.
But also, if you've got any questions for our guest as well, then drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk and keep them clean.
Bracey on 28. Again. Just resetting himself a bit, those first 2 wides. Yeah, understandably he might be a bit nervous about playing in a game of this importance, but it says something for Hampshire that they're confident enough to put him in.
16 years old, I was doing the paper round.
Yeah, here he is, bowling at an England test player, James Bracey. That's off the thigh pad away on the leg side.
He's got quite a nice shape, Lumsden, by the look of it.
Yeah, say he does appear to lean quite a long way towards the offside, though.
Sort of goes, they call it over the perpendicular, don't they? But there's been some fine bowlers who do that. There's Britt Boomerang. Andrew Flintoff used to do it, didn't he?
That's cut by Price. Good stop, but they'll still get a single. So certainly prevented 4.
Price getting on top of that one, having been dropped there in the first over.
50 up.
Yeah. But Price dropped on 0 at point and getting on top of that one. It was Albert who dropped it, I think, wasn't it?
It was Middleton who dropped
Middleton,
it.
Fletcher Middleton.
Still a slip in for Lumsden. That's very short, and it's going to be called as a wide. It was down the leg side as well, but quite a lot of bounce.
Dermot Mann has been in touch. This is the one for you, Ian. Why are there so few 3s scored these days? Dermot, we love it. We love it.
Playing areas are smaller?
Yeah. But even in Australia, they bring them in, don't they? The big grounds out there.
Lumsden outside the off stump this time, chopped away by Bracey. He'll get 1, and he'll keep the strike. Quite a long over this from Lumsden. In fact, there's still a ball to go. Gloucestershire put in at 10:30 this morning when Hampshire won the toss, and lost Bancroft in the first over. And now Lumsden in his first over to Ollie Price, and that will be the conclusion of it. So at the end of the power play, 52 for 1. And Dan's been on about us having a special guest, and I think suffice to say, if he'd have been fit, he might well have been involved in this competition, but unfortunately injury has not helped him this season. Hello, Dominic Goodman, how are you?
I'm good, thanks, Ian. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you fitness wise now?
Fitness wise, I'm okay. I've I've just started running again, which is really nice. So almost 4 months post the last game I played now. So
does that drag for a player who's not playing? It must do.
I think it does at times, to be honest. I think you'd be lying if you said it didn't. I would say the first month, 2 months, you find it pretty challenging. I think it's just a little bit of what do you do with yourself at that point?
Yeah. Here's Barker. He's changed ends and coming in from the Ashley Down Road end. That's driven by Bracey up to mid-off.
But yeah, it's sort of like getting a bit used to what your version of normal is, I guess. And when you're injured, you're in doing your rehab as much as you can. I must say, as the time's gone on, it's become easier, just as you're allowed to do more stuff. But,
sure. Barker over the wicket to Bracey. Where's that gone? He's just literally dropped it dead weight in front of him on the leg side. I was looking for it away towards Andrew Neil, but he's got nothing on it.
Someone I think you'd find challenging to face in the first instances of the innings is Keith Barker for sure. On whether that's red or white ball, but particularly with the new white ball on the surface, which looks like it's nipped a bit in the first 10 overs.
Yeah. I mean, I'll come back to that question after this from Barker. They've got a short extra cover in for Bracey, and that's hit on the bounce to Fletcher Middleton at backward point. I mean, it's kind of an assumptive question, but you would have thought you would have had a say yourself in this competition had you been fit, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I'd hope so. I really enjoyed playing it last year. It's a busy competition because 50 over cricket is a tough format, particularly I think for seamers bowling 10 overs in an innings and then having the field for 50 overs if you're running around chasing the ball if you're in areas where you do get the ball.
Barker into Bracey, short and helped on its way for Bracey down to fine leg. Eddie Jack is down there and it's gone there on the bounce and he's picked up one. He might have thought at one point he was going to get full value for that, but not quite enough. And I'm not a huge medic. I don't know how medical you are. Can you explain in one sentence what your injury was?
I've got a partial fracture in my L5 vertebrae in my back. Well, I don't have one anymore because it's healing or healed.
Yeah. And that's a natural process, is it?
Yes, yeah. It's not like other injuries. You can rehab the area specifically.
Barker now around the wicket to Ollie Price and son having come out.
So that could be said for if you had a quad strain, hamstring strain, something like that. You would gradually build the load up on those muscles in a much quicker period as well. But with stress fractures, the general consensus is you can do things where you're not loading your back. So like a lot of time on the bike, for example, is pretty much what I've been doing.
Sure. Ollie Price waits. Barker having changed ends. This is driven pleasantly up to mid-off, but again, no run. And Gloucestershire just trying to get these two into a position where they're resetting things. And I think after the loss of Campbell and Bancroft into the first over, they haven't finished that job yet, but they're well on the way. And as a fellow bowler, you will have looked at that delivery from Eddie Jack and said, fair play, mate.
Yeah, it was a lovely delivery.
Yeah, it just did enough. He had an LBW appeal in that opening spell where the ball was doing too much through the air, but that was effectively a big leg cutter, wasn't it?
For sure.
Here's Manny Lumsden from the pavilion end. That's pulled away by Bracey on the bounce, and it will get 4 for it. There is a fielder out at deep square, and they tried to effect it with a tumbling dive, but couldn't do so.
Yeah,
And
just
4 more to Bracey.
dropped his length a touch there, Manny Lumsden. That's an area that Brace has been really strong at during this comp. Picking up any length that is short on the leg or
Would you have seen
offside.
Manny Lumsden at all before?
No, just through following the streams, and then I think I saw a clip on Instagram about his bowling as well.
Bracey again, some off the hip down to fine leg for a single. He does lean away, doesn't he?
For sure.
From the absolutely upright.
For sure, it's something I guess you do see in some bowlers, and not necessarily something that like in the coaching manual people would be their first port of call when you're bowling. But the thing is, when people lean over like that and they angle it into the stumps, it really does encourage the batters to play. So if you get any movement away in that point, it can be really, really effective.
Staying over the wicket, and that's cut in the air by Ollie Price. There is a fielder out on the point boundary. Fletcher Middleton is out there, and they'll just take one.
And certainly anyone playing in this competition at 16, bowling in the region of 80, 85 miles an hour, you could understand why Hampshire would be excited about someone like him and want to give him the chance to develop in this competition, really.
Bracey waits for him again. That's very short and we called as a wide. Tennis ball bounce that was, and taken by Ben Brown. Back in the Hampshire side, they only played, I think, 1 game previously in the tournament.
Yeah, I think the boys now will certainly be looking to up their tempo a touch. At a Bristol in white ball cricket, particularly in the 50 over comp for the last, certainly when we played last year, it can be challenging, that first 10 overs with the new ball.
Lumsden, that's a better length and a better direction too, outside the off stump and chopped away, but straight to Gubbins, I think, at backward point. So it wasn't until the Leicestershire win that I'd realised that their side's getting 280 and 290, batting second here to win, is right at the top of the chase roster. That's played, well, he wanted to play it on the leg side, Bracey, but Lumsden bowled it just too straight and he ended up just defending it. In fact, no side has got 300 to win batting second here, so Gloucestershire know, where they need to try and get to say to Hampshire, right, come on then, if you really want to get into these knockout stages, you've got to put the pedal to the metal with the bat. Bracey waits for Lumsden. Oh, that's a good delivery outside the off stump. Just that length where he was probably wanting to just play a little dab shot down to third man, but got there a bit quicker than he thought, perhaps.
I guess that lean you were talking about as well, like when he gets it right there, it's that nip away from the left-hander, angle back into the right-hander, which can be really, really dangerous.
As you can see from the screen, we're down to 49 overs after a very, very short shower that we lost an over off each innings.
Do you think that over will be telling, Ian?
It's a very small sample size, isn't it, really?
It is.
Very small sample size.
For sure.
So what's the most strenuous thing you're now allowed to do by the physios?
I'm back doing more normal gym and running now, so 2 running sessions a week, which are fairly strenuous.
Barker into Ollie Price, who punches that up again to mid-off, no run.
And then more traditional gym movements as well, so your squats and lunges loaded with some weight now, which is, to be honest, it's nice to be doing some different things in the gym for sure.
Yeah.
Really trying to, I guess, stay motivated with the idea of being in as best shape as I can come next year, really. Yeah.
I mean, I had a conversation with somebody about 2026 season the other day, away by Ollie Price again into the offside. Ali Orr does a diving stop at a straightish cover. That seems a lifetime away. April 2026.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess coming back to your first question, whether it can be a bit of a slog, I think that's probably the challenging thing, is getting your head around it. Like when I first got the diagnosis, it was like, oh, so I played at the end of April, and then you'll be playing in essentially a year.
Barker. Oh, Ollie Price almost chopped that on. Tried to dab it out on the offside, almost chopped it into his foot, I think. Look at that. This is from behind Barker. This is from the Ashley Down Road end.
And I guess I'd imagine Hampshire bringing Barker back for a second spell here is them trying to get another breakthrough whilst the ball's still fairly hard.
And yeah, and Dan and I joked about this. You know, Keith Barker's of an age where once you're loose and warm, you want to keep bowling.
For sure.
Short, clothed by Ollie Price. Tries to pull that into the leg side. Does get something on it, but it's not timed in any way, shape or form, and Andrew Neil does the fielding.
That's something, I guess, with he's very metronomical. Barker, he's a brilliant bowler in 50 over and red ball cricket. So, and I'd imagine as a batter, you're sort of worrying about the top of off most of the time, because that's where it'll be coming. It's a nice change up to go short.
Barker running towards us. We're in the pavilion, high above.
And I'm sure
those downstairs, and Chris Dent's on the ground today, down out with family, and of course it was, what was it, during Cheltenham, I think his retirement was announced. Still seems strange to think that we won't see his name on the scorecard again. Barker into Price, who tried to again drive that through the offside, got it off an inside half of the bat. And it's gone out to square leg to Fletcher Middleton for a single.
Handed me my debut in 2021, Denty, when he was captain then.
Can you remember what he said?
Well, as in he was captain.
Right.
I got presented my cap by Mark Thorburn.
Right.
Someone I get along very well with, and yeah, which was a very nice moment. But as you say, it's weird. Denty's been such a fixture for the last 10-15 years and has been so prolific, really, in all formats. What a servant to the club, hey?
Yeah, and you know, his decision, obviously, you know, you only make it once, so you have to think long and hard about whether it's the right time, and multitude of factors to be taken into consideration. 14th over of this now 49 over game. Manny Lumsden from the Bristol Pavilion end started with a couple of wides, but just tightened up his line since. No slips in. And the thing for Hampshire today is they have Andrew Neil, Felix Organ, probably the other two main bowlers. And Nick Gubbins can bowl some leg breaks, but they're probably the two. And spin will have a factor in the game, no doubt about that.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be looking to bring spin into the attack fairly soon. I wonder who they'll go for. I guess as a skipper, you'd be looking at the right and left hand, because Organ's is a good off spinner and Neil's a good left arm spinner. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see which option they go for.
And to be fair, spin has been effective for Gloucestershire in this competition too.
Yeah.
Lumsden, clubbed away by Ollie Price over short extra for 4.
And I guess that's some of that is the work in previous overs from Ol there. I think in your head you're thinking who's your matchups you can score some boundaries off, and Lumsden looks as a threatening bowler who could bowl some really dangerous deliveries, but that loose one Ol's got onto after battling hard against Barker, who's been in and around the top of the stumps.
Keith Barker 6 overs for 17 at the moment. Jack 5 overs for 30. There was one expensive over in there. Lumsden in, and there's the reply. And it was a good reply, to be fair. Ollie Price pushing at it.
for sure. And I guess again, just with that angle back in, he's just managed to get that one to hold a little bit, and that's all you need from where he's bowling from. It seems like the sort of bowler you really need to, not that you wouldn't be focusing, but really concentrate to.
Might produce the Jaffa from nowhere that you're not expecting. And that's quite sharp, isn't it? I mean, considering he's only 16, he's not a massive frame. Again, Ollie Price having to defend. Just and this, Dom, this might be a slightly unfair question to a bowler who's not been involved in this tournament, but is the mindset of the side? It seems to have been this year, and it may be something to do with the pitches, that high scores are not a problem chasing. Now in 50 over cricket, you know, the parallel as Lumsden finishes that over with a dot ball out on the leg side. My old sort of concept seemed to be, well, you know, if you're left to get 75 in the last 10 overs, it's probably it's possible, but you wouldn't say it's probable. Now sides seem to think that, you know, you can score 65 in the last 5 overs and still pull a game round. The parameters of what's possible seems to have been raised.
Oh, for sure, definitely. I think, as we were just chatting about as well, we're seeing the introduction of Felix Organ here. But yeah, I think definitely. I'm sure. I think the old mantra of making sure you have wickets in hand still definitely applies in 50 over cricket because of the length of the innings. If you're chasing a big total, I think that's what people have said they enjoy about 50 over cricket is the ebbs and flows.
The fact you can recover.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm sure teams would back themselves with wickets in hand to chase 100, 110, even in 10 overs, for sure at the back end.
So here is Organ to bowl his off spin. That's pitched well up, and Bracey's just punched that away to long on for a single. So for the off spinner, whose chief problem I suspect is going to be the short straight boundary rather than the square boundaries here at Bristol, which is regular watchers on the stream will know are the longer boundary.
Interesting to see which option Ollie goes to here. They've got 1 point in at the minute, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Morgan stays around the wicket to the right-hander as well, and that's just dabbed out on the offside, and they scamper through for a single. He's had a deep square, a fine leg up inside the circle, and a deep mid-wicket. Bracey's already cleared the boundary once to the leg side off Eddie Jack, bowling from that end. So Organ has got a deep mid-wicket out on the man stand side. Again, that's floated up, and Bracey's played a little sand wedge of a shot up to long on for 1.
He's tried to take him over mid-off there, but nicely bowled from Organ.
Handy cricketer, Felix Organ. He can open the batting in red ball cricket. He'll probably bat down the order today. And they say he bowls a bit of off spin as well. That's short. Ollie Price tries to go for the reverse paddle. It's an ugly looking shot, to be fair. He's got it out on the leg side to Ali Orr, and he's got a single. But he's played it much more cleanly than that.
Yeah, I think Organ saw him go a little bit there and bowled it down the leg side a touch, old to reach for.
Organ off about 3 paces. Bracey backs away, and the bowler thought he got through there. He then just works it out on the offside straight to the right of Gubbins, who does the fielding, but Organ thought he got through. Another look at that. He might have actually gone past the leg stump, that delivery, but I can understand the bowler's reaction. Ollie Price goes for a second reverse sweep, and he might get 4 for that. It's a chase round from Ali Orr, and he won't reach it. So that's the shot he was trying to play in the previous over, and it very much is it's an orthodox shot for Ollie Price. It's not seen as something that's out of the ordinary from him. Picks up a boundary to finish the over on a good note for Gloucestershire. And these two just redressing the balance and then perhaps giving Gloucestershire. They're going along at 5 and over at the moment. And remember, I think they'll want to score, Dom, won't they? Starting with a 3. Sort of a 320 on here would be a difficult chase, you'd have thought.
Oh, definitely. I think if, looking at over 300, the guys would definitely be confident.
Lumsden to continue, and Bracey works that into the onside.
It's a tight single.
Andrew Neil, and he hits the stumps at the bowler's end.
Interestingly, to Lumsden here, they've got their square leg set quite square of the wicket, which generally suggests that you'd be looking to use your short ball at different points. I think to a bowler who's more challenging your forward defence, he'd have him quite straight, but he is quite square of the wicket there. And he has looked to use his short ball so far. I guess that's the slight game of cat and mouse in 50 over cricket.
Lumsden into Price, who defends. Yes, he's got the point is out on the rope, deep square out on the rope. Other than that, 5 saving 1 inside the circle. He's got a third man and a fine leg as cover for the dab or the flick off the pads. Price, White's bat raised as normal. Driven textbook style straight to Keith Barker at mid-off, no run.
Interestingly, in the previous over, and I guess Ollie being an off-spinner as well knows this, is Organ's chosen there to bowl with one point there really, and Ollie's probably been playing for long enough now that people know his sweeps are his go-to option against spin. So what I guess Organ's saying there in his first over is he's willing to take the gamble to try and get Ol to play that shot, and it's the sort of the balancing act you play there.
Again, a bit back of a length, but Ollie Price able just to get bat on it and again rotate the strike. So Ben Charlesworth due in next. Jack Taylor at 5. Graham Van Buren, who's had a good tournament with both bat and ball, useful runs with the bat, and 11 wickets. And then Tommy Borman at 7. Before you head into the bowlers. Chopped away by Bracey for a single. What have you thought of, we're talking here about a young 16-year-old in the Hampshire team. What have you made of Daz Ahmed?
So Daz is someone I've known for a while. He played on the Gloucestershire age groups with myself, Ollie, Ben Charlesworth. We're all the same age. And he's always been like a very talented cricketer, and I think I've heard people say on the comms what a brilliant fielder he is.
Lumsden again to Ollie Price. That's probably wanted that a bit squarer than it ended up being. There's a steer in the end down to third man for a single. End of Lumsden's over.
Alongside as well, even growing up with him, he was always a really talented ball striker. He'd often open the batting for us, and you'd want to strap yourself in because you'd be watching something entertaining. So yeah, and I think in 50 over cricket to be like a threat on 3 formats with the ball, bat and the field, Daz has been really good. He bowled really well against Worcestershire, took 2 for there, and has made some handy contributions, batting at 8, 9, and I think I'm sure that we still haven't seen the best of him with the bat, because I think I know he can be really devastating at points.
That Felix Organ experiment didn't last long. Only 1 over. We're going to have Andrew Neil and we're going to have Dan Whiting in the box.
Morning, Dominic. How are we?
Morning, Dan. I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Just thinking, I'm glad you're off to Sussex, actually, because you're a good commentator and I don't want you nicking my job. So
Absolutely not. No.
Andrew Neil is into the attack. He's from Chorley Wood Cricket Club originally, which is not a million miles away from your neck of the woods, is it?
No, that's a short drive away.
Yeah,
short
just
drive
over
away
the
down.
Bucks Hearts border.
Yep.
And he is slow left armour. Hertfordshire have made him play his cricket at Harpenden Cricket Club now in the Prem. Gave up his job beginning of the year. Here he comes. As Ollie just pushes that to Eddie Jack at backward point. Ollie Price is probably your best mate in this side, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm very close with Ollie and Tom.
As
Goes
Price
to his sweep in front of the wicket. It's a beautiful shot that from Ol. As you say, I'm close with him, and I know he sees those sweeps as a really good option to just to score off, really, and put the pressure on the Hampshire spinners. I guess if he was to play this perfectly, he'd want to take these spinners on and force them to make another bowling change as Neil comes in again. Sees him go to his sweep there and bowls it nicely, full and wide. It's nice to see guys who've played in the minor counties and the leagues get opportunities like this, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Neil back in. As he's bowled him. Is that I have never seen that before.
Whoa, what's happened there? Price has ducked out. He's looking for the no ball. It's a beamer, which Price has ducked out of. And he's been bowled. Let's have another look at this on the replay, because this has got to be close to a no ball here, surely. Remember, over waist height is a no ball, and it's hit the top of the stumps. Let's have a look here. Square leg would normally signify... Oh, it's in the normal stance, remember. So it's in Price's normal stance, not where he goes when he goes sweeping. Square leg would normally signify to his colleague at the non-striker's end whether it is over waist height, and then it's down to the umpire at the non-striker's end to call the no ball. But I think Ollie Price may have been a little bit unlucky there, possibly.
Yeah, I can comfortably say, Dan, I've never seen that before.
No. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's bizarre.
Is the ruling different for no balls for spinners? Is it above
No,
waist?
not anymore. It used to be.
Really?
Yeah, it used to be. The law changed, I think, probably about 2016, 2017, where all bowlers now, it's deemed dangerous for it to be. And what you're supposed to do as an umpire, the bowler then is given a warning, and second one, you ask the captain to remove the bowler from the attack. Have you ever been removed from an attack for beamers?
I did once.
Did you?
No, not beamers. Yes, it was beamers in the second 11 T20. I was trying to bowl a couple of Yorkers, and I think I
got it wrong.
Yeah, it was actually Joe Leach in Cheltenham College, and I did get it wrong. Got taken off. I was captaining that game, so.
So you were asked to take yourself off.
To take myself off. Yeah. Yeah, but oh god, just back to that then. That was a really strange dismissal as Neil comes into Ben here. Nicely bowled there, just on with the arm. Yeah, I mean, I think Ollie's probably sitting in the dressing room now. I'm feeling pretty confused as to what's happened there. I mean, Neil in again. Nicely driven through the covers from Ben to get him off the mark there. Yeah, one of those bits of cricket which leaves you a bit speechless, to be honest.
Yeah.
I feel for him there.
What's Ollie like as when he's out and comes back in? Is he a bat chucker, or is he quite sort of calm?
He'd be fairly calm. I think anyone gets pretty angry when they get out. But
everyone is to a certain extent.
But yeah, I would be fairly calm. I think in an instance like that, you'd be pretty angry, to be honest.
Yeah. I can imagine it.
I mean, I'm sure there's an argument to say that could have been called a no ball.
Jack Brooks told me when he was at Northamptonshire that Andrew Hall, the South African there, was such a, smash things up, that he used to have a special bat which he took out of the locker to actually hit things with. Anyway, Felix Organ is going to come back from the pavilion end. He's going to come around the wicket to the left-handed Charlesworth. Pair of left-handers in now for Gloucestershire as he comes in. Around the wicket and short, and Charlesworth pushes him into point. Where good sprawling stop there from Ben Mays, the youngster, saves at least one run. Organ in and thick inside edge. Charlesworth ambles through for a languid single. Felix Organ from Canford School down in Dorset, which is a very good cricketing school. Director of cricket there was a guy called Matthew Keach, who played for Middlesex and for Hampshire, and I played with him at Haringey under-11s all the way back in 1981. Wow. We had a couple of games called off for riots, actually, and it wasn't safe for travelling. As that's crunched through the offside. That's going to be 4 runs to Bracey as he just rocks onto the back foot. Now, you're going to miss Bristol, aren't you?
Oh, massively so.
And Gloucestershire as a club, I mean, you came here as, what, 16-year-old?
Yeah, 15, 16. Yeah, I'll miss the place a lot, to be honest.
Yeah. Organ around the wicket. Oh, just turns Bracey, leading edge, dribbles out into the offside as Bracey tries to work it leg side. So you came here, I'll come on to it after this ball, from Felix Organ. Tossed up, Bracey drives. It's only going to be 1 though, as the ball goes out to Ali Orr on the deep cover boundary. You got a scholarship to Clifton College, and so that was in 6th form, is that right?
Yeah, so it was at a school called Dr. Challoner's Grammar School, which I loved when I was younger in Amersham.
Yeah.
And
that's pushed out into the offside, no run, end of the over. Gloucestershire are 89 for 2.
Played for Buckinghamshire in the age groups there, and then around the time of 15, 16, I joined the academy here, and at that point it wasn't very feasible to keep driving 2 hours to training, which I'm very thankful.
How did Gloucestershire pick you up?
I was at Bunbury Festival when I was 15.
Right,
okay. Actually opened the batting, would you believe?
Did you really?
Yeah. But that's where they picked me up. From there, that point onwards, and yeah, I'm very, very thankful to my mum for all the driving she did when I was younger, when I trained, when I wasn't fully on the academy at Gloucestershire, but that wasn't very feasible, so I had to come down the road to Clifton for 6th form.
Well, I'm sure Antonia's listening in, and your MOT is due next month.
Interestingly different, slight field tweak to Brace and Ben here. I know Felix Organ had long on and long off back, and their deep back would square up, which I'm sure is a ploy because Ben's particular strength against spin is taking it down straight back past the bowler, so they would encourage him. They would probably be looking to encourage him to go square of the wicket more. Neil does have mid-off up, and I know Ben will be wondering, thinking of and viewing that as an option as Neil comes in again. Nicely bowled, slowing it down there. Yeah, good little period this for Hampshire. I must say I'm still in shock after Ollie's dismissal.
I am a little bit as well. I'm a bit sort of, it's one of those moments where you go, what's happened there?
I was
waiting for the no ball.
I was thinking I don't know whether we dissected that enough at that point. I was still in shock about it. Ben tucks that into leg side for 1.
We did have one of those moments, I don't know if you played in the game here against Leicestershire, the 4-day game, where it was a bizarre day. There was a naked couple cavorting on the balcony, there was a fire alarm, and then Ollie Price got Kimber out obstructing the field after he handled the ball.
I think I did play that game.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was certainly around for that game. Yeah, that was.
It was a day of what is going on here?
Yes. Cool. Slight field change. Neil comes around the wicket, bring that slip into just backward square, trying to stop that option for Brace to knock it into the leg side.
Varies it quite nicely, Neil, doesn't he? He sort of pushes you through quickly, and then that one there getting above the eye line. I like the look of him.
It's like he's got very good control, and I guess with it looks like a tall spinner as well, which is naturally get a bit of bounce, which would be handy for him as well.
Yeah, there's been some good ones out of the Hertfordshire League in recent years. Rishi Patel, Adam Rossington plays Hertfordshire League.
How far is Bishop Stortford from the Hertfordshire League? Is it Bishop?
They play in it.
Play in it.
But the Hertfordshire League did feed into the Home Counties League for a while. Bishop Stortford weren't overly happy about having to go to Oxford away and places like that. As Organ comes in around the wicket, you know, Oxford and Falkland away and people like that, which is, I reckon, probably about close on a 200-mile round trip, but with an 11 o'clock start as well. It's all right for you pros, but you know, for the clubbies, as Charlesworth tickles one into the leg side. So you settled in Bristol, and you lived not a million miles away from the ground as well.
No. I first year here, I lived with Ollie and Tom Price around the corner on Ashley Down Road when we were 18.
Right.
That was a fun, nice place to be. Although slightly weird in there.
That's just into the leg side this time by Bracey.
Slightly weird in the sense that was the first year was COVID.
Right.
COVID year.
Okay.
And then we lived down actually next to Bedminster Cricket Club again with Ollie and Tom for 2 years, and then
you'll have Matthew Lee downstairs going
up the
Bemmy.
Yeah, he'll be
up the Bemmy.
Sure.
So that's crunched into the offside by Charlesworth, but can't pierce the field.
And then and we've been living in Clifton for the last 3 years as well.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Bristol is a place where I hold very dear.
Yeah. Tossed up. Charlesworth pushes that into the covers. Did Ben Charlesworth live with you at all, or?
No, never lived with Ben. He's moved. He moved
One
near
down the ground.
Moved near to us this year, but always someone I've spent a lot of time with Ben.
Yeah.
Obviously, being the same age as Ollie and I, grew up playing a lot with Ben as well.
Yeah. So we've been doing a podcast recently called Being Glorious, and we've asked for the best and worst dancers in the side. And your name hasn't been in either category, Dom, actually. But who would you say is the best and who's the worst dancer in the Gloucestershire side?
I'd genuinely, I'd honestly say that I'd be in there for the worst dancer, to be honest.
Okay.
My long limbs sometimes don't move as well as I'd like them to. Best dancer, who was that? It's nice when Josh Shaw gets the air guitar out. He's good. Neil comes into Charlesworth here. Oi. Obviously, he thought he's going to try take him down to the short straight boundary there, first ball of the set.
Wasn't quite there, was it?
A bit of a chuckle there, Neil at the other end. Neil to Neil.
Yes. Ben Charlesworth's nickname is Neil. I'll come on to it after this ball.
To Brace, Neil. Nicely tucked into the offside there from Brace. He's had a brilliant comp this year.
Yeah. Ben Charlesworth's nickname being Neil, after perceived similarity to the not so erudite one from the In-Betweeners, which I think is harsh on Ben.
Beautiful shot there from Ben. Used his feet and slammed him down the ground for 6.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? Pure timing.
A shot that's brought Ben a lot of product in the last couple of years. I remember speaking to him before he went away for a winter in Adelaide, and that it was something he worked really heavily on in that period, and now he really is super strong at hitting down the ground for 6, and I think that's why interestingly Felix Organ had long on and long off back to him. Neil back in to Ben, tucked into leg side for 1, quickly. Unsurprising that after just tossing one up, firing it into the pads. If you were skipper, you'd be telling him, get him off strike there.
Yeah.
But best answer, I'm having a think about that. Cameron Bancroft's is good when he's on. He's good.
Or bad.
Or bad.
Or bad. Yeah.
Then,
his name has been mentioned in dispatches. Yeah. The name that has cropped up a couple of times, or two names have cropped up.
Nicely bowled there from Neil. Blocked by Ben. Gets two down there to the third man.
Two names have cropped up quite regularly, and Marchant de Lange, his name appears. All 6 foot. Is he 6'8"?
No, he's not. I'd actually say Shanky's about 6'4". Really.
Oh, is that all?
He's
okay.
short. He's shorter than me.
Shorter than you. What are you? 6'7"?
I'm 6'6".
6'6".
6'5", 6'6".
Yeah. And the other name that crops up regularly is Ed Middleton, who apparently is dreadful.
Two guys you'd enjoy.
Yeah.
Being on the dance floor with, I think. Ed Middleton and Marshall, both very funny people.
Yeah.
Organ into brace.
Just tickles that round. That's going to be his 50 off just 47 balls, 6 fours and 1 6 in there. And James Bracey just continues to churn out the runs in this competition. As you mentioned, Dominic, what a fine competition he's had. What a fine tournament he's had so far. Organ around the wicket. Charlesworth just rocking onto the back foot, pumping that into mid-wicket, where Toby Albert does the fielding. He always gets runs against Gloucestershire, doesn't he? Toby Albert. Oh, that's well bowled. A little bit of purchase there for Organ.
Was in Perth with us this winter, Toby, playing for Joondalup Cricket Club whilst.
So you went to Perth last winter?
Yeah, I was in Perth last winter. Along with Ben and Brace, actually, who were both there as well.
Cut for a single. But you mentioned Adelaide before. Tommy Borman's been at Adelaide because we get a lovely lady called Jess who emails us, who is from Sturt Cricket Club in Adelaide, and she said Tommy Borman's been out there playing. He's we'll come on to him in a second. Down the ground and absolutely nailed, and James Bracey almost takes his mother out at long off. She had to get up off the bench and he's almost decapitated his mother.
Mixed emotions for Liz and Nick there.
Yeah. Organ to Bracey, who sweeps, and I think he's got a hand to the gap. He has. That goes down to Klinger corner for 4 more. Bracey moves into the 60s in just 2 shots, and he's on the charge.
I think this middle period in 50 over cricket can be really challenging as a fielding side, with only four fielders allowed outside the circle. If you've got someone who is confident in playing spin and has a lot of options, it can be really challenging to defend. As Brace sweeps one there that was down the leg side and hits Organ back down the ground.
Well, we do apologise if we've lost transmission for a little bit. Missed a massive amount there. It's Gloucestershire 125 for 2. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting. I'm with Dom Goodman, Gloucestershire seamer. And it's been an interesting morning's cricket. There's been a little rain break. We've lost 1 over per innings. And we saw Cameron Bancroft go first balls of his innings as Organ comes around the wicket to Charlesworth, who just nurdles him behind square on the leg side. Cameron Bancroft got bowled by an absolute peach from Eddie Jack, which was angled in, pitched middle and took the top of off. And then Ollie Price was bowled by Andrew Neal. Something that the crowd thought might have been a no ball. It was a beamer, and Price has ducked out of one where he was looking to sweep, and it was just a rather odd piece of cricket. Full stop as Bracey tickles that one.
I can see that doing the rounds on socials, Dan.
I can as well. I can also see the James Bracey nearly taking his mother out at long off as well with a huge 6, almost doing the rounds on socials. Organ. Turn into leg side. Bracey's got to be quick. But he is quick. Is he the quickest in the side?
Brace or Ben?
Brace. Ollie's got to be up there, isn't he?
He'd be one of. I'd probably Hamo's fast.
Yeah.
Paney is quick as
is
well.
Is he?
Yeah.
Paney.
Denty would be the quickest.
Yeah. Denty's like the king of all sports, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he is.
As Organ comes in around the wicket, Brace sweeps, paddle sweeps that fine. He's going to get 4 runs. Intelligent cricket from James Bracey, who, that's the 50 partnership between these two. 30 of them to Bracey, 20 to Charlesworth in just 21 minutes and 42 balls. I remember you got a dartboard in the dressing room for a little bit, and Denty's just got up there and whacked a 180 out straight away, hasn't he?
Yeah, Denty was very good. Yeah, he does pick up sports and then you could say get slightly obsessed with them.
He's a sport Billy.
He is. He loves his paddle this year as well. He was very into very good paddle player.
Okay. Zaman Akhtar plays a lot of paddle as well.
Yeah, Zum's it's very good. Similarly to Denty, Zum's one of those people who I think is naturally very talented at
he played hockey at a good standard, didn't he, Zum?
He played England age groups.
Yeah. Did you play any other sports? Were you a rugby player?
I played rugby and football growing up.
One of Charlesworth down to long off.
Not to any level really. Love them both. But
Yeah. So with your cricket growing up, I mean, were you in the Bucks age groups from what, 10, 11 years old?
9, 10 I was playing in Bucks, predominantly batting when I was younger, to be honest.
Okay.
Up till really the age of 17, probably more when I first played I was batting. I was more of a batter. I would have seen myself, even to the point when I was initially signed to for Gloucestershire.
Right, interesting.
And then so I played at Bucks through the age groups, then I came up here 17, 18.
Yeah. Well, you're going to come on this afternoon as well, is that right? You're going to come on between 10 and 25 overs, and I mean it's been fascinating listening to you. Stay with us for one more over though, but it's been. I mean, it's all. I mean, you know, we're friends off the pitch as well, and it's always good to get an insight into sort of the career and the mind of you know yourself and sort of what makes you tick really. Eddie Jack back into the attack.
Thanks, Dan. Well, to be honest, it's great to get some insights from one of the great commentators.
Don't believe that, mate. Don't believe that.
Bring Eddie Jack in.
Yeah, Ian's here, so yeah. You'll be pleased to know that last time I was here covering one of these games, I mistook a man for a woman, which has given James Healy plenty of chuckling over the last few weeks.
Jack back into Ben here. I think after both of Ben and Brace took on some options against spin, and I'm not sure what they've scored off the past few overs, but Brace certainly hit a hard sweep before, used his feet to hit Organ back over his head for 6, and went to his paddle sweep for 4. I think that's bowling spin in 50 over cricket with 4 fielders out can be a challenge when you have set batters, so that's hence I think Hampshire have gone back to Jack to try and get a wicket at this point, because we are building nicely. brace. Pulls in front of the square, from Jack, but that's really nicely fielded out there.
Yeah, it's 61 off the last 9. Organ's gone none for 39 off 5. Neil 1 for 26 off 4. So a little bit expensive there.
For sure, and I wouldn't necessarily say that's bad bowling, but the guys have gone to their options and taken them nicely. Jack back into brace. Off the thigh pad down the leg side. Yeah, it's back for 2.
Josh Shaw, he's miserly, isn't he, at the top of the order? Is he as miserly when he goes to the bar?
No, he's not. Showy's brilliant. Good crack whenever he's out and about.
Yeah. Talking of good cracks, last time I saw you in white ball cricket, we were at Edgbaston on finals day, and you were in a bucket hat.
Yeah. Brace tucks into the leg side.
Keith Barker, rolling back the years.
Love that. Yeah, I mean, I think I was pretty giddy that day, to be honest, seeing some of the club I play for, support, follow, and some of my best mates playing in finals day. So, yeah, me and Luke Charles, we certainly took the opportunity to enjoy ourselves.
Take advantage of the Birmingham hospitality.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I was working.
Jack into brace. Driven nicely.
I was working, but I more than made up for it in the evening as I drank with the team until about 3 o'clock in the morning in a Birmingham hotel.
You've got to celebrate moments like that, don't
you?
You
certainly have, and you do wonder whether there's going to be another one, hopefully at Trent Bridge, although Hampshire will have something to say about that as the drinks come on. But hopefully there'll be one at Trent Bridge on September 20th. But we'll see you this afternoon, Dominic. And you've been absolutely wonderful company. And we look forward to your company this afternoon during the Hampshire innings.
Sure, thanks Dan. Thanks Ian. Thank you. I'll see you later.
Yeah. Dominic Goodman there as Ian Randall comes back into the hot seat. And Ian, been an interesting few overs, isn't it? With the Ollie Price dismissal.
I'm still baffled by the Price dismissal.
Yeah,
I must be honest. It hits the top of leg stump. He's taking evasive action because of the height of the delivery.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to do one more over, and then I want you to come and have a chat with the unofficial Gloucestershire Poet Laureate.
Actually, do you know, as you have Phil on the podcast, I think the chat should be between you and him. Do you know what?
Okay, I'm happy with that. Why don't I do a few overs with Phil? Why don't you come and do a few overs with Phil? Okay. And then he'll depart, and we'll do the last 18 overs or 16 overs together, something like that.
But 141 for 2. 141 for 2. Gloucestershire, I think they still want over 300.
Yeah, they certainly do.
But Phil O'Rourke is going to join you. There's a problem with that headset.
Yeah, I was noticing that. Dominic was cutting in and out occasionally. So we're going to have, after the little drinks break, 141 for 2. Gloucestershire set well, but still a long way to go. I'm sure we've had some correspondence coming in from various parts of the world. We've got a busy old studio here today. We've got, James Healy on production, Ian Randall, we've had Dom Goodman, we've got Joseph Levy on work experience, as Organ comes in around the wicket, and that's just one down the ground there to Charlesworth. And I'm delighted to introduce Phil O'Rourke. How are you, Phil?
I'm very well done.
Good.
Nice to be here.
Yeah. Well, we've been doing a lot of work on the podcast, haven't we? And tell the public what it's called.
It's called Being Glorious.
Yeah. And, well, it's glorious to have you on.
Glorious to be here.
Yeah. As Organ just tinkers with his field, comes in around the wicket to Bracey. Now he's tinkering even more. He's pushing deep backward square even finer. Bracey just watches that. He's on 75 now, just 60 balls. And, well, we'll come on to it after this ball because Organ does get through his overs quite quickly. Turned into the leg side. I'm disappointed that Organ's not bowling to Hammond. We can have Hammond Organ there, you see. But
Beautifully done.
yeah, yeah. Tickled round the corner, but no run. So Being Glorious has proved quite popular with the fans, I believe. Well, figures seem to sort of suggest that. And we've interviewed a number. Phil and I have been doing it over the summer, interviewing a number of Gloucestershire players as Bracey goes dancing down the pitch, drives, but Lumsden extra cover. The 16-year-old cuts that off. Organ just one run off this over. Can he get out of it with just one conceded? And the answer is yes. Good over. 142 for 2 after 26. So the poetry as well. We've had an ode to Cameron Bancroft. We've had the ballad of Chris Dent. And it seems to have gone down a storm with the Gloucestershire fans.
I'm delighted and slightly relieved. It started as a... It started for the County Championship match in Canterbury all those many weeks ago.
It did, yeah.
And over the course of the summer, I've produced, we must be into about 15 poems now. And
there's a book in there somewhere as Eddie Jack comes in around the wicket. And that's turned backward a square. Yeah, and there's a book in there somewhere, I'm sure.
perhaps.
Yeah.
We'll see how that one goes.
Yeah, Gloucestershire poetry book. But Chris Dent, the ballad of Chris Dent, you wrote it after his retirement, and it was actually framed and presented to him, wasn't it?
It was during the change of innings of the Glamorgan match, and we stood in front.
Jack, bustling in, short, pulled, 4. Bracey onto 79. Don't bowl there to James Bracey.
As the change of innings during the Glamorgan match, and Chris's mum Helen was very good to take the photo of us. Yeah, and we have it framed, and it's now pride of place in the Dent household.
In the Dent household.
Yes.
So
probably in the garage or in the
or on the toilet.
Quite.
Jack, short. That could well be. No, Keith Barker's lurking down there and picks up another single to Bracey. He's into the 80s now. And Chris was very fond of it as well, wasn't he? He was very pleased with it.
He was very polite about it, very pleased about it, and I was absolutely thrilled to be able to do that for him. So
wonderful. Oh, I thought Charlesworth might have got a feather. A little bit of extra bounce from Eddie Jack, the England Lion. Well bowled. I like the look of this lad. I think he's got a little bit about him.
He's bowling well today.
Yeah. So, Being Glorious, I mean, it looks like Gloucestershire are going to qualify for the next round. Oh, Oh, Charlesworth almost chops that one on. We saw him at Cheltenham having to boot one off the top of the bails, more or less, and kicked it away, showing the left foot of Lionel Messi. But that one just went over the top. Jack just doing him a little bit for pace, perhaps, there. Interesting. Last ball of the over. And Charlesworth defends. Good over from Jack there, apart from one delivery which got creamed to the boundary. But Gloucestershire, 148 for 2 with 22 remaining. They'll be looking at something around the 300 mark, won't they, Phil?
I should think so.
Yeah.
22 remaining. I think on this pitch, it's a new pitch, so I think 300 would be gettable.
There or thereabouts.
Thereabouts.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you've been a Gloucestershire fan for
many more years than I care to remember.
many moons.
Yes, many moons.
Yeah.
My first game here in 1990
Right.
was Gloucestershire versus Azzaruddin's Touring Indians as Felix Organ carries on from the pavilion end. And that's lofted skywards, and that's 6 runs. Beautiful shot by James Bracey.
Phil, I've sat through so many boring draws, right? You do ball by ball, and your first ball goes for a 6, brings up the 150, and, you know, what's going on there?
Right place at the right time.
Yeah. Yeah. You'll remember your first ball in commentary.
I absolutely will. Organ again. And played behind square on the leg side, and that's also 4 runs. Beautiful shot. Bracey definitely not hanging around, and moves quickly on to 90.
Yeah, Organ has gone for 46 off or 50 now off 6.2, and one of those only went for 1.
Organ again around the wicket. And played into the leg side. Bit of a pause from Bracey, but good enough for 1.
Yeah, so you've been 1990, Azzaruddin and the Indian side here.
Yes.
Young Sachin Tendulkar in that touring party.
He was indeed. He made 5 in the first innings.
I think he was 16, wasn't he?
He was indeed.
Yeah.
Organ again. And Bracey just forward of square on the leg side. Charlesworth, sorry, forward of square on the leg side for 1.
I remember Kapil Dev took Eddie Hemmings for 5 6s and an over in that series as well, didn't he?
He was in that 11. There was even that 11 that played here, Kapil Dev.
Yeah, it was
Ravi Shastri opened the batting. Well, it was Organ again, and Bracey just knocking it behind square on the leg side.
Yeah, it was. Who else did they have? They had Syed Kamani, the wicket keeper, I think.
Yeah, in that match though, Kieran Moray.
Kieran Moray.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Organ once more. And Charlesworth just cutting that behind square on the offside.
Yeah, Bracey turning him back there. Charlesworth wanted the 1. There was a slight misfield. 161 for 2 at the end of the 28th. Bracey 92 on the cusp of another 100 in this competition. Ben Charlesworth on 25. What a fine tournament James Bracey's had so far, Phil.
Absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
186 at Trent Bridge on Friday.
Yeah.
And 90 early on in the tournament as well.
Yeah.
And he's playing probably his best cricket of the summer, I would say.
Yeah, we spoke to James on Being Glorious, didn't we? And he had a degree of some success opening the batting in this competition. He got his 224 against Somerset here 2 years ago. Then last year he batted down at number 4, didn't he? And he said there's a case. What's good about it, and probably what keeps him on his toes, there's a case for a number of batters who could open the batting in this. Ben Charlesworth could open the batting. Tommy Borman could open the batting. Miles Hammond on his return could open the batting. So
there's competition for places, and it's sort of keeping him on his toes a little bit, and I think he is rising to the challenge. So
I would agree, and I think competition for places is always a good thing.
Yeah.
And if you're putting slight pressure on the squad, then he brings the best out of them.
Yeah. Manny Lumsden. That's worked backward a square for a single. You're listening to Dan Whiting, and man who's come second on Mastermind in the past. He's a man with many strings to his bow. Talk us through that one, Phil.
The summer of 2014, again, that was another summer where India were touring, because I received a match update from Jonathan Agnew the day after Mastermind.
Lumsden bustling in down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Yeah, so Mastermind, go on.
And so rocked up to the studios at Salford Quays in Manchester.
Okay.
And rocked in there. You're allowed to take up to 7 members of family and up to 10 friends in the audience, 7 members of the family in the green room with you.
Okay.
But I decided to go on my own. And
Lumsden defended, no run.
And my specialist subject was completely non-cricket related. It was the rock band U2, who I'm a bit of a fan of throughout the decades.
Yeah.
And I gave it my best shot.
Well, I don't want to mention one of their songs, but I think Gloucestershire might have been singing one of them after their defeat this Sunday against Essex.
Yes. Yes, nice work. Yeah.
Driven by Charles Worth. Good sprawling stop at extra cover by Andrew Neal. And they'll come through for one. So you came second.
Yeah. So leading at the halfway point, the first 5 questions went by in a blur. And leading at the halfway point, and
Lumsden tickled into the onside by Bracey. He wants 2 here. Yes, he's going to come back. That's really good weight of shot by the Winterbourne wizard.
And leading at the halfway point, and thought really in the game. And then the chap who was second, a gentleman from Hull, and his specialist subject was the First Ladies of the United States. And the general knowledge round, he absolutely aced. He got 18 out of 18, and he was just doing it so rapidly. And
wasn't John Prescott, was it? He was from Hull.
He was from Hull.
Hull?
Yeah. The road to Hull.
Lumsden. I think was that a free hit, actually? It was a no ball. Bracey's missed out on that.
And and so he aced it, and by the time I came back to the chair again for general knowledge, John Humphreys looked at me with a wry smile, and I looked at him knowing that the game was up, and I did quite well. I got 8 in the general knowledge. And
168 for 2. As that's just turned round the corner by Bracey. He'll just take 1 this time, despite the misfield from Organ. And there's 1 ball left in the over. What viewers can't see at home is that Phil and I have got exactly the same footwear on. These aren't regulation being glorious. We don't get footwear through the club, I promise you that. As Lumsden comes in short, and Charles Worth nearly pulls it onto his stumps, but gets away with it. I'm going to make way for Ian Randall, and Ian and Phil will take you through the next few overs.
.96 to James Bracey. I think that's where he got to against Leicestershire. and then perished shy of 3 figures. So Neil is going to come back into the attack from this pavilion end. Hampshire having problems with their spinners keeping a lid on things at the moment. 169 for 2. Neil does have one of the wickets. You will say Ollie Price bowled Neil 36, but we still debate whether that was a legal delivery or not. Ultimately, it's the umpire's decision. Neil in, and Bracey just tries to, well, he would say, tries to now play the shot he should have played. Work it away on the leg side, didn't get anything on it. Neil doesn't hang about, that's short. Bracey cracks that into the offside. They'll only get one. Ali Orr's been patrolling that boundary for most of the Gloucestershire innings. They'll keep him down to a single. 170 for 2. Number 49 overs, not 50, but just the briefest of showers right at the start of the Gloucestershire innings when we're still in the power play. James Haley, he's doing the match manager duties today, and he's got the computer behind us, and he's just put a score in. I'll come back to it after this ball from Neil, which Charlesworth bunts out on the offside straight to short extra. So if Gloucestershire were to get 300 for 7, he's put a random score in 49 overs. Neil to Charlesworth, uses his feet. Again, that's almost off the bottom of the bat on the full though. And it's out into the offside, Ben Mays Fields. The Hampshire target will be 308 adjusted to DLS, so not a massive difference. Charles getting off the back foot. Neil's forced him to go deep into his crease, and it's come all the way up to Eddie Jack. Long on for a single. Now then, Bracey, 97 off 76. He's got to keep a calm head here. Neil bowls to him, and he again finds Mays, who's been important in that position. That's a better over from Neil. He's bowled 5 overs now, and there is the Gloucestershire scoring pattern with the graph showing the innings to this point. The one big over at the start, which was Jack's last over of his first spell, and then a couple of the other taller bars on that graph are from the spinners. And you've got to think, Phil, that Gloucestershire have got Van Buren, Jack Taylor, Ollie Price. They're going to have an important role to play when Hampshire come to bat, and Van Buren in particular can be awkward to get away bowling those little darts that he does. Here's Lumsden. Well, that's all fired down the ground from Charlesworth. He's hit the stumps at the bowler's end and ricocheted away to Barker. Have you mentioned about this ode to Chris Dent? Because Dan talked to you about that?
We've spoken briefly about it, and it came about at Cheltenham, and on the day that Chris announced his retirement.
Lumsden again into Charles. That's a lovely shot. Down the ground, driven all along the floor for 4. That's the shorter boundary, obviously. And he's got to 31. There's one big 6 down the ground as well. But he's just playing the supporting role to the main man here at the moment, isn't he?
Absolutely. And they're going through the gears, aren't they, really? It's Bracey's flying high as Lumsden comes in again. And Charlesworth has lofted that. And that is 6 runs. Beautiful shot over towards the flat.
If you're just a little bit back of a length to Charlesworth, he's got enough time.
Just limp back and
just to pull it away. There isn't
Absolutely.
a man out on that sort of cow corner area by the scoreboard, and this is where it's hard for a young bowler, and he's got to use the experience of others who might be suggesting what the tactic might be.
convention going on at the top of the bowler's mark there.
Yeah, that's Keith Barker, and is that Nick Gubbins with him? Yes, it is. Yeah. So skipper and senior bowler having a word with the 16-year-old. Clearly, Hampshire see that he has potential. Dominic was talking earlier about, he's got a slightly unusual gather and delivery because he's leaning. If he's bowling over the wicket, he's leaning away to the offside. If he's bowling round the wicket, he's almost risking following through, running down the pitch. Actually, he doesn't do it, but he's risking it.
That's football spotted. That's a lovely shot by Charlesworth, pulled out towards the mid-wicket boundary, but recovered there by the boundary rider for 1 run.
Century partnership between these two off 86 balls. So it's at 14 overs and 2 balls, that is, for the 100th. They're going along at 7 and over. And you've still got the aggression of Taylor and Van Buren, and we must say Borman as well to come, because he's come in and played a couple of very good little cameos in this competition.
Lumsden against Charlesworth, and Charlesworth launches that for 6 runs into the leg side.
They've picked up the length of anything loose very quickly today, these two. Bracey's pulled one high into the mound stand, and that was just a clip more than anything else from Ben Charlesworth.
18 off that over.
And that's his third 6 of this innings so far. So Jack has bowled 7 overs, 1 for 41. Barker 6 overs for 17. Obviously the most economical so far. Lumsden 6 overs for 47. Organ 7 overs for 53. Neil 5 overs, 1 for 28. There's only Barker, and that was in 2 short spells. He changed ends during the power play, has really kept a lid on things.
Bracey facing
Andrew Neil, continuing from this pavilion end. 97 he's got. It'll stay at 97. Plays that back to the bowler. Quickly sets himself once more. They have about 4 paces, Neil. And Bracey can't get it past Ben Mays, who's at, that's Gubbins actually at short mid-wicket. Mays is at short extra. Bracey will squeeze certainly 1 out of a little tickle off his pads. He wants to come back for the second, and he gambled on the throw from out in the deep to take him on to 99. Lumsden is down there. Put pressure on the fielder. Bracey 99 off 81. Faces Andrew Neil. He's just nudged that into the leg side, and that will be a third 100 for James Bracey. 82 balls, 11 fours and 3 sixes, and he has still got potentially another 17 overs to bat here if he can keep his concentration. And he's backed up that 186 he got earlier in the competition with another score here that was, well, it's taken him past Nick Gubbins at the moment in terms of being the leading run scorer in the competition. Charlesworth faces Neil, gets a hand to a drive that went into the ground first, down the ground fielded by Organ. But you just know, Phil, that Hampshire are such a competitive bunch, particularly with the bat. They bat quite deep. Even with an inexperienced team like this, you know that they're not going to give this away, but the further Gloucestershire push this total, they've got to start quickly, and that creates its own demands, doesn't it?
It really does. Scoreboard pressure, and I think that the way that Gloucestershire are pushing here, and a score in excess of 300 could be on at the moment. And but like you said, Ian, Hampshire are a tidy side, and I've noticed that Keith Barker is coming back on, so I'm assuming Gubbins wants to keep this scoring rate down, and he wants to gain a little.
He needs a wicket from somewhere.
He does. He absolutely
that's
does.
the thing, and he's got to gamble a little bit. Jack's only got 3 overs left. He probably thinks, right, if Barker got a wicket in 1 or maybe no more than 2 overs, he'd take him off again.
Barker in, and Charlesworth just threading that through the outfield on the offside. He's going out towards the boundary, and they've run 3.
Charlesworth to 49. Almost unnoticed.
Indeed.
In a strange sort of way. It's not been a particularly flashy innings. 2 or 3 big shots, but apart from that, because Bracey's been racing along at the other end, he's been taking a lot of the limelight.
Absolutely. Barker in again from the Ashley Down Road end to Bracey, and Bracey just gets that over the infield, gets that over Gubbins, and that's gone away for 4. It wasn't Gubbins, sorry.
It was young Ben Mays, and there was definitely a fingertip on that. Hampshire dropped Ollie Price when he was on 0, went on to get 36 before he was bowled in very curious fashion by Neil. The ball hit the top of the leg stump, having followed a full trajectory. Ollie Price ducking to get out of the way, and saw the ball hit the stumps behind him, and he actually queried, as I think a lot of people in the ground would have done, whether it should have been a no ball or not.
Barker to Bracey, and played out towards short mid wicket for no run. Barker's been around the circuit for years. I remember first watching him play when he was at Watch many years ago.
Yeah, I mean, 16 overs to go from here. Could be talking 340.
Barker to Bracey. Bracey's launched that, and there's a fielder underneath it, and he's out. Caught just in front of the scoreboard.
A wicket for Barker. That's what Hampshire needed from him, having brought him back. And Bracey goes for 104, and he'll get a big hand as he walks off. He'll be annoyed that he hasn't made a really big 100 there, but beard or no beard, it's another 100 for James Bracey, and he raises his bat as he walks back to the pavilion.
Superb innings. Another great 100 by Bracey, and in a very hot streak of form at the moment.
Yeah, and a wicket for Keith Barker. I wonder whether Hampshire might take him off again after only 1 over, because they might need him for the real crash at the end, where Gloucestershire wanted to effectively try and bat Hampshire out of the game here, if they can, or make it very difficult for them to win. I'll give you the final numbers on Bracey's innings as Jack Taylor walks out to the middle. 85 balls, 12 4s and 3 6s for Bracey, and a wicket, I say, in his first over of a new spell that may be only a short spell for Keith Barker. Jack Taylor out at number 5. So Van Buren, and then Borman, Daz Ahmed, and then the 3 seamers to complete the Gloucestershire batting lineup if needed.
Barker to Taylor then. And played forward defensive straight into extra covers hands.
No, it's not Jack's style to hang about too much, but he's got if he wants to, he's probably got 2 or 3 overs here where he can just have a little bit of a look, because he's got Charlesworth reasonably well set at the other end, and the platform is there for him.
Barker and Taylor again, just can't get it past the infield, and that's the end of the over.
Ben Mays with the catch, by the way, to dismiss James Bracey. And Phil, thank you.
Thank you, Ian.
Good to have you.
Dan. Yes.
We may just have a small shuffle in the commentary box.
Afternoon, Ian.
Hello, Dan. I hope we might also have a further shuffle of headphones at the interval, because I know that one of these sets in particular, it might be the one that you've got,
It's playing up somewhat.
has been playing up a little bit.
Neil into the attack, who is worked down the ground for single. That's Ben Charlesworth's 50, almost a run of ball. 3 6s, 1 4, and he's been in there an hour. Another 50 for Ben Charlesworth. Started the tournament with a couple of them. Looks like, well, if he finishes off the tournament with 3 of them, Gloucestershire fans will be very, very happy.
Yeah, we're going to catch on some emails in a moment. Andrew Wise has been in touch. Best regards from Sunbury-on-Thames, he says.
Ah, nice part of the world. Good cricketers have come through Sunbury Cricket Club over the years. Mainly for Middlesex. They've got another good one as well. Navya Sharma on the way. As Neil comes in, and that's played up to mid-off, and Taylor gets off the mark with a cheeky single.
Andrew says, what a bizarre dismissal for Ollie Price, and I fear in keeping with how Gloucestershire's luck has turned a little in this competition. Concerned that their form has deserted them at the business end. That may have come back a bit since your email, Andrew, I think.
Charlesworth just nurdles that one out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Moves on to 51. Yeah.
Barry sent us a message from his phone saying Ollie Price must get the prize for the most unusual of dismissals. I think he's been out backing up twice in the tournament too.
Oh, Taylor, deft. He'll get just though. He'll come back for a second. He's got to be quick, and he is quick. And scampers through. But Taylor, known for giving it some biff down the ground, shows his delicate side.
Can you remember the Ollie Price being run out twice backing up?
I think he was run at Essex on Sunday. Was it Essex on Sunday? He was run out backing up. But Jack Taylor was run out backing up at Trent Bridge last week. As the aforementioned Taylor plays us into the covers.
And our friend Just has been on from Slovenia.
Oh, Just, dobry dan.
Sending a quick hello to everybody, he says.
Defended.
A joy having Dom Goodman on. Can you indeed fear for your job? Ha ha. All the best to Dom at his new county, as we know. Thanks for everything you've done, and a quick and complete recovery. I think we all echo that. He won't be quite recovered enough to play any cricket this side of the winter.
I'll be coming out to Slovenia using my Serbo-Croat Just.
And Jenny and David Carver have been on from Adelaide as well, in South Australia, supporting Tommy Bowen, of course, enjoying the commentary and the batting of Bracey and Charlesworth. That was about 5 minutes ago that was sent. So.
Wonderful. That's probably the furthest away. That wins the prize for furthest away, doesn't it, that email? I'm not sure we're going to get much further than Adelaide over the day.
What a surprise. Barker on, takes a wicket, taken off again. Exactly as we might have expected. They've got to keep 3 overs for later on. Here is Lumsden. back from the Ashley Down Road end, and Chatsworth, what's a hoik away to mid-wicket, and he all's out there. I think they feel there is a bowler to be attacked here. The young man's having to probably bowl a full stint, and 6 overs for 47 at the moment.
I'll come on to some scores from around the country. In fact, one which has got a significant impact on this group, actually. I'll come on to it now. At Derby, Essex, 39.3 overs gone. They're 247 for 3. Going nicely.
Lumsden in, and Jack Taylor tries to carve that away. Doesn't get anything on it, and the impact of that, of course, is if Essex were to win and Hampshire were to lose, Essex would finish up and in the knockout stages.
Yep, over the Severn Bridge from here, Gloucestershire, 208 for 6 off 37.2 in their game against Glamorgan.
But the other key game, of course, is at Worcester, where Surrey are playing. Lumsden into Jack Taylor. It works off his hip. There's no run there because Neil is around quickly.
Yeah, just up the M5. Surrey, 153 for 4 off 32. So even Stevens there.
Yeah, I meant to. What was the Gloucestershire chase there? 237, 238.
Yes.
238. 238. Lumsden in, or Jack Taylor deceived by probably a slower ball bouncer. He was through the shot too soon. Through to Ben Brown.
In the other group, and this will have a significant impact on who Gloucestershire have to play. We won't know that till the end of the day. At Canterbury, Yorkshire, 187 for 3 in their game against Kent off 36.1.
They'll be fine.
Middlesex, however, are chasing a second or a third place.
Lumsden. Outside the off stump. Jack Taylor doesn't time that, but he finds it a clean enough strike up to Keith Barker at mid-off for a single.
Because there are a host of teams on 20 points, aren't there? Yeah. Second, third and fourth.
Somerset, Warwickshire and Middlesex.
Yeah. Let's start with Middlesex. They're at Old Trafford. 142 for 3 Lancashire after 32.4. So a reasonable start. Northamptonshire, similar amount of time gone in the game there, 32.3. They're 174 for 4 in their game against Somerset.
Charlesworth waits for Lumsden, now going round the wicket, backs away, tries to find a gap on the offside past Andrew Neil, can't do it.
He's done well there, Lumsden, just 2 off it. Credit to him, 16 years old. Finally, at Edgbaston, Sussex, 35.3 overs gone there. Sussex are 194 for 4 in their game against Warwickshire. We'll keep you updated.
What's interesting with all those is that none of the sides that are batting are particularly struggling in terms of wickets lost.
No, they're not. It's been a sort of a trademark of the competition, isn't it? That sides quite conservative at the beginning and tend to motor on.
And even if sides have lost 3 or 4 wickets at the outset, there is time to recover, and they very often have.
Yeah. Well, Gloucestershire have lost 3. They've got 14 overs left, and they're 207 for 3. They'll be looking 280 to 300 from here. Although Jack Taylor can be destructive. Organ around the wicket. Jack Taylor just working that one out to Ali Orr. Yeah, I'm so disappointed there's no Organ to Hammond in this game. Did have Neil to Neil though, with Charlesworth's nickname, as Dominic Goodman pointed out.
Well, Gloucestershire haven't got a row, have they? If you had an auto row, would be quite fun, wouldn't it?
A what? A row?
Yeah. Or.
Love it. Reverse sweep by Charlesworth, but can only pick out Barker at short third. Yeah, like that. And if there's one just out to deep square, Hampshire's opening bowler comes back and bowls at the Gloucestershire skipper, we could have Jack to Jack.
Yes.
We had it last year, didn't we, where Miles bowled to Hammond when he was at Warwickshire. Pushed back at the bowler.
I wonder if this might become a pace-off pitch. It hasn't
Yeah.
been that way, to be fair. The Bristol pitches have got better batting second, but Gloucester have got innumerable options bowling-wise.
We had a dismissal last year in the county championship. Organ comes in and that's crunched by Taylor. He's got that into the gap. He's going to get just the single. Good work by Andrew Neil out at long on. And just 3 off the over. 210 for 3 at the end of the 36. We had a dismissal in the county championship last year where Finley Bean was out by bowled by Justin Broad. So Broad bowled Bean. And Yorkshire back in the day had balance and leaning in their side. And Gloucestershire obviously had Dawson Windows.
And talking of Richard Dawson, fair play to him for earning a new contract at Glamorgan.
Done very well, hasn't he?
I don't think how he has done has surprised anybody who's been at Gloucestershire for any length of time. Lumsden continuing to a wide ball, very full ball outside the off stump to Jack Taylor, which is fired out to Ben Mays. Just stopped the boundaries in the last couple of overs. Barker's only a single over of his return, only cost 7, and it included a wicket as well. So he has, in theory, 3 left. Jack has 3 left. Lumsden's in his 8th over, and Taylor pulls that away without any real timing. Down to Jack at wide long leg, and they'll just pick up 1.
The Gloucestershire Cricket Foundation are downstairs. They've got a couple of the boxes downstairs, and their partners, the guys who put a lot of money into them and allow cricket to be played all around the county. Wonderful sponsors, they're here. I'm sure we'll come on to them this afternoon. Probably help if I found out a little bit more about what they're actually doing here today before I try and wax
Enjoying the cricket, perhaps?
Indeed. Indeed.
Nice shot from Charlesworth. 1 bounce 4. Lumsden just over pitching. And he's got mid on and mid off up. And that's gone way over the head of Keith Barker. 1 bounce into the advertising boards at the Ashley Down Road end. Charlesworth to 57. He's got a 99 not out in this top, not this year. Oh, he's backed away there, and he squeezed that down past Eddie Jack for 4 more. That was an improvised. That was effectively a late T20 innings stroke. Just giving himself enough room.
Gentleman's just wandered into our studio here and asked us if we're selling scorecards. We get it all, don't we? We get it all.
I wonder why he would come up to us. Third floor of the pavilion. Lumsden in, slightly slower ball. The dab shot this time from Charlesworth. He's met by Eddie Jack, no run.
Shall I hand him your notes that you made and just give him then, sell them for £1.50?
They're not complete. Yes, a gentleman wanted to buy. He should have bought 2 scorecards in the reception this morning when I walked in. He came in, bought one, then realised he had to go and presumably get one for a friend of his at the same time. He had to come back. Lumsden, slightly slower ball, picked by Charlesworth. 4 more away. This time to wide, long off. And Lumsden walks ruefully away. He's bowled 8 overs for 62.
Look how far Charlesworth walks outside his leg stump there. Manufactures the room to crunch that one through the covers. Jack Taylor can get going here as well.
Nick Gubbins has got kind of all the problems, hasn't he?
Yeah, certainly has.
He's only really got a 6th bowler would be himself, and that's as a leg in, an infrequent leg spinner. So he's really only got 5 bowlers.
It would be a brave move to bring himself on. He's Organ. He's gone for 56 off 8. Taylor can't get that one away. He plays that one to Gubbins. Taylor's been quite quiet by his standards so far.
7 off 16. I suggested to Phil that he had time to have a bit of a look.
So he goes looking to heave that one into the leg side. But we all know how destructive Jack Taylor can be. He's smashed that one through the offside. I think he's going to get 2, possibly 3, as he'll settle for 2. But he has kept the cladding businesses of Bristol in business over the years by removing plenty off the flats over there. His name actually being underwritten into the insurance policies of quite a few of them. That's pushed down the ground only to Eddie Jack at mid-off.
You would think that it might be Lumsden that only ends up bowling 9 overs.
Quite possibly.
Now, this is Organ's 9th, so he'd have one left, and then Neil has 3 left, Barker 3 left, Jack 3 left. Remember, it's a 49 overs a game after he lost that one earlier on in the day, but you wouldn't know it now.
Tidy stuff this though from Felix. I can't think of too many other cricketers who've been called Felix over the years. Can you, Ian? Taylor looking to go big there, but can only dribble the ball out to Gubbins. Good over, just 2 off it, 225 for 3 with 11 left.
Yeah, that's Jack Taylor would probably say kind of 10 overs is ideal for him at the end of an innings of this sort. He's had a little bit of a look. He hasn't really timed anything very much so far, but it's given him long enough to set himself for a potential push towards the end. Keith Barker's coming back, so he's got 3 overs remaining, and so with it being 49 overs rather than 50, it is a little bit of a juggling act with who's bowling where for Nick Gubbins. You can still get in touch with us on the email, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk, and I have refreshed my maths. I should have done this more accurately. James Bracey now 572 runs in the competition. Nick Gubbins 582, so he's not actually passed him in terms of being the top run scorer. But still, 572 is still a very good number.
Oh, Phil O'Rourke's just pointed out Nicholas Felix, who played for Kent and Surrey from Dorset, where Felix Organ went to school.
And Barker's just changing his field here. He's got 4 on the offside, saving 1. Nobody out. And for Charlesworth, he's got 3 out on the leg side. And he's fired it in, down the leg side, outside the leg stump, and forcing Charlesworth, as he backs away, just to play a little calm shot out into the leg side for a single fielded by Lumsden. So the wickets to fall in this Gloucestershire innings after they were put in. Bancroft out to the second ball of the match, bowled by Jack without scoring. Ollie Price bowled by Neil off what I think a lot of people in the ground would say was a beamer for 36. And then James Bracey caught by Mays off Barker for 104.
Yeah.
Wickets falling at 182 and 200, so stands of 81 and 118 respectively.
Just having a look at Essex. Wesley, another 100 for Essex. He's been churning them out, hasn't he? Charlie Allison as well. Getting runs.
They look completely out of contention, didn't they?
Yeah.
3 games in. Barker to Jack Taylor. Again, he didn't really time that either. That's gone all the way along the ground, down to long on for a single. Barker's just trying to kind of 6 singles and over is kind of okay for Hampshire from this position. Changes to over the wicket for the left-hander. Again fires it in at the pads, but Charlesworth backs away and knows a bit too much with that straight boundary, and he's lofted it straight to ground for 4 more.
Yeah, moves into the 70s now. Big Bad Ben.
It's long enough here for him to get to 3 figures if he bats through.
You ever been to Dean Park in Bournemouth, Ian?
No, Dan.
No, never been there. Hampshire used to use that, didn't they, back in the day?
They did. And that's outside leg stump from Barker, but because Charlesworth backs away, he just clips it straight to mid-on. I have been to the old services ground, Portsmouth.
Yeah, I've been there. It's it used to have one of the fastest wickets in the country. It's got a lovely sort of gate with a sort of inscription there, hasn't it? As you go in.
If you're tuning in from the south coast, they did a game there with the late John Hughes, whose voice I'm sure you would know. Barker in, and Charlesworth plays it in a more orthodox fashion. That was back of a length.
How long ago was that? In the 80s or 90s?
No, I would say that was, I want to say, early 90s.
Yeah, I don't think. I'll have a look. United Services Ground, Portsmouth.
93, perhaps? Barker to Jack Taylor. Slower ball. Picked by Taylor. With a gentle little drive all along the ground up to long on rather. End of Barker's over. A quiet one from Hampshire apart from that one boundary. And Gloucestershire 233 for 3 with 10 overs to go. So 39 gone. And it's worth remembering that no side has ever chased more than 300 or more to win a 50 over game here back second.
Yeah, 2000 was the last time Hampshire played at US Portsmouth. They didn't play there in 1975 though.
They didn't play there in 75.
No, due to screens, and there were trains going over one end. So it goes down, train goes down sort of past Gun Wharf, doesn't it, and into Portsmouth Harbour. Organ around the wicket. Short, pulled, 4. And the game in 1976 was used on 2 strips as vandals attacked the pitch in the night. A little bit of George Davis going on in Pompey.
That was very short from Morgan, that last delivery.
Yeah, it was. Pushed down the ground, just 1.
So the difference of being back of a length and long hop. And there isn't much margin on this pitch between those two. Right, Charles has now got the longer, slightly longer leg side boundary to cope with. And Organ's got 3 fielders out on it.
Pushed into backward point this time by Charlesworth. He'll be targeting 3 figures as well. He's come on a lot, hasn't he, Ben Charlesworth, as a cricketer. It's just turned into leg side. They'll come through for quiet single as Fletcher Middleton does the fielding. As mentioned earlier, son of Tony Middleton. He had a wonderful start to a season. I think it was 1992, possibly. There's talk of him actually playing for England at one point. He had such a blistering start as Taylor whips this one with a touch of bottom hand, and the ball goes out to Andrew Neil. Charlesworth cuts this one this time dead square. Ali Orr coming in off the cover boundary. End of the over, 241 for 3 at the end of the 40th. 9 overs to go because we had a rain interruption this morning just for, well, it was actually for about 15 minutes. But only 1 over per side has been lost. So it's a 49 over game.
I think in a T20 game they probably wouldn't have gone off.
No, no.
So
Ian Randall, man of the West Country, he's used to rain. He knows what it's about. And
somebody sent me an email today who I have not seen since the end of May, and they said, you know, it hasn't rained since I saw you last. And that's probably true.
Well, I was up north. Well, I was in Loughborough. I mean, that's north to me on Sunday. And I actually had to put a hoodie on. First time, I think, since April that I've worn. Yep, Phil O'Rourke's got one. Phil O'Rourke comes from Chipping Sodbury, that microclimate where it's rather wet.
Jack into Ben Charlesworth. Organ's finished his stint, 10 overs for 66. So this is Jack's 8th over. Neil's still got 3 left. He's got 7 overs for 37.
Yeah. I think Gloucestershire might be targeting Eddie Jack here. I think young bowler, he's quite sharp, but he can also go round the ground a little bit.
3 out on the leg side for him from the Ashley Down Road end, and one of those is at long on. And I'll come in and take just 1 to Andrew Neil.
We've had a wonderful email from some wonderfully named children called Jericho and Memphis, who are 8 and 5, surnamed Vaughan, and they live in Adelaide. They wish Tommy Borman was high in the batting order so they can watch him bat before Mum sends them to bed.
Charlesworth always got that off a top edge, and that's gone away down for 4.
I thought he could have caught that.
Lumsden was up inside the circle.
I thought Lumsden's got that a little bit wrong there.
Short
I thought he could have caught it.
See that on, can't quite see that within the shot of the camera. But, well, fortune has favoured Charlesworth there. .247 for 3. And make that 248. Charlesworth just quietly clip a single up to long on. Paul Hibbard says, I went to Dean Park in 1984 to watch a Sunday League match between Gloucestershire and Hampshire. Lovely setting. I can't remember the result, but I do recall Alistair Hignall playing for Gloucestershire that day and producing a brilliant fielding exhibition in the covers. Yeah, Higgy was, I mean, partly because of his fearless nature, was a rugby fullback, but really, really good fielder.
As good as Jim Fote?
Different sort of fielder, really. Taylor in the gap, waits for a slower ball from Eddie Jack, and he's just off the back foot, forced that away between a straight mid-off and extra cover. 250 up in the 41st over. I think if Gloucestershire aren't getting 320, they're disappointed.
And the 50 partnership.
Jack Taylor waits again for Eddie Jack, and off the back foot once more, off the halfway up the bat, really. That he'll get a single up to Keith Barker. That means he will keep the strike at the end of the over. And it's a 49 overs per side match now after that short break earlier on. So 8 to go. 252. One batsman very well set, one just starting to get his eye in a little bit.
Yeah, well, I've got a message from Memphis and Jericho out in Adelaide, and you're on English time now. You're watching an English game in English summer, and Ian Randall says that you can stay up as long as you like tonight. Isn't that right, Ian?
Yeah, probably. Is it school tomorrow? I don't know.
Neil is coming back in. Here he comes, slow left armour. Taylor pushes him down the ground. I think he's going to get one as Organ comes round, keeps them to a single.
So in theory here, Jack and Barker could bowl out from the Ashley Down Road end, and Neil can bowl 3 from this pavilion end, with Lumsden bowling 1.
Charlesworth tickles this one into the leg side. They're going to look for 2, but don't want to be taking on the arm of Middleton. Do you think Gubbins has got this wrong? Do you think he's miscalculated here?
I'm sure he knows that Lumsden's got 1 over left.
Yeah, but...
So he's only using his 5 bowlers.
Short, Taylor clubs that through mid-wicket, and you really can't bowl there to Jack Taylor. He's asking for trouble. Gloucestershire on the cusp of 260, still with over 7.5 to go. They'll be targeting 320, 330 now, I think.
I refer my honourable friend, I just said I think if you get less than 320, they'll feel they've been undercooked.
Yeah. Dot ball.
It's down to the bowlers then, isn't it?
Yeah. Full toss, Taylor bunts this down to Organ at long on.
I wasn't able to be here for the Glamorgan game.
Yeah.
Which was a big chase at 289, I think.
Yeah.
But somebody who was here said to me that it was the bowlers who dragged that total back in the second part of the Glamorgan innings.
Yeah, they did, and I thought they did against Leicestershire as well, which we... Oh, that's so delicate. Ben Charlesworth caressed tenderly and lovingly off a reverse sweep down to third. I thought in the game against Leicestershire here, Ian, that Leicestershire were 200 after 40, 146 after 30 even. I thought they could have been looking at 320 in that game, and the bowlers got them back into that one. Kept them down to 285. And he didn't play in that one against Leicestershire, but I think he's been fantastic in this competition. And that's Graham Van Buren. I think he's been absolutely outstanding for Gloucestershire in this tournament. And he's so canny, isn't he? He's been there. Read the book, got the T-shirt, and he knows.
Economy rate's under 5, which in this format is not bad.
Very good.
Here's Jack, slower ball to Jack Taylor, and kind of waited for it. Tried to go with the big drive down the ground. In the end, could they no more than get it off the inside half, and it goes all the way out to deep square for a gently trotted single. Yeah, Van Buren's had a good tournament both with bat and ball. Useful runs with the bat and 11 wickets. Now then, Ben Charlesworth facing Eddie Jack. Doesn't time that, but can get a single rather clothed into the onside. He's got one first-class 100 this season, I think.
Taylor?
No, Charlesworth.
Charlesworth? No, he's got
2.
Yeah, you got one at Cheltenham against Lancashire. I can't remember the other one.
Jack Taylor waits for Eddie Jack. Same shot. Again, a little bit of a hoik behind square. And Middleton, again with a throw, keeps them down to a single. Yeah, that 99 not out that Ben Charlesworth has in this competition was against Hampshire, funnily enough. So he has time here. He has time to better that and to reach 3 figures for the first time. If he bats to the end, he must have a chance of doing that. Waits for a slower ball, and he's just got it over Nick Gubbins. Jack almost thought he got his man there. He didn't time it, and Gubbins on the retreat threw out a left arm and couldn't get any purchase on the catch at all, and was forced to chase away for a couple. Batting very deep in his crease, Charlesworth. Eddie Jack to him again, and that's the same shot but better timed, and it's gone over the fielder who's Andrew Neil and away for 4. Charlesworth to 91. He's going to get there quickly. He's going to get there, Dan, do you?
I think so, and I think he's one of my favourite players to actually watch bat, not just in the Gloucestershire side, but on the circuit. His elegance, he's driving down the ground. Reminds me of Chris Broad. Tall left-hander, plays down the ground.
Jack. Right, punched once more, but straight to mid-off. They'll get 1. It's a good over for Gloucestershire, that.
Does he remind you of Chris Broad?
Do you know, that's
he's more elegant, I think, than Broad.
That was at a time when I was not watching a lot of cricket, a lot of international cricket for sure. I'm trying to think if I think of other left-handers who would have been of his time. And the thing is, he got into the team, you know, still in his teens, and it seems to have taken him a little while to get from that sort of potential to realising it on a more consistent basis.
I think this has been a breakthrough season though for Charlesworth, and I think, you know, we spoke about as an individual, I think he's He's matured.
6 overs to go.
Neil to Neil, who plays this down the ground.
If he has matured, he doesn't need to be getting out in the 90s.
No pressure on him.
No, I mean...
No, I get exactly where you're coming from. No, I do. Good, you know.
He's not made a one-day 100.
Oh, Taylor goes for a big swing. He got a 97 against Middlesex at Radlett, which I saw a few years ago, which was a joy to watch. It really was. That was opening the batting.
And I think the 99 not out against Hampshire here was opening the batting as well.
Yeah, it's 1 to Taylor. Neil bowling to his field here though. 1.1 off this over. Hampshire will be happy with that. Charlesworth tickles that one on the reverse to Barker at short third. What do you think Hampshire will settle for here? 5 overs to go. They'll probably settle for 320.
They've got to get out of the blocks quickly if they're chasing that man.
Yeah, you have. Power play's all important. Taylor wasn't pretty. Could well be effective though, as no, it's only going to be a single as Organ comes around quickly.
And the thing is that Gloucestershire probably have 8 bowlers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 8. They've got eight players who could reasonably bowl. Hampshire probably have only got
into the leg side.
You know,
just the one.
With Gubbins not bowling, they've only got 5.
Yeah.
And you know, if somebody goes for a bit of tap, right. Let's.
In white ball cricket, you have to have 6, I think, minimum, because someone's always going to have a bad day at the office, aren't they? And you have to have that insurance policy of the 6 bowler. Sides are now going, as you said, to 7 or possibly even 8, and I think that you have to have a minimum of 6. I think 5 isn't enough.
And just to go back to an example that I think I'd quoted to Phil when he was on air earlier, if Gloucestershire had ended up with 300, and particularly if the impact will be an impact on wickets lost here as well, because the higher the score with wickets lost, it's only a small difference, but there will be runs added to the target.
Yeah.
So 320 could become 332 or something.
Yeah, and that can often be the difference between winning and losing, can't it?
Barker from the Ashley Down. Oh, Charlesworth has skied that. Where's that going? That's going for 6. And that takes him to his 100. A big hug from his captain. And it's a maiden one-day 100 for Ben Charlesworth. 80 balls. That was his 4th 6. 8 fours to go with that. And that's another notch chalked off for Charlesworth.
Yeah, fantastic from Ben Charlesworth. Popular guy around these parts. And just an absolute pleasure to see him come on and keep churning the runs out. He must be close on 500 in this competition, isn't he?
He is at... so it started the day with 274.
So close on 400 then, but still reasonable return.
It'll improve his average considerably if he isn't out.
Yeah.
250s before today, 350s before today. And not many people hit Keith Barker a long way like that. What will Barker's response be? Slower ball. Charlesworth piled that away into the offside as well. Good stop by young Mays out there. And they'll come back for 2.
Fantastic. Really good. Hampshire not giving up. They're fighting for this.
When we get to the break, we'll update you on particularly the scores at Worcester and at Derby, which are the other 2 games that will have an impact on this group. Essex looks like they're posting a big score to defend, and that Of course, will give them a chance of getting past Hampshire into the knockouts. Barker bouncing once more. It's outside the off stump, wide outside the off stump, and signalled as a wide.
Well, Hampshire beat Essex last year for Gloucestershire to qualify for the quarter-finals of the Vitality Blast, didn't they?
They did.
It's so funny how the game rolls around with these three counties.
Barker going over the wicket, almost tries to york Charlesworth, but he's seeing it well enough now to dig that out, and he'll get a single out deep into the leg side.
289 for 3 with still 4.5 overs to go. The major from Faulty Towers won't be happy.
So 4 overs. Neil will bowl 1, Lumsden will bowl 1, Barker will bowl 1, and Jack will bowl 1. Question is for Nick Gubbins, what order does he bowl those 4 overs in? Barker round wicket to Jack Taylor. Again, that's dug out, going for the Yorker once more.
Yeah, what bowled there from Barker?
You know, whilst others have been expensive, he's been going up, you know, a touch under 5 and over, which, you know, considering he's had a long spell out of first team cricket as well, is a spirited kind of return. Charlesworth, no, 3 figures against his name. Down the ground once more, that could be 6 or out, and it's caught. Right on the rope. Good catch from Andrew Neil. And Charlesworth is a touch annoyed, but he's batted really well. A second centurion of the innings and a second centurion out on 104. Another wicket for Barker, but Charlesworth has put Gloucestershire into a great position here.
Yeah.
290 for 3, still without the closing overs to come.
Partnership of 90 there. Made in Oxfordshire, delivered in Gloucestershire.
And he gets a good hand from a crowd that has grown a little bit since that early shower. And they've seen some quite punishing batting from Gloucestershire. They've not missed out on a lot today. And Graham van Buren comes in with I suppose almost a kind of a thankless task in a way. He can't, if he gets 15 not out, well, that's his job. If he gets out quickly, well, he's almost excused because he's got to go for it from ball 1.
Jericho and Memphis, you're 1 wicket away from your hero coming out to bat. Stay up.
Well, there's only, let's say, 4 overs and 1 ball remaining. So, if bedtime can be delayed for 20 minutes.
You heard it there from Ian Randall. Wee Willie Winky Randall.
Barker, the last ball of his 9th over. Van Buren pulls on the bounce, or 2 bounces, in fact, not a kind bounce to Toby Albert, but just a single. Actually, Hampshire really don't mind that, Van Buren being on strike. So Barker has 2 for 44 from 9 overs. He's done as well as anyone. To be fair, Dan, it still it looks a good pitch, doesn't it?
It does look a good pitch, and I think it might be another Bristol wicket that gets easier as the game goes on, because it does look like it's got easier throughout the innings. And I think the start from Josh Shaw and Matt Taylor will define how this game's going to go. Here's Andrew Neil from the pavilion end to Graham van Buren, who unusually for him misses out on a cut. There's normally a man who'll kill you with death by 1,000 cuts. That's down the ground for a single. His birthday last week, Graham Van Buren.
35, I think.
Don't know. I know he's not as old as either of us, Ian. So Taylor goes into the yonder. One bounce for 4. No, he's giving him a 6. Ooh. I thought that was a 4.
I thought that was a 4 as well. I think.
Yeah, the crowd are signalling 4 as well.
The umpire.
Yeah, he's changing his decision.
Yeah, the umpire, I think, asked the fielder, and Ben Mays presumably, well, whatever he shouted, umpire Peverell didn't hear him.
Yeah. No, it's Hollingshead at this end, isn't it? Is it Hollingshead at this end? Oh, Taylor has been bowled. Neil strikes again. Taylor chancing his arm once too many times and departs, bowled by Andrew Neil for 38, which will bring Memphis and Jericho Tommy Borman to the crease. 296 for 5. 3.5 overs remain.
And actually, you know, Jack Taylor's done.
He's done a good job.
He's kind of done what he would hope to have done. He's kind of ticked it along.
38 runner ball, perfect.
And here is Borman.
I love watching this boy play. Tommy Borman, 20 years old. And he's had a fine tournament.
Yeah, he's obviously he's not played any first class cricket for Gloucestershire, but he's batted in 5 of the 6 games he's played. This is now the 6 out of 7. Top score 33 not out, but his average, because he's got 2 not outs in there, is 28.66, and that's he's finished a couple of games.
Yeah, he has. He's
I think Leicestershire here and Glamorgan here.
He's been a sea of calm in some tight finishes. Here's Neil to Borman, as that's defended.
If Graham Van Buren can bowl 10 overs for 40 here, I think Hampshire can have a very difficult job.
Screamed out into the offside by Borman. The Dumbleton Dravid. 297 for 5 at the end of the 46. Just 3 overs remaining due to a brief interlude we had for rain this morning, so both sides have lost an over.
So Neil's finished 2 for 59.
Thought he's been excellent, actually. Thought he's been superb, Andrew Neil.
Can you not think of a better cricketer than Dravid?
I think Dravid's a fine player. With a D?
Yeah.
Go on.
The Dom?
Overrated, mate. Overrated, Bradman.
Dexter?
Yeah, Dexter. Bradman, I mean, he even had the law changed because he couldn't handle the short ball. Couldn't have 3 behind square on the leg side.
Here's Keith Barker, over number 47 of 49. Borman will get a single on the leg side. And Keith Barker doesn't run very fast.
No, but there was a collision there between Graham Van Buren and Keith Barker, and my money would probably be on Big Keith.
Yeah, it's kind of 6'3" and 5'6".
Would yours?
Probably.
Yeah.
But Graham would smile about it, whatever it was.
Yeah.
And Buren waits for Barker. Again, goes down the ground. We get 1. Gloucestershire on the cusp of 300. And that has been a psychological barrier for teams batting second on this ground. Still 2 overs after this, albeit there are 2 relatively new batsmen in. Borman backs away, tries to club that past Lumsden at mid-off, but diving stop keeps them down to 1, but there's the 300 up. And I should think, given the form across the tournament, Jack Taylor would be more than happy to trust his bowlers to defend that. Van Buren, he's bowled. Barker pitches one up, and Van Buren goes for the big hook through the leg side. And Barker, well, it's the old rule: if you bowl straight enough, you sometimes pick up some cheap wickets at the end. And Van Buren departs 300 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, Van Buren's on a hiding to nothing there, isn't he? He's got to swing, and yeah, he's got away with it. Barker has got his 3rd wicket actually, but probably gives us a little bit of time to actually go through some of the scores here.
Worcester and Derby in particular.
Okay, well, Essex 366 for 6 off their 50 overs at Derby, and at Worcester, Surrey with 6 overs to go are 237 for 6. So
that'll be a good chase. That'll be a good chase.
Yeah, it will be. Sussex against Warwickshire, 255 for 7. Sussex off 45.3. Somerset, that game's been reduced at Taunton due to rain. Northamptonshire, 232 for 9 off 43. Middlesex have got Lancashire in a spot bother as well. They're 212 for 6 off 44.
Dariush Ahmed has come in, and he's hit the first ball on a full toss down the ground for a single. He's off the mark straight away. Strikes me a bit of a collapse at Taunton, because I think some Northants were 4 down last time you gave us a score.
Yeah, sounds like it.
That's a big score for Essex to get at Derby, though, isn't it?
Leicestershire were 274 all out over at Cardiff, so that's in the balance.
Barker from the Ashdown Road end, and off a full toss, Tommy Bullman gets that away deep into the offside. Ali Orr is the fielder who's been patrolling that area on the cover boundary for most of the match.
A no ball.
And a no ball.
Yeah, over waist height. Oh, interesting. Free hit.
Well, I think the only person who would say that the other dismissal that might have not been given for being over waist height was Ollie Price.
Who might not say. Yeah.
He would say, here's Barker off the free hit, and Dariush Ahmed gets a single again out to Ali Orr. I mean, Gloucestershire's total has not been significantly impacted by Price's dismissal. They've still got a big score. He individually didn't get a big score. But 2 overs to go. Barker's finished. 3 for 52. That's an experienced bowler.
Yeah.
Even later on, he's not. He's been. I think he's 6 overs for 17 earlier. So his last 4 have gone for 35. But you know, in the context of the game, he's done a tremendous job. Now, Lumsden will bowl the penultimate over, and Jack will bowl the last one.
Yeah, I think it looks like Lumsden and Jack are going to end up going for over 7s, which, when you compare it to the 5s from Barker and Neil, it's expensive. Here is Lumsden. Oh, great Yorker, first up. This is, for me, one of the highlights of the Metro Bank. You've got a 16-year-old here for Hampshire having a bowl at Oh, Ahmed's 24, but he's experienced, and Borman 20. It's great to see these youngsters come on in this competition. Here is Lumsden. Big swing from Ahmed. 2 dot balls.
I was just trying to think of whether he reminded me of anything, and I'm not saying that the action is anything like the same, but is he a bit of like a Jamal Richard 6, do you think?
A little bit, yeah, whippy. I think he's possibly a little bit more consistent than Jamal. Jamal's struggled a little bit this season. Went out on loan to Kent, who sent him back. In the air, and that's out, caught at deep cover point.
Middleton, I think.
Yeah, Fletcher Middleton, and Ahmed disappears. But more importantly, it is another dot ball, and Lumsden is doing a fine job here at the back end of this Gloucestershire innings.
First wicket for him on the day.
Yeah.
In his last over.
3 dot balls to start the over, though. That's really good going. Salmon Actor doing his 12th as duties out there, isn't it?
So Gloucestershire were 290 for 3 at one stage.
Yeah.
In fact, in the 45th over, they were 290 for 3, and here they are, 305 for 7. So it's been a bit of a late clatter. Craig Miles coming in.
His batting's impressed me in this tournament. He's
a few clean hits.
Yeah, he can give it some biff.
Cut-off time for the Hampshire innings was a long way ahead. I think it was 2:40, so they're going to be well inside the time, and that chiefly is because, of course, they've got 2 spinners who bowled the full allocation.
Lumsden to Miles. 9 balls left. Miles smashes this one back with a point, but Middleton does well out in the deep, keeps them to a single. 306 for 7.
You won't be surprised to know that nobody in that Derbyshire-Essex match covered themselves in glory from the Derbyshire bowling point of view.
I bet they didn't know. Anyone gone for over 100 yet in this tournament?
Yes. Is it Nathan Barnwell at Middlesex?
Surrey.
Surrey.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he can be a little bit erratic. He's a fantastic fielder. Borman just missing out on a slower ball there from Lumsden. He's done really well here, Lumsden. Huge credit to him. If he can get out the over with another dot ball, 1 for 1 off the penultimate over is outstanding. And credit to Gubbins as well for trusting his youngster with the ball at this stage of the game. Sure, Borman Paul's going to get 1, but that will finish the Lumsden spell with 64 off his 9. Haven't been a maiden yet in the Hampshire innings, but yeah, credit to Lumsden.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rocky start, but how many? He's bowled 5 wides and a no ball, but he's probably always striving to bowl that bit quicker against better players. You think, oh,
yeah,
I've got to bowl my best ball as fast as I can, as often as I can, and Yeah, inevitably there. It's just some.
I quite like this Hampshire kit, Ian.
Yeah, erratic deliveries on occasions.
They're normally more yellow, aren't they, in their kit in T20?
In 20 they are, yeah. Eddie Jack to bowl the last over. Can Gloucestershire get to 320? So we are only 49 overs per side because of that short rain break. Borman waiting for a slower ball, which he was going to play a lot earlier than he actually ended up playing, and in the end just had to wait for it and forced it out onto the offside up to Mays at mid-off for a single. Now Craig Miles in the Leicestershire chase wasn't bothered at all about the tension of the situation. Hit a straight 6 down the ground. What can he do here? Jack bowls to him, it's short, and Miles tries to hook it and doesn't make contact through to Ben Brown. He's got 3 men out on the leg side, Eddie Jack. You might run a 2 to that side of the ground if you play the shot with the right weight. Miles bat raised, waits for Jack again. It's short, he's hooked that. That could be out, and it's dropped. That's Middleton again. He's had a mixed day in the field. It's in the last over. They've only taken 1. Miles much prefers to go down the ground off a full length ball rather than to try and hook like that. I wonder whether Jack will go for the short ball to Tommy Borman. They're bringing fine leg up inside the circle and third man up as well. So he's going slower ball, and Borman doesn't read it, and it ends up being a dot. So Hampshire at the moment, limited damage off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, Gloucestershire might feel they've left a few runs out here.
15 short, perhaps, or what they would have wanted?
Possibly.
Jack to Borman. Pitched up, driven down the ground. They'll want 2. That's a good stop from Andrew Neil, and his throw is in quickly, but they've scampered back. So unless he bowls a no ball or a wide, there is 1 ball left. Yes, 290 for 4 in the 45th. I'd like to get more than 311, and Borman's crunched that away. Ollie Orr's on the dive, and he's got there. It's a good stop, and they'll pick up another couple off the last ball. So 313 for 7 is where they finish. That total will be adjusted for DLS. It might be, it'll end up being 320 anyway for Hampshire.
Yeah,
they'll need. But when you've been put in to get a bigger score than anybody has ever chased batting second on this ground, you couldn't do much more than that.
Yeah, I think he'll be around the 317, 318 mark. I don't think it'll be as much as 320, but who knows how DLS works.
So the nub of the card, Bancroft out early, Ollie Price bowled by Neil off that very curious delivery that was not called as a beamer. And then 2 centuries between James Bracey and Ben Charlesworth, both made exactly 104. Jack Taylor 38 near the end, and then a brief clatter of wickets in the closing overs. Jack 1 for 69, Barker 3 for 52, Lumsden 1 for 64, Neil 2 for 59, the wicket takers. Felix Organ bowled 10 overs for 66. It's just after 2:30. My guess is we'll start again just after 3 o'clock. Join us for that when Hampshire will be chasing a DLS adjusted target. Gloucestershire 313 for 7. Hampshire will need more than that to win in their 49 overs. Welcome back to the Seat Unique Stadium. If you've had a brief bite of lunch. Here, we're just after 3 o'clock and we're out for the Hampshire Chase, which, even allowing for Duckworth Lewis, will still be 314 to win. And there was no adjustment after the calculators and slide rules were put to relative use by those on the match manager board for today's game. Nick Gubbins and Ali Orr are to open for Hampshire. They want 314 to win in 49 overs, remember. So it's a little more, just a fraction more challenging because of the loss of the 6 deliveries due to rain.
Yeah, I think it's...
And they'll also know that Essex are very well placed to win the game at Derby with a 366 score on the board. So it's all down to them. If they are going to get into the knockout stages, it looks as if they've got to do it themselves. They can't depend on anybody else.
Yeah, Matt Taylor is going to take us away from the pavilion end. Comes in and Orr pushes that back. Police 5 and the opening attack for Gloucestershire, Shaw Taylor. But it's Ian Randall and me, Dan Whiting, will be keeping them peeled for you at home here on the stream.
I had an email from Sean, which we didn't read out during the first innings, and I had to apologise for that. And we were talking about the fact that Hampshire cannot play a home match on Thursday in a playoff.
Taylor in Orr covers up.
And Sean says Hampshire's away day on Thursday is yet another reminder that the 100 is basically cricket's version of putting a roundabout on the middle of a motorway. Absolute chaos for everybody. To make matters worse, Southern Brave are already out of the 100, so Thursday's game at the Rose Bowl is a dead rubber. Why on earth couldn't you play it at an outground, he said. We've actually played at Arundel before, and that's not even in Hampshire.
Do you know what? I think Sean's got a valid point. I think he's got a really good point there. Taylor in full, or clips this out to deep square where Tommy Borman is patrolling.
Anyway, he says, rant over, Hampshire will batter Gloss and it'll be straight to a semi-final on Sunday.
Fair enough.
Which, of course, is the way to do it. That's the way to avoid the fixture chaos.
Yeah.
Is for Hampshire to do that. And it's worth looking at the score at Worcester, which is the other game which has an impact on this group, and I'll do that at the end of the over.
Taylor over the wicket. Oh, that's cut handsomely by Gubbins. He looks in imperious touch. One ball, I know, but he's just stroked that to the boundary.
So Surrey, actually do that because that's gone away for 4. Sorry, 266 for 6 in their 49 overs at New Road. So that shower that fell here probably made its way up the motorway.
Yeah.
And they lost an over there.
Yeah, Taunton, I think, lost a little bit more, didn't they? I think they lost 4 overs there. Taylor to Gubbins, who drives square the wicket. Ollie Price at backward point. We've got a big happy anniversary to read out as well. 40 years, we believe, for the lovely Paolo and Anna, who everyone knows here at Bristol. They sell some lovely ice cream. And it's their anniversary, so congratulations, guys. That's a dot ball, again, played out to Price.
Ali Orr's, the distinguisher of the two left-handers here, Ali Orr's pads are more orange than Nick Gubbins' pads, which are definitely yellow.
Yeah, they're yellow, yeah. Oh, yeah. Orr has got like a... well, the colours that my beloved Barnet shirt should be, which is an amber.
It's almost one that you'd normally expect for somebody on security duty.
It's like a mustard yellow, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Or
Ours is, Gubbins is more canary yellow,
yes.
you say. So Josh Shaw's going to share the new ball. Bancroft in it was the one slip. And Shaw from the Ashley Down Road end into Ali Orr, and he'll get a single run out to Dariush Ahmed at deep square. Bancroft's number, of course, is 1, and that's the number of balls he faced today.
Ian Randall, you cheeky old scamp.
But to be fair, he did get a good one from Eddie Jack.
He did get a good one, yeah.
Sometimes you have to just accept that you've been beaten by a good nut, as they say. Gubbins, who's got 5 scores over 50 in this competition, and he's converted 2 of those into hundreds, including an unbeaten 100. I think it was in the win over Derbyshire at the weekend. So there's the rate. You can see it's up sort of 6.5, which over a long chase takes some getting.
Yeah, certainly does. Gloucestershire just need to keep the first 15 tight, don't they?
Hampshire do bat a long way down though. Shaw, that swings too much, goes down the leg side, taken by Bracey. Signals are wide.
Just had a chat with a lovely Jacqueline Forsyth in one of the executive boxes down below us. Very nice lady.
One of the regular supporters who's here. Red ball cricket, white ball cricket.
Yeah.
Shaw. It's an edge off Gubbins' bat, but it was kept down and it went through where Gully would be. There isn't a fielder there, so all the way to dribbled away to Van Buren at third man for a single.
Dominic Goodman will be back on with us in about 8 overs time. If you've got any questions, drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk.
5 saving, 1 inside the circle for Shaw. Again, that's down the leg side and a good take from Bracey, but another wide.
There it is on your screen. Drop us a line on that email. And we hope that Jericho and Memphis have gone to bed now down in Adelaide.
There's no guarantee how Bourman might be involved in the next 3.5 hours.
No.
Shorting quite close to the stumps, and Ali Orr defends out on the leg side. So third man is up, fine leg. Sorry, third man is back, fine leg up inside the circle, which gives Shaw the chance to have a deep mid wicket. Or formerly of Sussex, of course, cuts that into the gap between Ollie Price and Tommy Bourman.
He was in the air though.
4.
Yeah, he was in the air. Cuts it down to the Hampshire supporters, flying a flag with a Southampton badge in the corner. I think they enjoyed that one.
He'll score briskly if he stays in, Ali Orr. Not somebody who will be necessarily going to drop anchor. Gubbins might do that more than he would. Shaw towards us, and Orr drives down the gun. That's 4 more. It's a good shot.
Nice shot. Lovely shot.
All in the timing. And Josh Shaw is driven to the boundary. If this is going to be a close finish, obviously it'll be a slow burner because Hampshire need 314 to win. But that's a textbook shot, and nothing Shaw could do about that.
Yeah, lovely shot there from Ali Orr. Taylor. Ooh, nearly squeezes through Gubbins there.
He's the only one, actually, of the main bowlers who's played in all 8 matches. Sure, this is 7 out of 8. Darish Ahmed is the 5th out of 8. Zaman Akhtar has played 5, and Craig Miles, this will be his 6th, but Taylor's the only one who's played in all of them.
Here he comes. Gubbins cuts that down to 3rd. It'll just be 1. As Charlesworth. It's not often you see Charlesworth down at 3rd, is it? But yes, that's where he's located. Taylor. Gets a little bit big on Orr, but he rides the bounce and just runs it down.
Got to think that the slow bowler's going to have a
Massive
big
part.
say in this, aren't they?
Yeah, got to. Pace off. At the end of the power play, so in 7 overs time, 7.5 overs time. Big swing. Gubbins almost feathering that through to Bracey. Where do Hampshire want to be at the end of the power play? 60?
That sort of order, I would think.
Yeah.
You're not going to be... The rate hasn't got to be climbing too much. They've got to try and do this at a steady pace.
Chopped away, cut vigorously. Too much width on offer. And Gubbins climbs into that and cuts away to the cover point boundary in front of the scoreboard on the mount stand side of this historic old venue.
Not a bad crowd in today. A lot of people have, if you've been away for the bank holiday weekend, go back to work today. Obviously school's not back for another week.
I just wouldn't bother going in here. So that's worked out to deep square. I just wouldn't bother going in. Luckily I like my job, so I actually want to go in. If I had a real job, I just wouldn't bother going in. I'd just stay and watch the cricket.
And just to be clear, Dan Writing used to have a real job.
I did used to have a real job. Got sacked from a load, and then that's why I've had to go and do cricket commentary, because I never turned up on the Tuesday after the bank holiday. No, I'm joking. Good start this for the visitors, though. They're going at 8, 24 without loss.
Well, they keep doing that, they'll coast it.
Yeah.
Sure. To Gubbins, that's 4 more.
Yeah, you can't allow...
Steered away through point. They've packed the offside. They've got 3 fielders in there. They've got an orthodox point, a square cover and an extra cover, and he's picked the gap between the 3 of them.
Yeah, you can't allow Gubbins to cut. He'll cut you all day long.
Shaw's decided he's going to go round the wicket.
Strong off his legs as well.
So Shaw changing the angle of attack. Driven. That bat makes a good sound at the moment, and that's obviously because he's in very good form. And what's his career numbers? He's got 4,000 runs at 45 in this format. That's
he's a good player.
That's more than respectable. Some of those at Middlesex, obviously. Shaw bustles in again and dabbed away by Gubbins.
He came on the scene, he was thought of as the next Andrew Strauss, wasn't he? He's Radley College. I think he's even posher than Andrew Strauss.
Did you not tell a story about a particular outfit that he had? He turned up at a game in salmon pink trousers or something. Is that the sort of thing he'd do?
I think there is a story about him, yeah. I remember him falling over, taking a catch at Lord's.
Shaw into Ali Orr again. That's the dab down into the sort of short third man area. There's going to be a single because Van Buren will be in quickly.
Taking a catch at Lord's and then trying to milk the applause going backwards away from the mound stand and tripping up over himself and falling backwards. Got the nickname, I think it's Nicholas. Is it Nicholas Richard Trail Gubbins?
He's NRT Gubbins, yes.
Yes, Trail, T-R-A-I-L-L, I believe.
Shaw into Gubbins once more. That's another 4. Cut through the same area. It's through the eye of a needle, that shot. Only Price dived to his left and the ball went past him and past Tommy Borman and runs tossing up against Josh Shaw at the moment.
I recall Gubbins also being asked what would he do if he wasn't a cricketer, and he said, well, probably something in the city, you know.
Shaw try again. Gubbins has to defend this time. Gets a glare from Shaw at the end of the over.
Sure.
I don't think Josh is a great talker out on the field, but he certainly gave Gubbins the benefit of the glare there.
Wakefield words of wisdom. I'm sure
Really?
Gubbins didn't get too many of those at Radley College.
2 overs for 22 from Shaw. I wonder whether, even at this point, Jack Taylor might be thinking about a change at that end of the ground.
Shaw's been brilliant in this competition as well. Taylor. Clipped away. Borman does brilliantly out there in the deep.
Got a large area to cover there, and he's cut them down to 2.
Yeah. I thought that was 4 runs. I thought that was going to beat him, but he's so quick across the ground.
The slips come out. That's not a surprise. So Bancroft in at short mid-wicket now, or more orthodox mid-wicket, shortish mid-wicket. So only 2 players out are at third man and deep square.
Taylor down the leg side.
How many wides were there? 7 wides in the Gloucestershire innings, so that's not too bad over 50 overs. Gloucestershire bowled 3 already.
Hampshire just making Gloucestershire sweat a little here.
They've got a fast start, haven't they, which is exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, certainly is. Two more, just tucked off the hip. Getting messages from people in the Hertfordshire League where Andrew Neil plies his trade. Saying some wicket from Richard Mason. Saying some wicket, that delivery. Some delivery, that one for the wicket of Ollie Price. Taylor. Or just covers up. Taylor's just got to nag away back of a length.
He's a bat twiddler, isn't he, Ali? Or
Yeah, he's a twirler. Were you a twirler, Ian?
oh, heavens no.
No. That's over the top and just over the top of Van Buren. No timing there from Orr. And he's got away with one there.
Graham's inside the circle. There's space behind him. That's where Orr was trying to go. He found it, but it wasn't altogether convincing.
That could well be 4. It is 4. This outfield is lightning, and Hampshire are going off like an absolute train here. They're making Gloucestershire sweat.
Everything off the back foot, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
That's the thing. So, is it a question of the bowlers trying to change their length and encourage the drive?
Well, I think they tried that, and or pumped Josh Shaw down the ground. Where's that hit him? Amidships, I think. I think Ali Orr.
If it isn't, then it's very close.
Yes. I think that might have caught him in the venerables.
I'm sure he's going to continue, despite an expensive over last time round. So Taylor, 3 overs for 23, Shaw 2 overs for 22. So Shaw into Gubbins and staying around the wicket. A partial stop this time from Borman. They're still going to get 2 though. They have to force it through that clutch of fielders on the offside. They're saying to Gubbins effectively, you know, we're going to pack this area of the ground, so we're going to force you to play somewhere else. And he's saying, don't worry, I'm still going to back myself.
I'll thread it through.
Yeah. To pick the spaces. Confident in his own shot-making ability. And again, it's exactly the same. He's threaded it through at exactly the same space. Ollie Price looks in disbelief at what he's done there, but it's 4 more.
Got to put a man out, haven't they? Got to put a man out.
50 up already for Hampshire. They're only in the 6th over, and they are racing along. Well, it's worth repeating. This would be a record chase for a side batting second to win in List A cricket on this ground. Chopped away this time by Gubbins. Van Buren tries to hit the stumps at the striker's end. He misses, and the ball inadvertently hits Ali Orr.
Poor old Ali Orr, he's right in the wars. Ali War.
This could be very damaging, this start. They've got the rate down to only 6, which is more than doable. Oh, once again, this time defends out on the offside.
But Gloucestershire won't panic. Jack Taylor's been around the block. He knows what he's doing. He'll be the coolest guy out there, Jack Taylor.
You know, but Hampshire have probably got 20 runs more than Gloucestershire would want them to have at this point, if not more than that.
Yeah. It's how Hampshire cope with the pace off the ball. That's what's going to be the key here.
Sure, into Orr, and he's picked the same gap. It's gone away, I think, off Borman's body. He's tried to combination of stop it and catch it, and it's gone through him and away to the rope on the Cannington Avenue side for 4 more.
It was in the air for a long time though, wasn't it? Played it on the up.
We're starting this like a T20 chase, Hampshire, at the moment.
Like T20 chase, chasing 220.
Short again to that's going to be at least 4 more. In fact, well more than 4. It's 6. It's gone right away into the man stand, and Hampshire are at the moment making the Gloucestershire opening attack look very ordinary. They've got 62 off only 6 overs. And Joshua's gone for 39 off 3. And I think a captain would be remiss if he wasn't thinking of a change at this point.
It's beyond comprehension, this. Short, and Gubbins goes on the pull. I think that might be the it's the tailor's dog, Mabel, barking in the distance. She's not happy about it either.
I'm sure they couldn't get stuck on the blocks here, but they've gone out like Michael Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah. Gloucestershire have come out like Lyndon B. Johnson. .62 for none in the 7th. We've got a game of cricket on our hands here at the Sea Unique in Bristol. Gubbins plays that to mid-off, but good work there by Craig Miles, coming across and just planting the seed of doubt in the batter's mind. They wanted to take a cheeky single to Jack Taylor.
See, we've tended to find in the power plays, it hasn't been like this. It's been 2 or 3 wickets and then a recovery.
Yeah.
This is the first time we've really seen somebody go
after the bowling.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gubbins whips that one out into Borman at deep square.
Yeah, the conversation with a couple of supporters on the way into the ground today, they thought it was unlikely Gloucestershire would end up second.
Yeah.
And the scenario with that would be, obviously, Gloucestershire lose, but Worcestershire would also have to lose for that to happen.
Full of length from Taylor, just worked out into the deep. Again to Borman. So Hampshire's run rate is so good that they'd overtake Gloucestershire here, wouldn't they?
Oh yes, I mean at the start, the Gloucester run rate 0.401, the Worcestershire run rate 0.338, Hampshire 0.761, Essex 1.421. And that's net run rate, obviously. So Essex by far the best, and that's why they are a danger to Hampshire.
Lovely shot on drive from Gubbins, takes him into the 30s. And Jack Taylor needs to make a change here, I think, at both ends. Just try something a little different, and he is. I think Ollie Price is coming into the attack.
Yeah, we're still in the power play, obviously, but kind of can't wait any longer. Runs are being hemorrhaged at nearly 10 and over. And Gloucestershire have got just over 6 and over in theory to play with. That's what they would have started with. And the rate up as a result has come down below 6 because of the Hampshire start. So what can Ollie Price do here?
Well, he likes bowling at left-handers.
So Price from the Ashley Down Road end to try and put, if nothing else, to try and put a break on things. Round the wicket, and Ali Orr's hit him for 6 first ball. That's not the longest hit, but it's a clean hit, and it's away over wide long on for 6. Price try again, or again goes down the ground. This time 2 bounces to Jack Taylor at mid-off. Miles is warming up, so it could be Miles from the pavilion end shortly. Price around the wicket, and again, or in the air, he's chancing his arm a bit now. And they'll get a couple, chase around for Jack Taylor from mid-off. All looks happier against the quicker bowls where you use the pace of the ball, but there it looks a bit of a throw the kitchen sink at it. He's got a gap over the infield on the offside. That's plays back this time. That's a little dab away, which Gubbins answers his call for a single. 5 saving 1 on the offside for Ollie Price at the moment. 2 fielders out in the deep, or at deep mid wicket and at long on. Nothing that the latter could do about that big hit from Orr off the first ball of this over. What does Gubbins do? He waits. A little bit short from Ollie Price, just works it into the leg side, pinches the single, keeps rotating the strike. Not many dot balls around at the moment.
No.
Price again, shortish, and Gubbins almost gave a caught and bowled chance. In the end, it was probably 2 yards short of Ollie Price, but just for a moment, I've had a thought of a potential breakthrough. That's what Gloucestershire need at the moment. 78 for no wicket.
Well,
and just to give you an idea, Gloucestershire were 52 for 1 after 10.
And 74 for 1 after 15. So Hampshire already ahead of where Gloucestershire were by miles in this game.
Talking of Miles, here he is.
Very good, Ian, very good.
They've been a bit expensive in this competition. He's taken 5 wickets at 57.
Here he comes. He takes one here. That's a beautiful shot. Nick Gubbins, that's exquisite.
And the one thing you have to remember about Hampshire is that in this longer form of the game, they are a Division 1 team.
Yeah.
So they are Division 1 batters. And probably more adept at punishing anything loose.
Miles. In, and that's aerial. Is Bournemouth going to cut it off? No, he's not. That's 2 fours in 2 balls to start Craig Miles' spell. Gubbins moves into the 40s now. Hampshire 86 without loss off 8.2. And they're flying, Ian. They're absolutely flying.
They're taking the pressure off for those down the order.
Yeah, they are. That's going to be it. Probably 4. I think that might well dribble over the rope. It will. Too much width on offer. I think we need a change in the commentary box to try and bring Gloucestershire a wicket. I'm going to bring a man in to replace me uphill into the wind. He's used to that. And I'm going to bring on Dominic Goodman.
Only so much Miles can do at the moment because we're still in the power play.
And he comes. That's going to be just 1. And I think there's a ironic cheer there that hasn't gone for 4. Two balls left. My spell. Can I get out the over without too much collateral damage? Oh, that's a good comeback from Miles. Oh, just having a flirt with that one outside off stump. A bit like me with you, Ian. Fluttering my eyelids at you, asking you, would you like a little cheeky boogie? And do you come here often? Short, and that's pushed into the onside. Cameron Bancroft does the fielding. I'm going to depart the commentary box. Hampshire, a 92 without loss.
And they are going along at the pace of a very fast sports car at the moment. Tom Goodman's back with us. I think he's done a gym session since he was here a bit earlier on.
Afternoon.
Have you?
Yes, yeah, I have.
Yeah, I thought you had. What would the chat be out in the field in this situation?
I think, geez, they've had a good start here, so it's all about taking wickets at this point. I think that's why Jacko's probably brought Ol on here in the power play. Not something we've traditionally done in this competition, really. We've gone quite heavy seam at the start.
Here is Ollie Price into bowl to Orr, who's worked that away to wide long on for a single. But I mean, Hampshire had to go hard at it. They've gone hard. They've chanced their arm. They've got away with it. There hasn't been a drop, but they've picked the gaps in particular. They put the ball away that could be hit, and it's, you know, the rate is down to 5.5, which is almost feels like a coast situation for them. But we've got to get past these two and somehow into the middle order. Ollie Price in down the leg side, not given as a wide, I don't believe, but they've ambled through for a leg by.
I think definitely, and it's the boys will just be thinking wickets at this point. The old cliches of trying to get too quickly here, really.
Price into Orr off the back foot.
I would suggest as well, Orr doesn't seem like someone who's going to slow down. So hopefully he continues to keep taking risks, and that will bring about a chance.
Price around the wicket, 2 Orr off the back foot this time, to force it past Jack Taylor, who goes for a shy at the bowler's end. He doesn't hit, but he doesn't miss by much, and I would suggest that if that had have hit, Ali Orr would have been struggling. Just look at this if we can. Oh,
yeah, that's close to that.
Yeah. Mike Gubbins, who is very much the form batter of the tournament, waits for Price, tries to pull that, goes to the left of Craig Miles, and they've got through for one more. This is the last over of the power play. still looks to have an important part in this game, especially if Gloucestershire are going to win. Or again, onto the back foot. It's an ugly hoik, really, up to long on for a single.
Yeah, I think even there,
he almost looks like he's gone in as a pinch hitter, isn't he? As you might call it.
Yeah, well, they've been aggressive, haven't they, since the start? But I think even there, you just at this point, they need 5.5, 5.6, which is obviously, I mean, they're in front at the minute, but you still hold on to. There's still plenty of time left in this innings. Even that last ball from Ol, just holding in the wicket a touch. I think you're looking for that as a fielding side of this. Like, what's your best way to take a wicket? And as Milo comes in here,
let's see what Miles can do from this pavilion end. Chopped to waste. That's where Orr wants it. He wants pace on the ball. He can just steer it away there, and he's going to get 4 more. And a lot of the runs have come square of the wicket or behind the wicket, and that's 50 to Ali Orr. 31 balls, 5 fours, and 2 sixes. He was quite highly thought of when he broke through into the Sussex first team, and then was tempted away to go to Southampton. At the moment, the bat's making a pretty nice sound. One more here off a sharply taken single to wide mid-on. Josh Shaw does the fielding, misses with his throw. Can you, as a sounds perhaps a strong question to ask you as a bowler, can you tell if a batter is really timing it well by the sound of the bat?
I think you can sort of tell by, I guess, how the ball is reacting after the batter's hit it, for sure.
Miles in once more. That's pitched up and that's slammed away by Gubbins for another boundary. So 50 for him as well. 31 balls for him, 10 fours. He hasn't been running many singles, and so many of them have been on the offside between sort of extra cover and point, either using the pace of the ball or just literally backing himself to go through what gaps there might be. Miles, all short. He's got a fortunate edge. It's gone a top edge and it's gone for 4 more. James Bracey couldn't reach it. Whether that was an attempted little ramp shot or whether he's genuinely been beaten by the pace here. Dom, what do you think? Here's the replay.
Yeah, I think he's gone short at Gubbins there and has just tucked him up for room, probably just being in for pace and cramped him up a touch. He does look like he was trying to go with it down to third man, but he's got lucky in nicking that over the keeper's head. It's a nice change up from Milo there.
Miles in again to Gubbins, or tries to drive it down the ground. Miles Fields on his follow through. We have had 15 fours and 2 sixes in the first 11 overs. And it's the number of boundary balls, isn't it? You want dots or singles, don't you?
Yeah, for sure. I guess as a seam bowling group from this point onwards, I'd imagine we'd probably be talking about trying to get hit back down the ground a bit at this point, trying to get them to force it back past us.
Gubbins with Moss going round the wicket, tries to york him, he digs it out. And this is Gubbins' 8th match he's played in all 7 previous to this, and that's his 6th score of 50 or more. So he really has been the run machine of the competition.
What one of these, much like the T20 as well in white ball games, where if you start off well, then you feel like you can get on a real roll with it. But similar to how braces, really, I guess.
Yeah.
But this is really the time where, with 4 fielders out now, I mean they've still got to take some risk, I guess, at needing 5.4 where.
But it doesn't feel like much of a risk, does it?
No, for sure. But that's where I guess you're just trying to stack up as many overs as you can where they're scoring less than 5, trying to get them to force the ball in areas where you're happy for them to.
But almost now, Hampshire would just say, well, we can get them in singles from here. And that's in a way is the problem. It comes back to your point, wickets are essential.
No, absolutely.
And Miles has bowled 2 overs for 27. Van Beeren pretty soon, I would have thought. Ollie Price round the wicket. Gubbins has to wait for that, just turns it into the leg side, he'll get one. And there's not been much down the ground, so much of this has been square, using what pace there is. And clearly the batters are very confident in it's a true surface.
For sure, I guess traditionally as...
Price in once more, or has to place that from the crease straight to Miles at short mid-wicket.
Yes, the left-handed batters, both these guys like a strong square of the wicket, similar to someone like Brace.
Or Chris Dent.
Or Dent as well, yeah.
Price from the Ashley Down Road end. Oh, it's up in the air, and Josh Shaw has his catch. Ali Orr goes, he's lost his head there really a bit, and in the end it's taken a while, but he goes for 52 and Gloucestershire have a breakthrough, and he's absolutely furious with himself, as quite rightly he should be, because his chances are at the start, he's played a few shots and now he's got out when he was well set for a much bigger score than he's walked off to his name. 52, but 112 for one, and he's given Hampshire a really, really good start. I would think Fletcher Middleton will come in at 3, and in a sense, a bit like some of the Gloucestershire batters who followed James Bracey and Ben Charlesworth earlier. He's got a little bit of an opportunity, 2 or 3 overs, to have a look at what's happening, because his skipper is well set at the other end.
Absolutely, I think that's really nicely bowled from Ol. I guess with long on and long off back there, feels comfortable to just get the ball up and above Orr's eyeliner touch there. It looked like it just held in the wicket as he tried to hit him back past him straight. But that's a crucial wicket, I guess, with them going on at 9s, 10s, and I think with the new batter in, it will definitely be a case of trying to keep Gubbins off strike as much as you can and get Fletcher to face as many balls as possible in this early on in his innings. I wouldn't be, so I guess we're starting with 3 men out here to try and force him to try to do something early on in his innings. We'll just be trying to bowl his best ball, and as I say, trying to get him to take a risk early on.
Still staying around the wicket, even though Middleton is a right-hander. Tries to force it outside the off-stump. He squeezed it away. Dariush Ahmed comes round and they'll get 2.
It was a good innings from all there, though, like to get Hampshire off to a flyer, really.
Yeah, 52 off 35 balls. Middleton tries to force that back past Ollie Price, can't do it. So a successful over for Price, 1 for 18 from 3. And this isn't a surprise. Graham Van Beeren straight into the attack now that the power play is through. Gloucestershire have got to try and apply the brake a bit here, and Graham's had a good tournament overall.
No, definitely. I think just from the 3 overs that Ollie's bowled there, it looks like it's just holding in the wicket slightly. So I think for the next, for us here, certainly spin's going to play a massive role.
So Gubbins batting very open stance to Van Beeren to work him into the onside here. They'll take 1 to Josh Shaw, and that's all there will be. I wonder how Middleton, as the newer batter, will approach Van Beeren. Ahmed Syed's just running around the boundary with a towel and a drink for Ollie Price. So Give you the feel for Van Buren to Middleton in a moment. He goes back into his crease and then defends. So he's got 3 saving, 1 on the onside and 3 on the offside. Only one of whom is in front of square, and he's got a deep point. Tossed up, and that's gone into the gap between a wideish gully and a short cover, who is Jack Taylor, and they'll just pick up 1. Borman is out on the boundary there. Gubbins almost looking down the wicket at Van Buren. His stance is so open, just tries to dab that past Ben Charlesworth at short third, but can't do it. Van Buren quickly back to his mark with more tossed up. Gubbins tries to drive past Bancroft at mid-off again. Can't do it. I don't think he'll be fazed by this situation, Nick Gubbins. He doesn't strike you as being that sort of cricketer.
No, absolutely, and I guess having done it plenty of times before, and that over then, when what you were talking about, Ian, about them being able to tick along nicely, I guess that's where your infielders play a crucial role. Just making sure you have to be on the one in those overs, because G bowling an over for 2 there is a win for us really in this instance, and Bangers being on the one there, Matt, Bomber, Taylor, Ben stopping 1 there is really important in trying to build that pressure and on both batters, and as I will be trying to tie Fletcher down here.
So Middleton with Pricey standing up, of course. Ollie Price bowling around the wicket. Middleton tries to drive. It's gone into the ground. And Price fields off his own bowling. So Shaw is away at sort of a wide, long leg here. There's also a deep mid-wicket out and a long on out. Only 2 on the single on the leg side. Middleton goes down the ground. That's 6 more. That's a big hit. That's over the sight screen and not quite into one of the windows of the flats, but it's a clean, straight hit from Fletcher Middleton. They know that's the short boundary.
Yeah, nice use of his feet there, for sure, to take down what we know are short straight boundaries at Bristol.
Might need another ball. We haven't had that situation so far today. Certainly went over the sight screens being used for the match. There's I think maybe it's the nets, the frame of the nets is behind that. Whether it's gone and got tangled up in there somewhere. Oh, there it is. So Cameron Bancroft could see it but couldn't get at it straight away. So what's Ollie Price's response to that going to be? Staying around the wicket to the right-handed Middleton, who has to go off the back foot this time. Out to Dariush Ahmed under the scoreboard. Sometimes tell from the mood of the crowd how the game is going, and there is a little bit of a chunter around at the moment, but then they're not showing the confidence of Gloucestershire being on top as they were in the first innings. Gubbins again with a single up to long on. Charlesworth is up there. But the only wicket so far, that of Ali Orr. Caught off a big slice by Josh Shaw off Ollie Price into Middleton. He has to force him to go back into his crease and defend. So is Gubbins the only one, I wonder, with canary yellow pads, and everybody else is going to have the sort of the mustard ones, I wonder. Price into Middleton, all used his feet, but Price saw him coming, so well, not pretty even over in the end. 8 off it, but Gloucestershire need it is the add 2 wicket scenario, isn't it? It really is.
For sure, definitely. And it's, I guess, mixed emotions when someone comes down and hits you for 6 there, because on the one hand, you're like it's a great shot, but also you do feel that as a fielding group, you're like, oh, if they're coming down and taking those risks, because if that grips, you can get an inside half to long on to mid wicket, and suddenly they are 2 down.
Van Beeren into Gubbins, who looks like he knows exactly what he's doing here. I'm trying to think of which was the. It might have been in the 2021 season. I'll come back to that in a moment. There was a game against Hampshire at Cheltenham in the Championship. I got a suspicion Gubbins might have got 100 in that game. It was to get through to the second phase of the Bob Willis Trophy. Van Beeren in, chopped away by Middleton. That's going to run away for 4. Third man is up inside the circle. And Tom Lace got a century for Gloucestershire in that match, but in the end, they were short in the chase on the 4th innings, and as a result, couldn't get up into the revamped groups to be in the top group. And I think we were saying then, think about Hampshire is, they are ultra competitive. Here's Van Beeren in again. Appeal for an LBW from only from James Bracey.
Definitely, and in
in
that
fact, there was no a bat involved in that anyhow, so no decision for umpire Hollingshead to make. Van Beeren again to Gubbins. Oh, you heard the cry of catch from Tom Goodman. When Gubbins is in as good a form as he is, you kind of got to cling on to those.
Hit back firmly to G there. Jeez, would have been a good catch.
It would, and that spun a little bit too outside the edge of Fletcher Middleton. So a big over. Gubbins dropped on 59, but it was a harsh caught and bowled.
Definitely. I think in that over as well, seeing that one just holding the wicket again off GVB for the corn bowled, and the following delivery spinning past Middleton's outside edge. I guess the lads will still feel, even though they are ahead, that the wicket is conducive to spin. So there's something in
Jack
there.
Taylor, do you think? Do you think you perhaps
I think they'll
at some stage you'll have a bowl himself?
Primarily go with Ollie and G for the minute, and then see. At some point, I'm sure Jack will have a look as well. Yeah. I think whilst Gubbins is in, Ollie will continue on, I think.
Price around the wicket. Gubbins works that onto the onside. Craig Miles.
Well fielded in there.
Yeah, quickly in. Kept Gubbins at the striker's end. Pleasure to have Don Goodman with us on this. Well, it would be actually last stream commentary provided by Gloucestershire Cricket on behalf of Gloucestershire Cricket this year, because all the other ones, the latter stages of this competition and the rest of the championship, of course, we link up with the BBC commentary. Here is Gubbins again, getting right across and just dabbing that down behind square on the leg side to Matt Taylor. Will get 1.
For sure, he doesn't seem to be taking too many risks at this point, Gubbins, as you said, Ian. Just trying to hold, and probably recognises the importance for them to.
Yeah, he bats through. They probably win, given the start they've had. Middleton tries to force that on the onside pass from Beeren, doesn't do it. So this is a tidier over. But that flurry of boundaries at the start has arguably made Hampshire favourites almost. Middleton and can't beat Craig Miles at short extra.
Really big delivery now, I think. Just with a couple of dots to see what Middleton to do. Obviously been keen to use his feet so far. Just settles another tight over from.
Yeah, just 2 singles off it. That's better. But another wicket would be ideal. I think I'll do one more over and then Dan can join Dominic. I'll probably only Dominic to his mother.
No.
You dom to almost everybody.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Well, Len to pretty almost everybody
yes.
here, to be honest. Yeah, no. Dom to the family largely.
Right, Van Buren then to continue, and he's almost dragged that on, Fletcher Middleton. He's got a thin inside edge.
Always feel with these little half moments, inside edges, or rundowns, and just inside nicks or plays and misses, you always feel like you're getting one step closer to a chance, really. I think that's what the boys will probably be thinking at this moment in time.
Bancroft's come up inside the circle at mid-off, but Gubbins is not playing much now down the ground. It's square or you know, it's almost what he probably sees in his risk-free areas. That was another example. Just worked it away off his pads behind square for a single. Rotate the strike. Van Buren in. Oh, that's straightened and bounced, and beat Middleton outside the off stump.
It's a beautiful delivery that from G, just driving it into the wicket, really getting some purchase out of it there.
Middleton again goes back, can't get that away.
Both of the batters keen to play off the back foot here, I think, recognising the spin that's being produced.
Middleton waits for Van Buren. Again, that's into the gap on the offside. There is a boundary rider now out there. Tommy Borman.
Again, another big delivery here, I think. Tight over again.
3 singles at the moment. Struggle to push that rate up, but Cummins is becoming just a master at rotating the strike here. And if Van Buren's just looking at his hand, it was that caught and bowled chance. I wonder if he's just needs a bit of running repairs, and someone actors coming out as 12th man as Van Buren goes off the field, presumably straight to the physio room. Dom, I'm going to get Dan to join you. He's talking about changing things and bringing a wicket. Hopefully you can do something here, Mr. Whiting.
I'm more likely to go at 10s and over. Yeah. Harrods Whiting. So nicknames, Dom. We'll come on to it after. You take us through this Ollie Price over. Go on.
Seeing Zaman Akhtar on the field as a replacement. Zol comes in for his first ball here to Gubbins. Well fielded by Matt Taylor there at 45. Those big stops there, even in the ring, just to try and you're just trying to, I guess, keep the overs as tight as possible and force the batters to take a risk, because there's been a few moments in the last couple overs. Just feel like you're building something a little bit, and there's going to be a risk from one batter taking it at some point if we keep bowling our best balls, and hopefully in that moment you produce a chance. Yeah, Zaman Akhtar, Bishop Stortford lad.
Yeah. Does a good impression, doesn't he?
He does. He does.
DLS is 93 at the moment. So nicknames, Don. You're Lenny after Len Goodman.
Yep. Yep.
Neil, we discussed earlier, as
Yep.
in Ben Charlesworth, after the In-Betweeners character. Tom Price, they won't let me know what his is because we don't want Ofcom onto us.
Oh, it's a beautiful shot down the ground there from Middleton.
That's a big
use of
6.
the feet. Guess that's that risk after a few tight overs there. Any other nicknames? Tom's nicknames, and obviously living with him. You got the classics. TP,
Yeah.
similar to OP, Teeps. The Money Man when we were younger, Tom Price.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to think of any others. Patrick Bamford. Bamford is Zoom. That was that came about through darts. I'm not quite sure how that quite originated, to be honest.
Right.
Bamford.
Patrick Bamford.
Yeah. Frankie Worrell, Dan Worrell, when he was
Yeah.
here, he called me linguini because he thought I looked like a piece of linguini. That was swiftly became languini, but
Ollie Price is known as Froob,
Yep.
isn't he? After the character, sort of stick cartoon character, and the Froob
Yeah.
yogurt.
yeah, no, that's become a fairly loving nickname, I'd say, amongst the group.
One of my favourites of all time was David Steele, the old Northamptonshire player, who was not the most generous man when he went to the bar, and his nickname was Crime, because crime doesn't pay. $146 for 1. $18 gone. Graham Van Buren into the attack. Full toss, but only straight to Jack Taylor. Almost throws it for buzzers, but Ben Charlesworth's backing up. And Taylor thinking that the batter, there's a little bit of a hoo-ha going on here. Taylor's saying that the batter got in the way deliberately of... Gubbins has got deliberately in the way of James Bracey there. I'm wondering if there's some form of obstruction going on, as that's a glorious shot by Gubbins, goes away for 4. Can we have another look at the replay of the ball before to see what went on there that Taylor was getting so irate about?
I wonder if there's anything to do with the umpire. The umpires sometimes get funny if you're throwing it in on the one bounce. And I wonder if, because it bounced for full race, whether he was saying anything about that to Jack. But
right, okay.
But not sure.
Gubbins nurdles this one into the same area for 2. His placement of the ball's been immaculate, hasn't it? It's been really good.
It's the old bang bang which the lads need at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. That 4 brought up the 150, by the way. Tickled into the leg side for a single. So Dom, have you got yourself any accommodation down in Brighton? Have you you've got yourself a pad down there?
Yes, yeah. I have got a flat sorted in Hove for when I moved down there. Yeah.
Okay. There's Middleton, plays one out down the ground to Ollie Price at long off. It's nice Hove, isn't it? It's a very pleasant part of the country.
For sure, no, yeah. Nice part of the world. Looking forward to moving down, obviously at the same time.
Oh, it's got to be tight. Better throw there from Charlesworth, and I think Middleton might have been toast. 155 for 1 after 19. we used to go on a cricket tour down there, and we used to stay in a big student house on the front at Hove. And I don't think we could trash it any more than the students. We used to go down in the first week of July and played at some lovely grounds in that neck of the woods. Lancing College, it's very nice. Worthing. So after we did get kicked out of a caravan site in Hastings the year before and asked not to return due to just general noise, really, more than anything. Sort of any individual general noise.
Shawsey comes on now to replace Ollie Price. Just changing the tempo up, I guess, bringing Seam back on. I'm sure at this point you're thinking wickets, and Shoei will probably be looking to use his bouncer a bit to the biggest square boundaries. Causing carnage in Brighton back in the day, were you, Dan?
I was. Well, not just me, but about 14 other cultural attaches from North London.
Shawsey into Fletcher. Middleton just runs it down to third man.
But I went down and worked at Hove last year, and it was a Surrey v Sussex game, and my previous trips down to Hove have always been very sort of low-key encounters. It's one of those places on the circuit, isn't it? And this, I don't know, because it was Sussex v Surrey, whether it was a Brighton Palace thing going on, but they played on a Saturday night, 7 o'clock start.
Shoei into Gubbins again. Knocks it into the leg side for one.
Miles there. We got the left foot of Marshawn DeLanger. Yeah, so we went down there, and it was a really hot day, and I think a lot of people had been on the sauce all day. And we actually ended up turning off our outside effects mic after apologising for language coming from the public about 5 or 6 times.
Nicely run down again from Middleton. Shoei just smashing it into a hard length here. I think that'll be the play. Trying to hit the top of the stumps, or using his bumper here, bouncer to just try and force the Hampshire batters into.
Yeah, what would you do here? Because I mean, Ian and I were both impressed. You captained this side in a T20 against New Zealand here in a game which wasn't a first-class game, but it was a warm-up game, wasn't it? And we were both impressed with your captaincy. What would you do?
Thank you, guys. Thanks. There's Josh using his bouncer there. I think a similar, in terms of the seam bowling here, I think a similar over to the one that Josh has bowled here would be the play. Probably trying to either hit hard length or use your bouncer, and then aside from that, you're probably tinkering with the field a little bit to try and force the batters into doing something different, whether that's taking your mid on a touch wider, maybe using your mid wicket into a gully if Middleton keeps running it down past third man.
Yeah.
Maybe moving that mid wicket a touch squarer if you are going to use your bouncer. Bit like Hampshire had that to Manny Lumsden earlier in the game.
Yeah.
And then I think it's about those small field changes, because you're still trying to bowl. You're trying to keep the batters, the players, keep playing good cricket shots essentially from your best ball, which to spin does look challenging because GVB has got the ball to spin, similarly to Ollie. And I think, and we have done this to the two, we have brought mid on up to try and get Middleton to try and hit over the top, which he's done well, hitting those 2 sixes towards the flats end.
You don't want them just to milk the singles, do you?
No, and G here is trying to get Gubbins to, that's pretty much the perfect spot right there.
Yeah.
Trying to get him to force him back down the ground.
Dot ball from Van Buren.
And either get a catch, force to extra cover mid wicket, as he goes for his
has he got a little feather on it? Yeah. Yes, he has. Gubbins goes for 76. That's a huge wicket for Gloucestershire. And Graham Van Buren, the Praetorian Prince, weaves his magic.
Got the classic GVB little run off here.
A little jig. Little jig.
It's a great catch from Brace.
It's a great catch.
Well.
Look at that little jig.
Yeah, loves taking wickets, GVB. But as I say there, I think that's been a build-up of a number of overs. All three Hampshire batters have played really nicely here, but you're just sort of continually trying to move fielders around, force them to take different options. Like, that's the first time Gubbins has gone to his reverse all game. He hasn't really changed his tempo up against the spin at all out of the power play. He was scoring quickly during the power play, but
so the trick is to try and take him out of his comfort zone and try and make him do something out of the norm, which he's just done. And the plans work perfectly.
Yeah, I guess that absolutely. And even looking from the fall of the wicket there, they've scored. They've been scoring at under 5 for the last 8 overs. So and that's essentially what Gloucestershire, what we need to keep trying to get them to do. And as you say, get them to score in areas they're not comfortable. But this will be interesting because Fletcher Middleton seems to be keen to use his feet, and also aside from that, like, stay deeper in his crease and hit ones. But Toby Albert is a good player of spin. He's a good sweeper and reverse sweeper. So
he seems to have got runs against Gloucestershire. You know, on quite a number of occasions that I've seen him. I think he's a fine player. Anyway, he's about to face Graham Van Buren. Ooh, gets a thick inside edge.
These are the moments where you come in the team talk and you're like, right, guys, we're going to try and really make them feel it now as batters.
Yeah. Slashed away by Albert from Basingstoke, Northants Cricket Club. That's where he started off. You played against them before?
Yeah, I have.
At Mays Bounty, the ground down there?
I never played against... I think,
down the leg side. Bracey whips off the bails, but it's not enough to put the umpire off his call of the wide.
Interesting keeping slip in here to Middleton. I don't think GVB's had him for the past few overs, taking 1 point out. There's another aggressive move from the lads. No, I think I only played some grade cricket against Toby in Perth, actually, in the winter.
Okay. Yeah, he's definitely got runs against Gloucestershire here. I think he got runs against the game I covered at the Utility Bowl against Surrey last year as well. As Middleton rocks back and punches him off the back foot through the covers for a single. Yeah, it's a very nicely named ground, Mays Bounty. So that's pushed to Jack Taylor in the covers. You're listening to Dan Whiting and Dom Goodman here, live from the Sea Unique, as Gloucestershire are fighting their way back into this contest. And Van Buren, 1 for 25 off 5. And in the context of the game, that's pretty good, isn't it?
For sure. GVB's been excellent this competition with the ball, already all year with the ball.
Well, a lady from Adelaide has been in touch on the email. I think her name's, is it Jennifer? Is it Jenny? I can't remember. She said, thank you for the shout-outs earlier. If Ian Randall would like to come and get the boys ready into school on time in the morning and let me have a sleep in, then the boys can stay up as late as they like.
Nice start to the over there, Showy. Slamming it into a really hard length. He looks like he's running in hard now. I think thinking about what I'd be trying to do here would be very similar. Trying to run in hard, hit a hard length and get the batter to force me off that, and then use your bouncer as well, I think. Be interesting to see what field we'll go for Albert versus Showy.
It's a bit like sort of man versus food, but
Short ball cut over point from Middleton for 4 there. Interesting balancing act as well, I guess, as a chasing side here, because you don't want to sit in too much for fear of that rate climbing, and then if you were to lose a couple wickets.
Yeah. Still a long way to go, though. Still 160 runs, but 147 actually. Maths was never my strong point, Dom.
Sherry just using the crease there, I think, coming wide of. Something as well is similar you're trying to do at that point.
I think Hampshire, though, will be very disappointed if they don't win from here. 147 with 8 wickets in the bank of 27 overs. I mean, you'd be slightly peeved, wouldn't you, if you didn't get home from there?
Yeah, you would be, for sure. Sherry really looks like he's running in here. Sometimes I think you can tell with some seamers when they hit their tails up. Like one particular spell at Kennington, a 4-day game this year, Shawsey was absolutely steaming and bowled it brilliantly at really high pace.
At Canterbury?
Canterbury, yeah.
Yeah, I covered that one.
Yeah.
I think we had a little chat down there, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
And
what are you going here? First ball to Toby Albert, hitting the stumps. Bouncer.
Yeah, let him know you're there.
Shawsey just moved the deep square around to let him get that in the back of his
Or
head.
double bluff, do you think?
And slower ball there to his off cutter.
So are you going to go out to Australia in the winter, are you, or not?
I'm still weighing up that. I think it's always trying to work out what the best thing to do is with your winter to be in the best shape for April.
Yeah.
You can stay at home, be around science and medicine team, your coaches here, and that be beneficial equally. Playing overseas can also do that. But I had a brilliant time in Perth prior to getting injured, and felt like that was very beneficial as Sherry comes into Middleton again. He's gone York, tried to York him there from wide of the crease.
What's grade cricket like? Strong?
Yeah, it is strong.
County 2 standard?
It depends who I think it varies week on week, I'd say. Some games when the state players are available is very strong, and other times when you play it's like the same as having some strong Premier League sides in England.
Yeah.
I think naturally with less professional teams, the players with only 6 professional teams, more players feed down into their grade system. But it was really good. I mean, particularly the wickets not being massively helpful for any lateral movement.
Yeah.
You have to find different ways and to get wickets and bowl at the stumps a lot. Which I found it was very helpful.
Well, see the wild thing, Lance Morris, he's out for 12 months.
Yes.
So Graham Van Buren in, and that's just worked into mid-wicket, will just be 1. Yeah, he's out for 12 months. Is that a lower back as well?
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Stress fracture. Yeah.
Why do you think so many bowlers are going down with lower backs? What's behind it?
I think that's the sort of one of the $1 million questions, I guess.
Yeah.
For science and medicine
driven for a
teams.
single.
There's a lot of research being done, I know, by the ECB into that to try and find out. It's largely a workload-based thing and also strength-based thing, I guess.
Okay.
For younger bowlers, I'm sure. Someone like, it varies case on case. Someone like Lance Morris, who's a very explosive fast bowler, has got like an extreme amount of load going through his lower back purely for the pacey bowls.
Yeah.
So, and I guess that would play into it there. Then for me, mine was probably a workload thing after bowling for a significant amount of 2024.
Yeah.
A lot in
Tossed
winter of 2024 as well. And yeah, and I think that, as I say, that's the question that so many people are asking, because they are so common, really.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, so.
Van Buren almost sneaks one through there, but Middleton just about squeezes it out. Well, Matt Taylor had, I think, about 4 years of lower back injuries earlier in his career, didn't he? And has bounced back. And, you know, there is life after them, isn't there? As long as you, but I should imagine it's a lot of grueling fitness work you have to put in.
Yeah, definitely, for sure.
Punched out to Ollie Price at long off. 175 for 2 after 23 overs. Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? It's interesting sort of how the game develops and sort of goes through, I wouldn't say fashion periods, but, you know, things sort of seem to be happening in common occurrences in the game, doesn't it? And lower back injuries, as the aforementioned Matt Taylor is going to come into the attack, seem to be scourge of a number of sort of young players at the moment.
No, yeah, absolutely, and I think it really is something that a lot of people are putting a lot of research into to try and find out why that is the case. As Matt comes in here, I think Jack seems to be going with the rotate the seamers for a couple from one end and bowl spin, which has been effective from the other. And yeah, and I wonder if it's anything to do with it's funny because I was going to say the amount of cricket, but you probably played more in more back in the days of playing, as Matt comes back into Fletch, back in the days of playing 4-day cricket and then followed by Sunday League games.
And travelling as well?
Yeah, for sure.
You know, often in the middle of a 3-day game, as it was back then, you'd have day one and then have to go off to another part of the country, play 80 overs in a JPL, and then back to the other game on the Monday. So yeah, it's strange. It's a funny world. Are you an advocate of the reduced fixture schedule?
I would say I like the amount of cricket at the minute. Personally, I think I love being wrapped up in the season and playing a lot of games. I think the one thing is the championship is tough for seam bowlers to go to play week on week and week, because purely of the workloads, like 5 or 6 4-day games. It's like you, as simply as for fast bowlers, is very difficult to do. So if you compare that to the Sheffield Shield,
slower ball.
Australia, they have more time in between games, hence they can play probably a similar cartel of bowlers throughout, hence I guess why counties need a large group of bowlers to be able to rotate. So having just not answered your question there, Dan, I'd say
listen, I worked with Ian Randall for 4 years, I'm used to it, don't worry. So you should go into politics, Dom. You'd be ideal, mate.
Just tucked into the leg side from Middleton for one there off Matt.
So, what about the Kookaburra ball? Are you glad you haven't had to bowl with the Kookaburra ball this year?
Jeez, yeah, I bowled with bowled with it a bit in Perth. Yeah, it's challenging.
Does it act differently over there?
We in grey cricket didn't use the same balls they use in first class cricket.
Okay.
But I wouldn't necessarily say it acts differently. It's a similar principle. The seam's flatter, and doesn't grip in the wicket as much. You don't get as much lateral movement really.
Okay.
And they go softer sooner. So and I think as well that the Kookaburra is good to do some different things. To try some different things in the championship for sure. But the wickets generally, when you look at them across the country, as Matt comes into Albert, goes to his slower ball, beats him on the outside. For example, a ground like Bristol, where the wicket is generally like quite slow and low, and teams struggle to bowl other teams out. I think you probably don't need to look to change the ball in those instances.
No, I concur with that. And going back to Western Australia, there's a guy actually who we had over as came to our club, who's in the Western Australian side, a guy called Keaton Critchell. Do you know him?
I know of him, but I didn't ever play against him.
Yeah, no, he's a nice lad. Jack Taylor into the attack, and fresh off the back of his maiden 5-wicket haul in this competition against Essex. His side could do with something like that now. Starts off well with a dot ball that's punched off the back foot to Ben Charlesworth. Short from Taylor and crashed out into the offside, but Hampshire are cruising here at the moment, and Gloucestershire need a bit of magic. Again, flayed out to the cover boundary.
Will you be covering any of the quarter-finals, semi-finals?
No, the BBC are back in for that one. So, yeah, Ian and I, this is our... That's tossed up, dot ball. This is our finale, really. I'm here for a 4-dayer, doing the PA against Northamptonshire. So hopefully I'll see you there, and I'll buy you a pint.
Oh, thanks, Dan. Appreciate that.
And that's played out to long off. But you've been fascinating. Thank you so much for coming on today.
No worries at all.
It's been great to have you on, and I think, you know, not only your insight into the Gloucestershire side, but your insight into, you know, the sort of life as a pro has been really, that's a thick outside edge, but he's got away with that. And that completes the 25th over, 183 for 2. At this stage, Gloucestershire were 141 for 2. But Dominic, thank you so much, and best of luck, and I'm sure I'll see you before you move down to Sussex.
Thanks so much, Dan. Appreciate it. Thanks, Ian. Thank you.
Dominic Goodman, everybody, who's one of my favourite players. He is, like his name says, he is a good man. That's the drinks. So
Gracious with his time as well as being a
yeah,
gracious
he's a
individual.
good lad. He's
It's not a day when DLS is going to be in any sort of factor. But if I tell you that the DLS score is 138, Hampshire are miles in front. And it's all been possible because of the way they started.
well, yeah, but still got to get 130, and I think there's a long way to go still in this game. I think we might have a thriller on our hands.
Worth just saying what is happening elsewhere. Worcestershire making mincemeat of that Surrey total. They're chasing 267. They're 154 for 2 after 22 overs. So they're going almost as well at New Road with a smaller total as Hampshire are here. And the reason for that, Kashi Valley 48 of 39, Dolavira made 45, Latigan made 54.
I think there are twists and turns in both these games, though.
I suspect that Essex are also well in charge at Derby, having set Derbyshire 367 to win. Derbyshire 188 for 1 at 27 overs. That's, having said that, that's clearly a good wicket there too. Harry King.
Well, it doesn't look like it. I've seen it on social media.
78 right, Montgomery 90 not out.
I've seen it on social media, and it looks
No matter how it looks, how's it playing? It's playing fine, whatever you might say about how it might appear.
Saying that Essex have used one of their wickets for 5 games in a row.
Essex have used 7 bowlers already. But they can't do anything about the knockout stages unless Hampshire lose here. And at the moment, you'd have to say they don't look like doing so. The run rate is down below 5.5. And to get Gloucestershire's DLS to something like parity, they need 3 wickets. So can the drinks break help them in that regard? Matt Taylor to continue from the far road end, far end from our commentary position. Into bowl to Toby Albert, who's calmly worked that away into the leg side. Only take 1. Has a little bit of a processional feel about it. I know what you just said, Dan, but it has a little bit of a processional feel about it to me.
I don't know. I think there are twists and turns in this one.
Yeah, the pitchers have got much better batting second here at Bristol this season. That Taylor to middle is a short one. He lets it go through to James Bracey. So this is Matt Taylor's 6th over. At the moment, Dariush Ahmed hasn't bowled. Doesn't feel like a particularly good situation for him.
Barry Collier, we like you. We like you. I'll come on to it after this ball from Matt Taylor.
Round the wicket, and Middleton goes over the infield, over the head of Bancroft, and that will run away for 4 to long on. Bancroft up at mid on inside the circle, and Middleton goes to 47, and this Hampshire card has the remnants of the one against Derbyshire on Sunday, where there were runs right down the order, and they successfully chased their highest ever score to win a list day game at Southampton. Middleton here tries to pull it into the leg side, doesn't make anything of it.
Barry has said, as a Hampshire supporter who intended to attend today but is laid up by COVID, I'm really enjoying your commentary. I have to agree with the earlier comment. It seems nonsensical that Hans can't play in a home quarter final on Thursday. Just another example how the 100 is ruining county cricket. Can I also say, as someone who listens to most away game commentaries on YouTube, this is the best commentary team I've heard from an away ground.
Taylor in, worked into the leg side by Middleton for a single.
Saying that it says that we stick to the point while still remaining entertaining. Well, we try, Barry. Thank you so much for your email. I hope the COVID goes away. And your side are going along swimmingly, mate.
Adam says there are several counties in the same position as Hampshire. Middlesex are unable to host a match, so we'll hope they're away too. Taylor in, pulled by Albert fiercely, just to the left of Tommy Bourne. As a result, we shall only get 1.
I've got a feeling last year that Gloucestershire were potentially lined up to play away at Worcester, and Worcestershire couldn't host. It didn't work out that way, did it? But they were potentially lined up to go away to Worcester with about a game to go. Worcestershire couldn't host because of the England under-19s playing on their ground or something, or
Rings
England Lions.
It rings a bell, that.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that happened last year as well. Simon and Jess Dowd out in Adelaide. Great batting total posted by Gloucestershire tonight. Well, tonight, your day, as Jack Taylor comes in. Pushed out to Charlesworth at extra cover. Tuning in again from Adelaide, South Australia, to support Tommy Bourman. We're all supporting Tommy Bourman. Oh, that's brilliant from Charlesworth. They were thinking about a single there, and Albert almost barbecued both himself and Fletcher Middleton. Oh, that's a heave. Albert trying to get on with it, and it doesn't really need to at the moment, but Jack Taylor just dotting it up. Or again, attempted cut. Albert's just getting a little stuck here. I think there's a way to go in this game though, because the ball goes soft and I think it gets harder to hit. So that's just what Middleton needs to do. Just work the ones around till he gets himself in. The crowd are getting rather vociferous underneath. The cider tent has obviously done quite well. Slapped into the offside to Australia's fan club, and that will be
tidy over. Just the two singles.
192 for 2.
It's the wickets column that are the problem for Gloucestershire at the minute.
Yeah, but pressure does funny things to sides, and if they can just turn this around, squeeze Hampshire a little bit, you never know. We could have a really good game of cricket on our hands.
Ben Brown due in next. Very calm. A little bit of an experience down the order, but Keith Barker to be a somebody who want to try and steer over the line potentially. So Miles back into the attack this time from the Ashley Down Road end. And Middleton's worked that away. That'll be his 50. He's got just one out to Tommy Borman. And 50 off 50 balls. 3 4s and 2 6s.
Yeah, very good innings from Middleton. He just came in. It's sometimes after 112 opening partnership, you can just get a little bit stuck, can't you? And start chewing the balls up. And he hasn't. He was fairly flamboyant from the word go, so well batted, even if your parents can't spell Fletcher.
Down the leg side from Miles. Too far down the leg side for umpire Peverell's liking. So another wide. Yeah, after today, obviously result allowing, just one home championship game, that's against Northants.
Yeah.
I want to say the 16th of September. I was again on the pads from Miles Middleton's. Was watched Toby Albert step inside the line there. It's in fact gone off the pad, no bat involved, and it's dribbled all the way down to the rope. It's the number of boundary balls here that are costing Gloucestershire.
So I keep turning off Ian Randall's microphone here.
Oh, it's a better ball, better direction from Miles. Wickets to fall. Ali Orr called off a slicer by Josh Shaw off Ollie Price for 52. He was absolutely livid when he walked off. He and Gubbins had added 112 in 11.4 overs for the first wicket, and then Gubbins caught off a little tiny edge, caught behind by Bracioff and Beeren. Again, Albert able to go into his crease off the back foot.
Hampshire's white ball record.
Pull that round. They have been in the knockout stages of this competition for each of the last 3 seasons.
I think they're also the team who got to finals day more than any other as well.
I think that's right.
I think they got there something like 10 years out of 11 or 10 years out of 12, didn't they, up until about 3 years ago?
Miles again. Back of Latham Middleton. Oh, thought about a single, but there wasn't one there. Ollie Price was in quickly. Yeah, they had an extraordinary record at one stage. I think our colleagues at BBC Solent, Kevin James and Adam Blackmore, used to sort of blank the T20 finals day out of their diary because they used to think, well, yeah, no, we'll be there, don't worry.
Yeah, Kevin James, been excellent to work with. Brought on some fine commentators as well. Melissa Story, one.
Miles, again, I'm going to be too short. And Middleton can pull it away to Borman. That deep mid wicket. And Hampshire can get these in singles now.
Yeah, there's a 200 up.
200 chasing 314. And you only got 20. You've still got more than 20 overs to go. And the rate is down below a run a ball.
Do you think Gloucestershire left some runs out there at the end of their innings, Ian?
A few.
Yeah.
Yes, I mean, not a lot.
20, 30?
20 perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't think 20 is going to make an awful lot of odds in this situation.
Jack Taylor crashed off the back foot out to Borman.
What was the phrase that I think Dom used? He said, you've got to believe that you can go bang, bang and get 2 quick wickets.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's what's got to happen.
Yeah.
But arguably 3, actually.
Taylor looking for one of them here.
I mean, fair play
Push to cover.
to Sean Williams and the ground staff for producing wickets in this competition, which have been absolutely chock full of runs.
Yeah, no, I think it's been fantastic. And at Cheltenham, Gloucestershire got 341 at Cheltenham. Derbyshire responded with a decent total as well. Whoa, that's Taylor just trying to sneak one through there, just varying his pace. He's been very good so far, Jack Taylor. That's going to take... Oh, they think about one and never run on the misfield, Ian Randall. Never run on a misfield. Miles recovers, gets the ball back in. But Taylor's gone for just 8 off his 2 overs. Now, I think it needs spin from both ends here just to try and keep it quiet. Just to try and chew up a few overs. If they can chew up 5 overs for 20 runs here, they've got a chance.
So it looks as if Middlesex might be out of the running for a place in the knockouts in the other group. At the moment, and this is this could be an hour from the finish. Somerset against Gloucestershire potentially in a playoff on Thursday at Taunton.
El Sideco, bring it on.
Somerset only needs 68 to beat Northants. They've got 14 overs and 9 wickets in hand. Miles in, and that's squeezed away with a square drive by Albert for a single. Yorkshire are top, and I think their run rate is so much superior that it wouldn't matter necessarily if they lost to Kent. Kent would need 154 in 23 overs to beat them, 2 wickets down, so good finish there. Warwickshire fairly well placed to potentially beat Sussex. Miles in, and Albert away out on the offside. But at the moment, if Gloucestershire are going to end up finishing 3rd in the group, with Worcestershire winning and Hampshire winning, they'd be going down the M5 on Thursday.
Will it be then If Somerset win the greatest competition in the world and the best side ever to set foot on a sporting pitch since the Harlem Globetrotters, or if Gloucestershire win, will it be a second-rate competition?
Miles bounding in from the far end. Pulled away by Toby Albert. That's another boundary.
Miles, 37 runs conceded in 3.5. I think Jack Taylor has to go to spin from both ends.
Van Buren's got 4 overs left. Ollie Price. Sorry, Taylor's got. Ollie Price has got 4 overs left. Taylor's got 7. Van Buren's got 4. Miles in again. I ran round the corner from Albert down to Van Buren. Just looking to see if he's got any strapping on his hand, having had that earlier attempt to take a catch. We've got something on that right wrist.
Yeah.
He tried to take a caught and bowled off Gubbins when he was on 59. A difficult one. Miles, Middleton pulls that. Almost a tennis smash sort of shot out to Bournemouth at deep square for a single. A lot of the Hampshire runs have been scored square of the wicket today, haven't they?
Gloucestershire have given them too much width and they bowl too short.
50 partnership between these two, or 57 balls.
Don't you think, Ian? They bowl too short and they've offered a lot of width.
There were a lot of deliveries in the first 10 overs that Gubbins and Orr were able to cut.
Yeah.
Gubbins in particular was just threading the ball through the eye of a needle on the offside.
Yeah, Gloucestershire looking a little flat here. They need something to happen.
Miles has bowled 4 overs for 39. So Van Buren 6 overs, 1 for 30. Ollie Price 6 overs, 1 for 37. Josh Shaw 5 overs for 51. And Matt Taylor 6 overs for 40. That kind of tells you where the start was. They were 98 for no wicket off the first 10. I mean, that is fast in any white ball game.
Yeah, they certainly are. Here's Jack Taylor to Middleton, who offers a caught and bowled, and Jack Taylor just can't quite cling on. That is the sort of thing you need to go your way.
Two difficult chances spilled.
Both caught and bowled.
Yep.
Slashed away by Middleton. Sorry, Albert. Driven. Charlesworth gets across but can't quite cut off the single. Full of length and driven, but straight to Charlesworth.
Only the players could tell you this. I wonder if they got to the game at Notts, which was round 6.
Cut away, no run.
And obviously that was the second away game in a row, with a third away game to come 48 hours later. And then this one 48 hours later. And I wonder whether the Notts game was almost like the bottom of the energy graph. Are they taken so much out of them to get to that point?
Possibly. Yeah, possibly.
Another
good one from Taylor there, 3 off it.
Especially from a fielding point of view, because obviously the batters, they enjoy scoring runs, of course they do. and there have been some big totals, but at Chelmsford they had to chase, and it was a big score. Now here, they've actually got, you know, I thought, well, they've got a score that no one's ever chased on this ground before. So,
spin from both ends.
yeah. Hampshire rewriting the record books if they do get there, and they look like getting there at the moment. Van Buren changing ends. I'll try and use that from the Ashley Down Road end, but Middleton doesn't look in any bother at all at the moment. They're just rotating the strike, and 10 more overs of this, and Hampshire will have the game exactly where they want it. Albert, I think that went into the ground first. That to me wasn't a bump ball. Miles with a dive. Oh, he's thumping the ground as if that may have been a chance. I might have a look at the end of the over. I must go as I thought that went down first, but maybe not. Miles obviously has the best view. Albert has to defend this time. Probably can't, all that we can see. It's probably, it definitely carried at Miles's end. The question is whether it was a bump ball off the bowler, which we can obviously show you off the screen. Van Buren in. Albert works that into the onside, no run. Van Buren gets through his overs so quickly, it's not possible to show you a replay drawing of Graham Van Buren over. Here he is again. Albert again has to go back. It's a better over. Now here's the chance potentially. Can we see from here whether it's a bump ball?
No.
And Miles spills. What is that? That accounted for his reaction afterwards. So that's probably the easiest of the three chances that have gone to ground.
Yeah, Gloucestershire dropped Gubbins, Middleton and Albert now. Yeah, their fielding has been superb throughout this competition. Just letting them down when they need it the most. There's Albert. Middleton squirts one out through point for a single. Jack Taylor to Albert. Cut away. That could well be 4 runs. It's very quick down in that corner, and indeed it is.
Whose dressing room would you rather be in down at the moment?
Oh, I'd rather...
I think if Gloucestershire were batting in this situation, you'd say...
Oh, without doubt.
You'd take it.
There's one down the ground. 92 to win now. 16 overs remaining. I think if Hampshire do lose from here, it'd be a Devon lock of a finish, wouldn't it?
Yes, it's hard to see them losing unless they're bowled out.
In the air, and nothing going Gloucestershire's way. That one eluding Ollie Price. He's a bit slashy with his drives, isn't he, Albert? There's going to be one more.
But you made the point when he walked out to bat. He seems to get runs against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, I think he's a good player. Pushed out to Craig Miles at mid-wicket. That completes Jack Taylor's over. 2-2-4 for 2. 16 overs remaining. Remember, it's a 49 over game. But 90 off 16. Should be a breeze, Ian Randall.
Yes, even 90 off 10, they probably back themselves to win it from here. That's the way they look at it.
8 wickets in the bank.
Yeah. And that's the key point, isn't it? Two batters who are pretty close to being
A.D. Birrell,
dominant now.
the Hampshire head coach, or first 11 manager, I think.
Yeah,
his name.
that's what he's called, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a very amusing guy, actually.
Van Buren to Albert. From the crease, tries to get it past the diving figure of Taylor.
So I went to interview Rory Burns after a game at the Oval last year, where Hampshire, I think, had just lost by 350 runs or something. And as Burns was about to, as I was about to press record,
Van Buren in, Middleton again off the back foot past Jack Taylor up to Bancroft at long on for single.
Birrell, just about to press record, Birrell said to Rory Burns, "You can bet your bottom dollar your interview's a lot easier than mine."
Van Buren to Albert down the leg side, and he doesn't offer a shot, but it's given us a wide by umpire Peveril. On 26. Clips that into the offside on the bounce to Craig Miles. Still 5-31 inside the circle, as there has to be, of course. And I think Daz Ahmed's going to have a day here where he's not going to get a bowl. Van Buren into Middleton, who uses his feet to get it out to Ben Charlesworth. I think Jack Taylor must have felt that neither Ahmed nor Charlesworth were the sort of, it wasn't the sort of pitch for bowlers of their pace. That's work experience just knocking over the table.
It's all right. I've actually pulled the whole Kubi board off the table once. Do you remember that one, Ian?
Is Van Buren going off here? Yeah, he's unwrapping some strapping on his wrist. Zaman Akhtar's coming out. So Van Buren has bowled 8 overs, 1 for 38, but it's not his bowling hand that's the issue, but clearly something's happening there.
Yeah.
And he's gone off.
Jack Taylor. Driven again in that idiosyncratic fashion of Albert's.
So many runs square of the wicket. You look at a pie chart of the runs for Hampshire today.
Full. Down the ground for one. Hampshire. Now they're cruising in.
Everything was made possible by the start.
Yeah.
And
Another one.
And repeat. And repeat.
Yeah, it's too easy. Too easy.
You know, when you're 40 runs ahead at the end of the power play, that's a lot.
Hell of a lot. Yeah, hell of a lot. Another one. They're just milking the bowling. And it's too easy at the moment for Hampshire. And the way Gloucestershire are going here, they've got another game in 48 hours and another one 72 hours after that if they win that. And the road to Trent Bridge doesn't look quite as smooth as it did at 10:59 this morning.
Or even at 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Yeah, yeah.
They might be.
Oh, thick outside edge. Or bold Jack Taylor.
A little short, but not much.
Yeah. 2-3-4 for 2 at this stage. Gloucestershire were 207 for 3.
If anything, it was the last 5 overs that were the problem. They only got 22 in the last 5 overs, which is, you know, by most one-day standards is quite low.
Yeah. We did wonder whether we thought they'd left a few out there. But it's also the psychological impact, isn't it, of when a side's being flogged all around the field and suddenly it's 340 on the board as opposed to 314. There's a difference.
Yeah, maybe Hampshire got more out of that last 5 overs mentally than we judged here.
Yeah.
But I say they chased over 300 on Sunday, and their confidence was clearly up. Josh Shaw back into the attack from the Ashley Down Road end, and again pulled in the air but safe by Middleton. There's a chase up towards the boundary, up wide long on for Jack Taylor. They'll come back for a couple.
Who's that walking around? Is that
That's Ahmed Syed, I think.
is it Ahmed Said? On 12th as duties.
Well, he is, because Zaman Akhtar's out on the field at the moment for Graham Van Buren, so that's why he's doing the walk. Oh, it's a great stop by Bracey. For a little dab from Middleton, and on the bounce, Bracey diving wide to his right. So remember, it feels a long time ago that he's got that 104 earlier today. He and Charlesworth both making centuries. And yet, here, Hampshire just getting, as we've said on more than one occasion, they get runs all down the order. Middleton defends up to mid on, no run. And they are, you know, first division batters.
Yeah, they are, but, you know, if Gloucester can keep it tight for 5 overs, the crowd will come into this.
They probably need 3 wickets for 30, I would say, to get any kind of a chance. Shaw in, no appeal, even though it's hit the pad of Fletcher Middleton. It's clearly going down the leg side.
It's good from Josh Shaw, though. 2 and 3 dot balls.
Needs to be something of a comeback from him, to be fair. It was expensive in his opening spell. Shaw in again. Skied, safe. Of course it's safe. By Middleton. That's been the sort of day Hampshire have had. You know, anything in the air.
Yeah, but Gloucestershire have dropped 3 catches, so
has dropped.
You know, it's sometimes you make your own luck in the game, and Hampshire, I think if they win this, they deserve it. Totally, I think their start from Orr and Gubbins has just taken the game away, and it's allowed Middleton just to cruise. He's less than a runner ball, and Albert just work it around happily.
Big appeal there for an LBW not given out, and the try at the bowler's end misses.
Is there some bat involved here?
No,
There's got to be, hasn't there?
No, there isn't, because it's been given as a leg bye.
Right, let's have another look at this on the replay, because this looks very close. Going down, possibly a little bit high as well, actually. .238 for 2. 13 overs to go.
Somerset only need 25 to beat Northants. Kent are 5 down. That will cement Yorkshire's place in the top of the other group. Warwickshire are probably going to win, but it's not going to help them. Worcestershire need 40 to beat Surrey. They're only 3 down. They've got 18 overs to go. So it's all looking like Worcestershire are going to finish top, and Hampshire are going to finish second, and Gloucestershire finish third in the group. And in the opposite group, it looks like it's going to be Yorkshire, Somerset, and probably Warwickshire, which would mean, as we've said, Gloucestershire going to Taunton on Thursday in the playoff.
Interesting.
Probably the one place they didn't want to go.
Yeah, but sometimes if you have to go and win cups, you have to go and...
Van Buren is back on the field. He's been re-strapped by the looks of it. And he's got 2 overs, I think, from his allocation left. No, yes, 2. 8 overs, 1 for 38. I say the injury is not on his bowling hand. So here he is, back into the attack, and he's been met with a 6 first ball. Pulled away, hoiked away over a straightish mid-wicket by Toby Albert.
Melissa Story's been in touch. Says the pitch is playing similar to the women's yesterday, where the women's was a used wicket. I think it was about 4 or 5 strips further over to the left.
Van Buren round the wicket again, slapped away through the offside by Albert for a single out to Bourne at deep point.
Melissa's saying she's not really seen Bristol wickets without much turn and bounce. Hopefully the guys can get a few more wickets.
Again off the back foot by Middleton. The chase round for Borman. Oh, and he's very nearly stopped it, but despite the dive, it's gone for 4. That backward point area has been so lucrative for Hampshire today. And now even Van Buren, who had been tidy up to this point. Getting some treatment from this 3rd wicket pair. Again off the back foot from Middleton. Good stop from Ollie Price. Batting deep in his crease, he'll force that away once again to Bourman. And the 250 up for Hampshire in the 37th over. So they've got 12 overs to go and only 64 to get. I think that's 63. Another single. This time to Albert. Again, out to Bourman. I should say at this point, because he's an absolute grafter on the cameras, and this is the last day that and James will do the camera work for the championship match against Northants, but in terms of that will be with the BBC commentary team. For us, for Dan and myself, he's been an absolute joy this season.
He always is.
Well done, Jimmer. Fair play to you, mate.
Yeah, he always is. He's fantastic to work with on and off camera. He owes me a pint.
And without him, you wouldn't get the service that you get at home or wherever you're watching.
Yeah.
Because the camera work is what makes it.
Josh Shaw in from the Ashley Down Road end and pulled by Albert. Never mind a miracle. Josh Shaw needs to turn water into cider here in the West Country. Short, pulled, 4. And Gloucestershire have been too short all day, I think.
Yeah, it does seem to have been the length that's been the challenge. It's been very little that's been driven.
Yeah.
No, a lot of it has been square of the wicket or pulled off the back foot.
That's a better length. Albert just covers up on the defensive.
So there's two thoughts, of course, there is, and that is that was the plan wrong with the pitch, in a sense of, right, we're going to bowl into the pitch and try and, or was the execution of the plan wrong? That's
the moot point, isn't it?
Those are the two questions, aren't
they? Yeah. In the air, Ollie Price attacking it.
And sometimes, I'm sure it happens at club level. I'm sure it happens at first class level. You get into a certain mindset of what you want to do, and if you can't do it early on, how do you change that? And the better players do.
Think on their feet, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah, as opposed to having a formulaic plan. Shaw, Albert. Pushes that back to mid-on.
And if you go back another, this is a different time. It's 20 years ago. The John Bracewell era, a 50-over game, and this is pre-T20, obviously. A 50-over game. If you were defending 215 at Bristol or 225, you'd say, right, we're favourites for this, because they knew exactly how to. The game has moved on so much now. That's a fraction of what you need.
Driven back to the bowler. Shaw sticks out a big mitt. Josh Shaw's in a foul mood. Not often you see him chirping away like that, but he's...
No bowler likes 7-0, 58-0 against their name.
No.
I know I wouldn't.
No.
But I'd probably be taken off after 3 overs if we were getting to that sort of level.
Yeah.
So Van Buren's got 1 over left. Strange enough, Jack Taylor's bowled 6 overs for 24. He's bowled more as economically as anybody. I'm not saying he's looked like taking a wicket, but
here is Van Buren. Driven. To Ollie Price.
Van Buren's last over. Again, off the back foot. We've said that so often today. And again, Bournemouth must feel that it's only him who's doing any fielding out there, because the ball is coming to him probably 4 deliveries out of 6. That one doesn't. It's back down the pitch this time from Albert to Van Buren. Albert 41 off 57, almost unnoticed. Tries to square drive that past Ollie Price. Can't get past him. He's got a big area to cover there. Anything inside the circle in front of square, it's his. That goes to his left. Out to the busy Bourman.
I think also Albert is driving with an open face as well, though. That's why it's going square and not down the ground. Sort of slapping, scissoring across the ball.
Van Buren. Again, Middleton making room. Firing that out for another single. Van Buren's bowled 10 overs. As economically as anybody. 10 overs for 54 and 1 wicket, but There's the Hampshire applies in the dark colours, and the problem was at the outset. First 10 overs. That's where Gloucestershire arguably lost control of the game.
Yeah, I agree.
In that period, and they've never really got it back. The wickets have not come to get it back. Obviously, Gloucestershire won the T20 game here earlier in the season. I think that was a final ball, wasn't it? I think.
Yeah, Josh Shaw hits. No, David Payne hit 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So here we are in the last 10.
Matt Taylor in. Pushed into the onside, but Bancroft can only get a left mitt on it, and the ball dribbles away for a single.
55 off the last 10. Well, it's a coast. Somerset have won. Sorry, it says they need 2 on that screen. That doesn't look right.
Might be DLS. Worked into the offside. Gloucestershire just starting to squeeze this, perhaps.
Archie Vaughan, 107 not out, by the way, in that chase at Taunton. Yes, there must be a DLS total because the scores are technically level. It says they still need 2.
Taylor. Driven against the stumps. Appeal, but I don't think Taylor touched it, did he?
Only Bracey was the one to appeal, I think.
Miles appeal from extra cover. I don't think Taylor's got anywhere near it.
100 partnership between these two. Middleton has made 48 of them and Albert has made 43.
Taylor. Short, pulls, and he can be 1 though. Borman yet again does the fielding. His shoulder's going to be sore tonight, isn't it? Hurling the ball in from out there a lot.
He's been out there all afternoon, and a high proportion of the runs from that end of the ground seem to have gone his way.
Defended.
So Das Ahmed, by contrast, has been under the scoreboard, and we've hardly mentioned him.
No.
On that side of the
I
ground.
thought he might have been worth a few overs, Ahmed. Thought he might have been worth the go.
Well, that's the captain's call, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, and in Jack Taylor we trust. He tends to get most things right, Jack Taylor. Here's his brother Matt. Short and pulled out to Borman.
This is a completely it's a completely different universe, really. But you said about Ahmed being worth a few overs. This is a competitive game. The game I'm going to quote you was a social Saturday club fixture. I was named in the team. I normally bat at 11, as you know.
Yeah.
I was given 1 over at the last over before tea. I was none too chuffed, especially seeing as the opposition were not exactly being reduced to a modest total. Their batters had quite a good afternoon, and the general excuse would be, well, if other people are taking wickets, that's you understand that.
Did you have a flounce?
I was not best pleased. Neither would Jack Taylor be best pleased with that delivery either, because that's gone for 6. Pulled away by Albert, who goes to 50 as a result of that shot. 64 balls, 3 fours, and that's just his second 6 of the innings. But it's runs, all of the Hampshire's top 4 have now reached 50.
Yeah.
And therein has been the problem. Square drive again. Off Taylor's next delivery, which is at least a better line and length, and Borman again does the fielding. If it's gone on the leg side, it's gone into the stand. If it's gone through the offside, it's gone to Borman. That's been the general option, and that's gone very, very fine. There's a chase for sure, he won't reach it. And Hampshire are herring towards this victory target at the moment. Down to only 41 needed. And they're going to be about 5 overs inside here, which is extraordinary when you consider that the history of big chases on this ground.
So it looks like Hampshire will be going to...
Hampshire will be second in the group. So they'll be going to the 3rd place team. Although, very nearly. Bancroft with an amazing attempt.
I thought he had it.
Dived away, one-handed. The ball did stick, and I think it's basically bounced out as he's hit the ground. Albert pinches one more. Really, really good attempt from Bancroft. And of course Gloucestershire will have him for 2 more seasons. That was announced last week. So that's one of the overseas slots filled for 2026.
The other one has to be a bowler, doesn't it?
And in 2027, obviously.
Yeah, the other one has to be a bowler next year, surely.
For red ball, you would think so.
Has to be. Yeah.
39 off 8.
Who would you like to see, Ian?
Well, we did joke on the balcony at Cheltenham that someone like a Nathan McAndrew type who's been at Sussex would be, that's the sort of type you want.
Yeah.
If you can find him.
Fergus O'Neill would be nice. One of the leading wicket takers in Sheffield Shield cricket. He came over this year for a few games for Nottinghamshire, but you'd be very handy. Matt Taylor. Oh, that's got to be out. Has to be. Albert trying to work across a straight one and falls LBW to Matt Taylor. But this partnership of 115 has broken Gloucestershire's hearts as Albert walks away for, well, the Gloucestershire opener ended up with 52. 104. The Gloucestershire number 4 ended up with 104. And exactly half of that the Hampshire opener's got with 52, and the Hampshire number 4 has got with 52. What's going on there, Ian Randall?
Is that your OCD likes that, doesn't it?
No, yeah. Yeah.
And the last person you want to see walking out is the experienced figure of Ben Brown.
Yeah.
In this situation. Just the sort of person to see
twist the knife.
Hampshire over the line.
Yeah. But Hampshire have been excellent. They haven't panicked. Big total to chase. And they've managed this chase beautifully. So far.
Yeah. And it would be a collapse of monumental proportions if they weren't to win from here. One batsman might get 100 as well.
Yeah, well,
there's enough left of Middleton to get there with a fair amount of the strike.
Taylor to Brown. Oh, angling it into his pads. I don't think Middleton had any complaints about that, LBW. Sorry, Albert.
So it looks like Warwickshire against Hampshire.
Driven. No run.
Because Hampshire would be at home to the third place team. But as we know, because of there isn't a 100 game at Edgbaston on Thursday, is there?
Ooh, I don't know. Can we have a look to see if there is one?
That would be messy, wouldn't it?
Just the Southern Brave at home.
So they're all right then.
Just nurdled off the hip. Turn around the corner. Ben Brown's underway.
So that would be the one playoff game, as you would call it. And the other one would be Somerset against Gloucestershire.
Yeah. So that would be, and then the winners of that would have to go probably to Yorkshire, wouldn't they?
They would.
Yeah. There's no 100 game on Sunday at Headingley, is there? Northern Superchargers.
I'll just check. No.
Matt Taylor. Ooh, nearly sneaks through Middleton. One ball left though. This could be 1 for 1. But is it too little, too late for the hosts?
Still less than a run a ball.
Looks like John Cleese will be agreeing with the major, saying, "Oh, did it?" As there's 4 more. Middleton going on to 86. And that sums up Gloucestershire's day, really, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It was going so well. 5 balls, 1 for 1 off the over, then a short one on leg stump, and just gets helped on its way round the corner for 4 runs.
You don't see Matt Taylor kick the ground much as he takes his cap from the umpire.
No, you don't. I think they're disappointed with themselves here, Gloucestershire. Their standards have been better than this in the competition, and they'll be disappointed. But sometimes sides make you play badly, and Hampshire, I think, deserve the credit here as well. It's not just Gloucestershire that have been poor. I think it's Hampshire have been very good with the bat.
Yeah, they've gone out with an aggressive approach.
Yeah.
Sometimes it'll pay off, sometimes it won't. But Gloucestershire couldn't find a way to keep them quiet at the start.
No.
That was the problem. Josh Shaw's changed ends back from the, and that's the same shot. You see, it's the same shot they've used all afternoon. Cut away, 2 point. Yes, there's a fielder out there now. But it almost seems almost content to give them a single. But I mean, Don Goodman made the point quite early. He joined us after 10 overs. He said, right, it has to be wickets. After a start like that, you have to think, right, wickets, 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 and they have not arrived. Another square drive again through that gap, and Borman, who must have, if he hasn't fielded 100 balls this afternoon, I'd be surprised.
I wish I was doing the post-match interview. I'd be asking questions.
That's what an interview is, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but asking.
Short. Oh, a big swat at that from Ben Brown. Doesn't get a touch. Shaw's 8th over.
Is that Andy Brassington down below, is there? Don't think it is. It looks like him.
It does look like him, but it's not.
It's not, no. It's Andy Brassington's doppelganger.
I think Brassington's got more hair than that gentleman.
Sorry, Brassy, if you're listening in.
Shorter Brown. Again, that's in the channel. And he's going to try to play the same shot and he hasn't timed it. Through to Bracey. Perhaps those extra 20 runs that we thought they'd left out there might have just put the pressure on a little bit at this point.
Yeah.
Brown waits for Shaw. Almost yorks him. He wants to appeal for an LBW, but nothing from umpire Hollingshead.
Oh, that's got to be close as well. Let's have another look at this one. Brown saying he's hit it. I'm not sure he did. I think it might have been boot first.
Going down the leg side.
Going down.
We're not quite in line here. The camera is, but we are slightly, as you were looking at behind the bowler's arm, we're at sort of very straight long off for Ben Brown. Shaw. Oh, that's a call. That's a no ball. No, very close to being above waist height, but not given by umpire Hollingshead. So Brown will get a single, and Shaw might get a round of applause for a tidier over. But only 3 from it, but still bowled 8 overs for 61. And Hampshire 31 off the last 6 overs. And they've still got 7 wickets in hand. That's the other thing in their favour. Right, Matt Taylor's going to have a. He's got. I think Jack Taylor's gambling here a bit. He's gone to his front line bowlers. He's got to find 2 overs from somewhere, but he's not giving Hampshire those 2 overs now.
No. Matt Taylor. Driven. Oh, Des Ahmed's touched it in.
Yes, he hasn't had a lot to do out there, has he?
No.
So he hasn't had a bowl today.
Taylor. Defended. Driven again, out to deep cover. Deja vu.
Not all over again, you mean? I wonder if these two were split, who Hampshire would send in. Would they send in young 17-year-old Ben Mays, I wonder, or would they send in a
Barker to give it a bash?
Or Felix Organ?
Yeah, Organ. Organ would be the one, I think. Into the offside. And Ollie Price can't cut off the single.
Five overs after this, of which only 3 can be bowled by Shaw and Taylor, so Jack Taylor may have to bowl a couple himself.
Short, and that's pulled into the gap. Charles Worth does the fielding, and they'll come back for 2. Middleton moves into the 90s. It's been a good innings this from Fletcher Middleton.
He does have one previous list A 100, but this is a match-winning knock, isn't it?
Yeah.
Platforms laid by the century opening partnership, but
He's provided the icing on the cake. Short, pulled out to Bancroft at deep mid-wicket. End of the over. 5 remaining, 25 to win, 7 wickets in hand. There's a bit of fancy dress going on. Elvis. Jesus. Gloucestershire could do with a miracle, pal. Is that a bumblebee as well? What's that chap dressed in the yellow as? A banana. And there's another guy in a flowery Hawaiian shirt. The bloke in the green, what's all that about?
Shaw to start a new over from the Bristol Pavilion end. His 9th. And Hampshire just ticking these down.
We did have a fancy dress a couple of years ago at my cricket club in North London where Kim Jong-un went the wrong way on the Piccadilly line and ended up asleep at Heathrow Airport, which I'm sure probably raised an eyebrow amongst the security guards there.
Shaw in. Brown squeezes that out, but not past Ollie Price. Don't know whether the cheers are for the fancy dress or for the fact that was a dot ball. Over 600 runs will have been scored. Have been scored, in fact, today. Brown, who chops that away down to Graham van Beeren at 3rd man. I still think I'm right in saying that Alex Green at Derbyshire, who's taken 3
Leicestershire,
3 5-wicket hauls, is the leading wicket taker in the competition.
Well, we were very impressed with him, weren't we, Ian?
Yeah, he was. He looked to have something about. He's a big build.
He's a right handful.
And still a teenager.
6'6", isn't he?
Sure, with a proper bouncer, probably properly dug in as opposed to one that's just back of a length. And Middleton can't hook it away, and it's taken by Bracey.
I think Gloucestershire have missed Zaman Akhtar today, Ian.
I'm told he looked out of sorts at Chelmsford on Sunday.
Okay. I didn't see the game. I was covering something else, but
so, and I didn't see it either. But I'm told that's how he looked. Slower ball from Shaw, hit high in the air. Can Borman reach it? He can, and it's a great catch. A wicket for Shaw rather belatedly, and Fletcher Middleton goes on 92. Well judged catch from Tommy Borman.
Have we got a game on our hands, Ian? Have we got a game on our hands?
Big celebration from Josh Shaw.
Yeah.
So, yeah. He felt Middleton rode his luck there, but you don't get 92 by and large, by riding your luck. And it is young Ben Mays who's being sent out. Hampshire.
Well,
I mean, he got Hampshire over the line on Sunday with an unbeaten half-century, so they're clearly more than happy
yeah,
to send him out in this situation.
but I tell you what, if he gets a little bit stuck and chews a few balls up here, the pressure is then on Brown at the other end.
4 overs and 1 ball to go. 23 required. This is where Gloucestershire got stuck.
It is, yeah. It was exactly at this point.
So I wonder, would you want Jack Taylor bowling to him, do you think?
In fact, Gloucestershire, if this is a dot ball, was slightly ahead of Hampshire at this stage. But
they got stuck at the end.
They got stuck at the end. As that finish cost Gloucestershire this game. We said at the time, didn't we, Ian? They've left 20 runs out there. Imagine it was 43 off 4 here.
Oh, 43 off 4, then you'd have a game. Yeah.
Great catch from Tommy Borman. Had to cover a lot of ground.
You know, he's been busy in the field, you know, in the whole innings, and he's still found the energy to get there and to cling on to it. So here is Shaw, last ball of his 9th over, hit into the ground, and a straight to Cameron Bancroft. No run. The end of Shaw's over. He's taken 1 for 63 off 9.
Crowd getting right behind. Here's Andy Brassington.
It didn't look like him. From above, it didn't look like him.
Crowd getting right behind Gloucestershire here. Atmosphere building. I tell you what, a tight one here. You never know.
Right, where is Van Buren going? Is he going off? No, he's going onto the rope at 3rd man. So this is Matt Taylor's last over.
And he comes from the Ashley Down Road end. Bowled him! We've got a game on our hands here, Ian. Hello!
Ben Brown played on there, off an inside edge.
Here we go.
Bottom edge, really.
Yeah, but Matt Taylor does that. He skids it onto people, doesn't he? And now it's quite callow. Organ and Barker are the experience, but the rest is quite callow in the Hampshire lineup.
In terms of experience, yes. So, you know, Neil, Jack and Lumsden. But here is Felix Organ.
I've got a feeling Eddie Jack can give it a whack, actually. He got 25 very quickly down at Canterbury for England Lions.
Organ is an opening bat in red ball cricket, so
yeah,
you know he is.
But he's gonna
somebody who you kind of want in this situation.
Yeah, he is. But there's pressure on Mays here.
The question to me is, where is Jack Taylor going to get those other 2 overs from?
Do you go Ben Charlesworth?
Well, he's got Ollie Price and Craig Miles and himself have all got overs left.
Here's Matt Taylor to Organ, who almost puts this into mid-wicket's hands. Hampshire's nerves are jangling here. The crowd getting right behind Gloucestershire.
22 off 22. So what do? Do you have the field in to try and save the singles? Or do you have the field out to only give the batters the singles?
Clost out to mid-on, only to Jack Taylor.
That was an ugly shot from young Mays there. It was only the second ball he faced, but you might think the best way to go for this is literally to, never mind about going aerial, because Gloucestershire have only got deep mid-wicket and long on and fine leg back.
Taylor. Oh, it's a wide. (21) of 21 balls.
They probably want to keep Mays on strike if they can. Organ can't do any damage at the other end.
Oh, just squeezes that one out, but only to Ollie Price. It's another dot ball. The Bristol crowd getting right behind the home team here. They don't want to go to Taunton either. They want another game of cricket here on Sunday. If Gloucestershire do win that one, it would be
away again. There is no home game for them if they finish third.
No, but if they do win this one, Gloucestershire, they finish top.
They do.
Yeah,
correct.
so they would have
a home game on Sunday.
That's in the air, and Mays has got our way for 4 runs. It could be Somerset here on Sunday.
No. It could be.
Yes.
Yes, it could be.
It could be.
They'd have to win their playoff, obviously.
Yeah, they would, yeah. Yeah. 17 though now. At 4. I think they've got to allow Josh Shaw to have a go at Organ. That's in the air, and that's over the top of Jack Taylor. Mays doing the business. It's not pretty, but it's effective. And Matt Taylor's been too short. That brings up the Hampshire 300 as well after exactly 46 overs. And Matt Taylor finishes his spell with 2 for 65. He'll be disappointed with that. He's a lot more parsimonious than that normally.
Yeah, so Shaw's bowling this over, which leaves 2.
Yeah.
And Jack Taylor's gambling here.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to hope that Josh Shaw can go bang bang here.
You're trying to put the rate up, aren't you, at the end?
Yeah.
Not that, it's 13 off 18. It's not a high rate. I mean, the sun having gone in, the light isn't brilliant either.
No, it's not.
We're so lucky with this tournament.
The umpires won't take them off though now.
Oh, no, for sure.
There'll be a riot on their hands.
Here is Josh Shaw. Just dabbed away by Felix Organ for a single down to Van Beeren. And in reality, they probably can't get the lights on for enough effect anyway. It's just, we've been so used to seeing the sun out that anytime the sun is in, it looks
dark. It feels a lot colder as well. Even when it's 20 degrees, you feel cold. It's been such a good summer.
He waits for Shaw, who nearly yorks him, but that's dug out by the 17-year-old who gets a single up to Jack Taylor and takes the runs needed down to just 11.
Josh Shaw, he hasn't been at his best today, but he's still a competitor even when he's not at his best, isn't he?
We made that point about Hampshire a lot today.
No, but Shaw.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah. And that's where you looked at the Hampshire side. No Wheel, no Abbott, no McMullen, no Fuller. That's chopped away on the bounce by Felix Organ to backward point, where it's fielded by Charlesworth. you've taken 2 experienced bowlers out of the team. Having to chase a big score. But yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe those last 5 overs, they were just not as bad as it might have been, and they thought, you know what, we get a good start here, we're in this. They backed themselves. Oh, a little dab attempted by Organ. Shaw again trying to go with a quick, short delivery. Almost one that almost followed Felix Organ through to Bracey. Elsewhere, Essex have won. Worcestershire have won. Yorkshire are going to win. Somerset have won, so we know nothing that Warwickshire can do. Shaw in with a, almost goes for the Yorker, doesn't quite get it as he would have wanted it, and Organ's just nurdled that into the leg side for a single.
Do you think it's time to bring the field in yet and actually make Hampshire hit through the infield and try and cut the ones off?
Difficult. Do you?
Yeah.
But he could go with 2 overs of spin, Jack Taylor, at the end if he wanted.
Then you wouldn't bring the field in, because I think that's, you know, it's too easy to hit it over the top.
Otherwise, one of the overs has to be bowled by Craig Miles and the other by a spinner. That's the only way. Unless he's got a Charlesworth up his sleeve. Shaw in. Oh, that's carved away, and that will be 4 of them. That's Mays again. It's a full toss outside the off stump. And Mays has crunched that away, and it completes a miserable day for Josh Shaw. 10 overs, 1 for 70.
Yeah,
so
he'll be disappointed in that.
Yeah,
Ollie Price just consoling him there.
yeah, just gives him a tap on the back as he walks away. But Hampshire nearly there, and they're going to finish 2nd in the group, because Worcestershire have won today, and fair play to them. They've only had Adam Hose away with the 100, but they've had a tie as well, which has helped them.
But Gloucestershire fans, fear not. They had to go away and win at Warwickshire last year in a quarter-final in the T20 Blast. They did. They then had Sussex, who were the runaway leaders of Division 2 and one of the strongest sides in the Southern Group. They went and beat them. And then Somerset, West Country Derby, won that with ease. So Gloucestershire can do it the difficult way. We'll see what happens. Miles is coming back into the attack, but credit to Hampshire, they've come here to the top of the table. There's a huge beer snake on the mound stand.
Miles in to Organ, that's just dabbed away. This is the penultimate over. No run there.
Is that Jesus with a beer snake in the mound stand?
It might be. They've had a fun day.
They certainly have.
You know, 2 centurions in the Gloucestershire innings, and Hampshire chase a record total to beat them with it. Miles in short, steered away, fine by Organ, and is that stopped by Shaw? I'm not sure his foot wasn't over the rope there.
No, he's all right. I think his foot was in the air.
The ball definitely wasn't on the rope, but it will be allowed, and Hampshire need 2.
If we can have a look at that snake over on the mound stand side of the ground. There we go. And here's Jesus. Turned water into cider.
So Hampshire need
Who's
2.
with him? Robin Hood.
Hampshire need 2 to win. They need 4 actually. 314. I was Bulbers ahead of me. Miles in, and Organ all whips that out. There could be a run out here, and he's always missed it. They've gone for the quick single. Organ set off for the run as soon as he hit the shot. Ollie Price to Bancroft.
Yeah.
Gathered the ball. He thought if he hits the stumps underarm.
He wasn't even in the frame.
No, he's going to be miles short. So Ben Mays, who's got 13 off only 7 balls in what is now quite gloomy light. He's going to finish it with 1 blow, I wonder. Miles from the Ashley Down Road end into Mays, who's hit that in the air away from Jack Taylor. It's going to go away for 4, and Hampshire have recorded victory here at Bristol by 5 wickets, and in doing so they've become the first team ever to chase 300 for victory here in a List A match. They will finish second in the group. Gloucestershire will qualify, but having led the group for so long, they're going to end up third, and they're going to go to Taunton on Thursday in the playoff.
Bring it on, the West Country Derby. Gloucestershire fans will be travelling down there in numbers, backing the boys. They might have lost this one, but they'll bounce back, and they'll be up for that one without a shadow of a doubt. Massive credit to Hampshire. They've come here, and they haven't panicked. They've managed to chase beautifully. And Orr and Gubbins at the top of the order, and then Middleton and Albert in the middle were superb. They rode their luck a little bit at times, but sometimes, you know, you get the rub of the green in cricket, and they thoroughly deserved their win here, as they're going to go back to the South Coast having won by 5 wickets. Ian and I, this will be the last time that we commentate together this season.
It will.
And it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for your emails as well. Thank you to James Healy on the cameras. Thank you to Joseph, our work experience lad who we've had running around doing lots and lots of things all day. But really, it's Hampshire who deserve the plaudits here, isn't it, Ian?
Yeah, they've come here and they've scored runs down the order, and the real thing for them was they started quickly. They had 98 runs in the power play, where Gloucestershire had only 52, and that difference manifested itself right through the innings, really until they were very close to the end. The wicket takers for Gloucestershire in the chase, Matt Taylor 2 for 65, Shaw 1 for 70, Ollie Price 1 for 37, Graham Van Buren 1 for 54. But look at that Hampshire card: Orr 52, Gubbins 76, Middleton 92, Albert 52. Ben Brown fell cheaply, but Mays and Organ got them over the line. So Hampshire will go to Edgbaston because they can't host the game on Thursday in the playoff, and Gloucestershire will go to Taunton. Thank you for your company as ever through the season. Our team at Taunton will be led by Ed Seaborn and Anthony Gibson, and thereafter, well, who knows, it'll be our BBC friends through on the stream. James, though, will be here making sure all the camera work is done for the last championship game against Northants. Join us on Thursday. It might be quite feisty, I think. Thanks for your company today. Hope you've enjoyed it. Over 600 runs, and fair play to Hampshire. You have to give it to them. They've rewritten the record book with their win. From us all, goodbye.